Welcome to the Alpha's Negotiator, a werewolf fated mate romance, where fate is messy, the sparks are wild, and the full moon brings more than fur and fangs. There is snarks, steam, and a mate bond neither of them asked for, but cannot escape. Buckle up, pack. From haunted hearts to ancient curses, you will find stories here that pull you in and do not let go. If you are into tales that twist the real and the unreal, you are in the right place. TM Nyxen Audiobooks. To my subscribers and listeners, where ears give these stories their second life, hit that subscribe button and let us dive in. The waning afternoon sun, a rich, buttery gold, slanted through the tall, leaded glass windows of Luca's office, casting long, amber streaks across the worn, supple leather of his desk chair. Dust motes, like tiny, golden fairies, danced lazily in the illuminated beams. The air, heavy with the earthy scent of pine needles and damp soil, drifted in through the open window, a constant reminder of the sprawling packland beyond, his land, 10 to 15-mile radius of dense forest, rich hunting grounds, and carefully maintained buffer zones that hummed with the protective presence of his people. He could almost taste the crisp autumn air on his tongue, sharp with the scent of distant wood smoke and turning leaves. Luca Torren, Alpha of Lakeside Valley, a man who moved with the quiet power of a forest bear, sat behind the massive, scarred oak desk his grandfather had built with his own calloused hands. The heavy grain of the wood felt cool and solid under his forearms as he reread the same paragraph for the third time, the crisp paper rustling softly with each adjustment. The proposal from the Lunar Accord Council was thorough, clinical, and frankly, gave him a throbbing headache that pulsed behind his eyes. He exhaled slowly, the sound a low rumble in his chest. He was a broad man, muscular in the way that came from actual labor rather than vanity, from running rigorous patrols through the challenging terrain, settling disputes with an iron will, and occasionally reminding challengers why he held his position with a quiet, lethal grace. His dark hair was perpetually slightly too long, falling across his forehead, and his jaw carried the kind of rough stubble that suggested he would forgotten the razor for a day or two, granting him an untamed edge. Calm, controlled, fair, until he was not, until something, anything, threatened his pack. Then he became immovable as a mountain, his presence solid and unyielding, and twice as dangerous. Right now, though, he just felt bone-weary. The weight of his responsibilities pressed down on him. A familiar, heavy cloak. Sharp, almost impatient knock rattled the sturdy oak door, jolting him from his thoughts. "Come in," Luca called, his voice deep, not bothering to look up from the dense legal jargon. He already knew who it was. The scent of them, familiar as his own skin, preceded their entrance. The door swung inward with a faint creak, revealing Hamish, his beta, striding in with the lithe, silent grace of a predator, followed closely by Rick, his enforcer, whose heavier, more deliberate footsteps echoed a solid, reliable presence. Beta and enforcer, respectively, and the two wolves Luca trusted more than anyone else in the world, their loyalty forged in shared hardship and unwavering support. Hamish was lean and sharp-featured, his sandy hair perpetually falling into eyes that missed nothing, that seemed to absorb every detail. He moved like a blade, quick, efficient, always coiled and ready. He smelled of dry leaves and keen intelligence. Rick, on the other hand, was built like a brick wall, all wide shoulders and steady, unshakable presence. His scent was of rich earth and reassuring strength. Where Hamish observed, Rick acted. Together, they made Luca's often thankless job significantly easier. "Tell me you have got good news," Luca said, leaning back in his chair until the old leather groaned under his weight, a familiar protest. He rubbed a hand over his temples. Hamish snorted, a dry, dismissive sound. "Fine, good." He folded his arms across his chest. "The kind that does not involve me reading another 50 pages of boundary law tonight," Luca clarified, a wry twist to his lips. "Then no," Hamish conceded with a sigh. That was more for show than genuine disappointment. He dropped into one of the visitor chairs across from Luca's desk, sprawling with the ease of someone who'd known his alpha since they were pups. The worn fabric of his trousers rustled. "But I did bring coffee." Rick, a silent anchor, set 3 steaming mugs down on the desk with a soft, solid thunk. The rich, dark aroma of roasted beans immediately cut through the pine-scented air, warming it, a welcome contrast to the dry paperwork. Luca grabbed one gratefully, the ceramic warm against his palm, and took a long, fortifying drink. The heat spread slowly through his chest, chasing away a touch of the fatigue. "Ah, that is what I needed," he murmured, his eyes lingering on the swirling dark surface before taking another, deeper sip. "All right," he said, setting the mug down with a soft click. "Let us talk about the Braxton lands." Rick settled into the other chair, his posture more contained than Hamish's, his voice a low rumble, deep like a river stone. "There is a lot of history there." "Bad history," Hamish corrected, his tone sharpening, a subtle tightening around his eyes. "Massacre, 6 months ago. The entire pack was wiped out except for a handful of survivors scattered to neighboring territories." He frowned, the memory clearly unpleasant. Luca nodded grimly, the corners of his mouth turning down. He would been to the funerals. He would seen the raw grief, heard the quiet sobs that still echoed in the corners of his mind. He would helped buried children, their small coffins heartbreakingly light. The Braxton pack had been small but fiercely proud, their Alpha a good, honorable man, who would died defending his people from a rogue attack that came out of nowhere and left nothing but blood and ash in its wake, the air still thick with the metallic tang of fear and loss. Now their land sat empty. 150 to 200 square miles of prime territory, forests thick with game, their leaves whispering secrets in the wind, water sources that fed into 3 different river systems, their currents murmuring promises of life, high ground that offered strategic advantage, and sweeping views and crucial access to the human town of Coldbrook with its hospital, vital trade routes, and supplies. It was a prize, and the Lunar Accord Council was not going to let it sit empty, a void waiting to be filled. "The Council's sending a head negotiator," Luca said, tapping the lengthy proposal with one finger, the sound a light, rhythmic beat against the paper. "Someone named Farrah. She sent this ahead, a full breakdown of what is up for negotiation." "And?" Hamish prompted, leaning forward, his gaze sharp and expectant. Luca blew out a breath, the weariness briefly returning. "Everything. Water sources, lakes, that powerful waterfall on the northern edge, where the spray always mists the pines. Strategic points, the high ground near the cliffs, the ancient caves, the winding mountain passes. Human access, the main road into Coldbrook, which means hospital runs, trade, and careful integration. Then there is the sacred and historical sites." He paused, his gaze meeting Rick's. "Moon clearing," Rick said quietly, his voice imbued with a faint reverence. "The moon clearing," Luca confirmed, a somber note in his own tone. "The ancestral burial grounds, the old Braxton Alpha house, or what is left of its stone foundations, and the orchard behind the house." Hamish sat forward, interest sharpening his already keen features, a glint in his eyes. "That orchard still producing, after all this time?" "According to this," Luca confirmed, tapping the document again. "Yes, apples, pears, cherries. The Braxtons maintained it for 3 generations with a careful hand. It is overgrown now, no doubt, but the trees themselves are good stock, resilient. That is food security," Hamish said, already calculating, his mind working quickly. "Trade goods, sustainability for the pack. That is leverage," Luca corrected, his voice firm. He flipped through the pages, each one more detailed than the last, the rustle of paper loud in the quiet office, maps with intricate, hand-drawn notations, soil surveys, historical records of old treaties, some dating back 50 years or more, their faded ink hinting at forgotten arguments. "The question is, who gets what? And more importantly, who we are negotiating against." Rick's expression darkened, a low growl tightening his jaw, barely audible. "Johnson, Alpha Nathaniel Johnson of Black Gum Pack," Luca confirmed, his voice flat with distaste. He leaned back again, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension building there, a familiar ache. Argumentative, ego-driven, and convinced the world owes him something, usually at someone else's expense. His ambition stinks of desperation sometimes. He is going to be insufferable, Hamish muttered, a flash of annoyance crossing his face. He is going to claim the Braxton Alpha was his friend, Luca said, predicting the moves with weary resignation, which is technically true. They knew each other, shared a border. But Johnson's going to twist that into some kind of moral right to the land, painting himself as the bereaved heir. Even though Blackgum territory is already twice the size of ours, Rick pointed out, his voice a low, steady condemnation. Even though, Luca agreed, muscle twitching in his jaw. Hamish picked up one of the detailed maps, spreading it out and studying the topography, his brow furrowed in concentration. What do you want from the Braxton lands, Luca? Luca stood, restless, the worn leather of his chair sighing as he moved. He walked to the tall windows, gazing out at the panorama below. The heart of Lakeside Valley spread out like a living, breathing organism. The pack house sat at the center, a sprawling structure of stone and timber that housed communal spaces, guest quarters, and his own private suite. Beyond it he could see the training grounds where young wolves learned to fight and hunt, their playful yaps and barks faintly reaching him on the breeze. The school building where pups received their education. Homes scattered in clusters, smoke rising in lazy curls from chimneys as families prepared dinner, the savory scent of roasted meat and herbs wafting up to him, his pack. His responsibility, etched into every fiber of his being. The orchard, he said finally, his voice firm, his gaze fixed on the distant line of trees. That is non-negotiable. We need food security, and it is close enough to our western border to integrate naturally. The sacred clearing, I would like it, for its spiritual significance, but I am willing to compromise, if it is designated neutral ground, accessible to all who respect it. What I really want, what I absolutely need, is the waterfall. Water rights, Hamish said, understanding immediately, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. That is critical. Exactly. That waterfall feeds directly into the river system that runs through our southern border. If Johnson gets unilateral control and decides to dam it upstream for his own selfish purposes, we lose vital water. Our crops, our livestock, our very lives depend on that flow. I cannot risk that. A low growl rumbled in his chest, a deep, primal sound. Johnson's going to fight for it tooth and nail, Rick warned, his voice grim. Let him. Luca's voice dropped into Alpha command, the tone that made wolves straighten their spines and instinctively pay attention, a subtle vibration of power in the air. He is not getting it. That is where I become immovable. His eyes, dark as polished obsidian, held a dangerous glint. Hamish grinned, a flash of white teeth against his tanned skin. There is the Alpha we know and love. His admiration was clear. Luca shot him a look, but his lips twitched upwards despite himself. The negotiations start tomorrow. This head negotiator arrives tonight. From what I understand, she is ranked above the elders in pack politics when it comes to territorial disputes. She wields considerable authority. She? Wick raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his steady gaze. Apparently, Luca returned to his desk, gathering up the scattered papers. His movements, economical, does not matter. What matters is that she is fair. The council would not send someone who could be bullied or bought, not for something this sensitive. Unlike Johnson, Hamish said dryly, a sardonic twist to his smile. Unlike Johnson, Luca agreed, a hint of weariness in his voice. He finished his coffee, the mug now cool, and set it down with a soft thunk. All right, I need to do a ground walk before she gets here. Feel the land, make sure everything's in order, settle my thoughts. Want company? Hamish offered, rising with a fluid motion. No, I will take it alone. I need the quiet. You two make sure the guest quarters are ready, warm, fresh linens, and some extra firewood, and that someone's prepared a decent dinner. If this negotiator's been driving all day, she will be hungry, and a good meal can smooth over a lot of rough edges. On it, Alpha, Rick said, standing, his voice solid and dependable. They filed out, the door closing with a soft click behind them, leaving Luca alone with his thoughts and the immense weight of what was coming. He gathered up the formidable proposal, the paper feeling heavy in his hands, tucked it securely into his desk drawer, and locked it with a precise click. The cool metal of the key felt reassuring. Then, with a deep, cleansing breath, He turned and headed outside, eager to feel the cool, crisp air on his face and the familiar earth beneath his boots. The late afternoon air hit him like a blessing, cool, crisp, carrying the scent of turning leaves and distant wood smoke. Autumn was settling into the mountains, painting the forest in shades of gold and crimson. Luca walked the paths he would walk 1,000 times, nodding to pack members as they called out greetings. Alpha, evening, Alpha Luca. Looking good, Alpha. He waved, smiled, and kept moving. The training grounds were active, wolves sparring in human form, while others watched and critiqued. The school had just let out, and pups raced past him in a blur of laughter and energy. Everything was as it should be, his pack thriving, safe, stable. He was passing the communal gardens when the first interruption came. Alpha Luca. He turned to find Sarah approaching, all blonde hair and bright smile. She was pretty, unmated, and had made her interest in him abundantly clear over the past 6 months. "Sarah," he said politely, "how are you? Better now that I have run into you." She stepped closer, her perfume, something floral and too sweet, wafting over him. "I was hoping we could talk. Maybe over dinner?" "I am afraid I have negotiations starting tomorrow," Luca said, keeping his voice friendly but firm. "I will be tied up for the foreseeable future." "Oh," her smile faltered, then brightened again. "Well, maybe after. I could cook for you. You work so hard, Alpha. You deserve someone to take care of you." Every fiber of his being wanted to point out that he was perfectly capable of taking care of himself. "Thank you very much." But he bit it back. She meant well. They all meant well. "That is kind of you," he said, "but I really need to focus on the pack business right now." He excused himself and kept walking, but he would barely made it 20 feet before another voice called out, "Alpha Luca, wait up." This time it was Jessica, approaching with a basket of fresh bread. "I just finished baking and thought you might like some. Still warm." The bread smelled incredible. His stomach reminded him that he would skip lunch. "Thank you, Jessica. That is very thoughtful." He accepted a roll, taking a bite. It was perfect, crusty outside, soft inside, with just a hint of honey. "This is delicious. I am so glad you like it." She beamed at him. "You know, I have been practicing new recipes. If you ever want a home-cooked meal, I would be more than happy to." "Jessica," he interrupted gently, "I appreciate the offer, but I really cannot commit to anything right now." "The negotiations. Oh, of course. I understand." She touched his arm, her fingers lingering. "But the offer stands. Any time, Alpha." He thanked her again and escaped, heading toward the tree line where he could finally breathe without someone batting their eyelashes at him. It was not that he did not appreciate the attention exactly. He understood the appeal of being Alpha, strength, security, leadership, but none of it felt right. None of these women made his wolf sit up and pay attention. None of them made him want to claim, to protect, to mate. He would have been unmated for 33 years and never particularly cared. His pack was his priority, his responsibility. The idea of a mate, of that kind of bond, had always seemed distant, unnecessary, even. So why did it bother him lately? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. He had bigger concerns. Tomorrow, a head negotiator from the Lunar Accord Council would arrive, and he would have to sit across a table from Nathaniel Johnson and argue over every inch of the Braxton lands. It would be exhausting, frustrating, and probably involve at least one near fight before it was over. But it was his job, his duty. He would do it, same as he always did. Luke stood at the edge of his territory, looking out over the forest that stretched toward the empty Braxton lands beyond. Somewhere out there was an orchard full of fruit trees, a waterfall that fed his river, a sacred clearing where wolves had honored the moon for generations. Tomorrow he would fight for them. Tonight he would rest. He turned back toward the pack house, the setting sun painting everything in shades of amber and shadow, and tried to ignore the restless feeling in his chest that whispered something was about to change. The early evening air had grown a pleasant coolness, a welcome relief from the lingering warmth of the day. Luca stood on the wide, weathered planks of the pack house's expansive front porch, the scent of pine needles and damp earth faintly perfuming the air. Beside him, Memish, his beta, A man as solid and reliable as the mountains that ringed their territory stood with a quiet stillness. Both of them were focused on the long, winding driveway, a dark ribbon of crushed gravel that snaked its way through the dense, shadowy trees. "That will be her," Hamish said, his voice a low rumble. He straightened almost imperceptibly, a subtle shift that spoke of readiness. "Punctual," Luca noted, a faint smile touching his lips. The council had been precise in their communication. She would arrive by 7. It was now 6:58, a sliver of time, a testament to her professionalism. From the deep emerald embrace of the tree line, a sleek black sedan emerged, its headlights, like twin beams slicing through the gathering dusk, illuminated the winding path. The car pulled to a smooth, near-silent stop in the circular drive before the pack house, its engine a soft purr that lingered for a moment before falling into a contented silence. Luca descended the porch steps, the wood groaning softly beneath his weight. Hamish followed a half-pace behind, shadow of quiet competence. As they reached the car, the driver's side door swung open with a soft click, and then she stepped out. Luca felt a sudden, sharp intake of breath, a visceral reaction that surprised him. She was, undeniably, beautiful, but it was not the soft, radiant beauty of the pack women, who, bless their hearts, had recently been making their affections rather obvious. This was a beauty that commanded respect, a sharp, almost dangerous elegance. She exuded an aura of professionalism, a self-possession that was utterly captivating. Black dress pants, tailored with precision, hugged long, shapely legs that disappeared into polished black heels. The footwear added a good 3 inches to her already considerable height, giving her an imposing presence. A dark red shirt, the rich hue of aged wine, or the deepest autumn leaves, was tucked neatly into her waistband, its fabric subtly hinting at quality. A tailored black jacket, sharp and modern, completed her ensemble. Her makeup was flawless, understated but deliberate, accentuating high cheekbones and a mouth that looked as if it rarely offered a smile without a specific, well-considered purpose. But it was her hair that truly held his gaze, drawing him in with an almost magnetic pull. Long, impossibly straight, and as black as a moonless midnight, it fell in a glossy, unbroken curtain all the way down her back, past her waist. She had chosen to wear it loose, and as the last rays of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy overhead, it caught the light, shimmering like the surface of dark, still water. As she turned her head, her gaze sweeping across the pack house, Luca caught a glimpse of her eyes. They were a striking storm gray, the color of clouds gathering before a tempest, intense and knowing. Before he could even think to stop himself, a low, involuntary whistle escaped his lips. Her head snapped around instantly, her storm gray eyes finding him with unnerving speed. One perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched in a gesture that was a masterful blend of amusement and perhaps a touch of annoyance. He could not quite decipher it. "Alpha Luca, I presume?" Her voice was smooth, cultivated, carrying a delightful resonance, yet beneath the cultured tone ran a subtle edge, a hint that she was not accustomed to, nor did she suffer fools. He cleared his throat, feeling the silent, amused presence of Hamish beside him, and stepped forward, extending a hand. "That is right," he confirmed, his voice roughened slightly. "Welcome to Lakeside Valley, Farrah Kai, Head Negotiator for the Lunar Accord Council." She met him halfway, her handshake firm, professional, her palm surprisingly cool against his. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment, her storm gray meeting his own dark brown, and Luca found himself instinctively waiting, searching for some sign, some spark. Nothing. No electric jolt that would announce a destined connection, no sudden overwhelming surge of recognition, no mate bond flaring to life with the fiery intensity the old stories always described. Just a strong, steady grip, a clear, unwavering gaze, and the faint, intriguing scent of lilies, and the deep, earthy aroma of an autumn forest that clung to her skin. She released his hand and turned her attention to Hamish. "And you are?" "Hamish Bowen, Beta of Lakeside Valley." Hamish extended his hand, shaking hers with the same professional courtesy. "It is an honor to have you here, Miss Kai." "Thank you," she replied. She then moved with a fluid grace to the trunk of her car, popping it open with a soft hiss. A sleek, expensive-looking leather briefcase and a small practical overnight bag were revealed. Luca instinctively moved to help, but she had already slung the bag over her shoulder and collected the briefcase with practiced economical movements. I apologize for the slight delay in my arrival. The drive from the council headquarters took longer than I had initially anticipated. No apology necessary, Luca said, feeling a strange sense of camaraderie despite her competence. We are just glad you made it safely. Can I help with— I have got it, she interrupted, her tone polite but firm, leaving no room for argument. But thank you. They walked together towards the pack house, and Luca found himself acutely aware of the rhythmic click of her heels on the gravel path. He noticed the way she carried herself, with an absolute, unwavering confidence, despite being on unfamiliar territory, surrounded by beings who, should they choose, possessed the power to tear her limb from limb. Not that they would, but the fact that she displayed not a flicker of fear, not a hint of hesitation, spoke volumes about her experience and her inner strength. Pack is beautiful, she commented, her gaze sweeping across the meticulously maintained grounds. Near the main lodge, pack members were beginning to gather for dinner, their voices carrying on the gentle evening air. Warm light spilled from the windows, and in the last vestiges of daylight, children's laughter could be heard. You have built something solid here. Thank you, Luca replied, a touch of genuine surprise coloring his voice at the unexpected compliment. We work hard to maintain it. It shows, she confirmed. She paused at the base of the porch steps, turning to face him fully. Her expression was serious as she spoke, her voice taking on a more formal tone. Before we go inside Alpha Luca, I should clarify my role here. As head negotiator for the Lunar Accord Council, my authority supersedes traditional hierarchy when it comes to matters of pack politics and territorial disputes. I am ranked above the elders in these specific instances. My purpose here is not to take sides. It is to ensure a fair, legal, and binding resolution that ultimately serves the best interests of all parties involved. Her tone was matter-of-fact, but Luca heard the steel beneath the surface. This woman was clearly accustomed to commanding rooms filled with powerful, often volatile, wolves. She was used to being questioned, challenged, and having to prove her worth repeatedly. Understood, he said, nodding his head. We are grateful for your expertise, Miss Kai. Good, she replied, with a single, decisive nod. She then ascended the steps with that same unhurried, unwavering confidence. Luca opened the heavy wooden door for her, and together they stepped into the main lodge. The interior was a symphony of warmth and welcome. Exposed wooden beams crisscrossed overhead, a large stone fireplace dominated one wall, and comfortable furniture was arranged in inviting clusters. The rich, savory aroma of roasting meat wafted from the kitchens, promising a hearty meal. As they entered, several pack members looked up, their faces alight with curiosity, but Luca offered a subtle gesture, a silent signal for them to continue about their business. Alpha Luca, the booming voice, laced with an almost theatrical heartiness, echoed from the far side of the room. Luca suppressed a sigh, recognizing the sound instantly. Alpha Nathaniel Johnson strode towards them, a man who seemed to carry an air of exaggerated swagger and insincere friendliness. He was a large man, barrel-chested with a booming laugh, his dark hair now streaked with silver. His smile was broad, but it rarely reached his shrewd eyes. He had arrived an hour earlier, and had already, in Luca's opinion, somewhat overstayed his welcome, accepting drinks and attention from Luca's pack members with the casual entitlement of someone who believed the world revolved solely around him. This must be our negotiator, Johnson declared, his gaze raking over Farrah with an overt appreciation that made Luca's jaw tighten involuntarily. Nathaniel Johnson, Alpha of Black Gum Pack. Pleased to meet you, Miss. Head Negotiator Kai, Farrah corrected smoothly, her hands remaining clasped in front of her, not offering to shake his, or Miss Kai if you prefer. But let us endeavor to keep our interactions professional, shall we? Johnson's practiced smile faltered for a fraction of a second, but he recovered quickly, his voice regaining its jovial tone. Of course, professional, that is what we are all here for. Indeed, he gestured expansively around the lodge, as if the entire space belonged to him. "Now I know you have just arrived, but I think it would be beneficial if we could perhaps discuss—" "Actually," Farrah interrupted, her voice still polite but possessing an unyielding quality, her tone suggesting the conversation was about to take a definitive turn. "That land rightfully belongs to me because the Braxton Alpha and his pack were my friends." Johnson blinked, his smooth patter thrown completely off its rhythm. "I beg your pardon." "That what you were about to say was nodded?" Farrah asked, her voice calm. She placed her briefcase down on a nearby polished oak table with a soft, definitive thud. "That the Braxton lands should rightfully be yours, due to some personal connection or a historical friendship." Johnson's face flushed a deep red. "Well, yes, as a matter of fact, Alpha Johnson." Farrah's voice did not rise in volume, yet it somehow seemed to fill the entire room, commanding the attention of everyone present. "I appreciate your eagerness to commence negotiations. However, I have just completed an arduous 8-hour drive. I am tired, I am hungry, and I have not yet had the opportunity to thoroughly review the final documentation required for tomorrow's session. Whatever arguments you deem necessary to present, whatever claims you wish to make, you will have ample opportunity to do so at precisely 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, when negotiations are officially scheduled to begin." She paused, her storm-gray eyes holding Johnson's gaze, without a flicker of hesitation. "Until then," she continued, her voice unwavering, "I suggest we all take the opportunity to get some rest. Territorial disputes are rarely resolved quickly, and if we are to reach a fair and equitable agreement, we will undoubtedly need clear heads and civil tongues. Do not you agree?" A hush had fallen over the lodge. Pack members who moments before had been engaged in their own conversations now stood or sat in attentive silence, their gazes subtly fixed on the exchange unfolding before them. Johnson opened his mouth, then closed it again. He finally forced a smile, but it looked more like a painful grimace. "Of course," he said, his voice stiff, strained. "Tomorrow at 9. "Excellent," Farrah replied, a subtle shift in her demeanor as she turned away from him, as if he had ceased to hold her interest. Her gaze then found Luca, and when she spoke, her voice was all business, crisp, clear, and expecting immediate compliance. "Alpha Luca, could you please show me to my quarters?" It was not really a question. Luca found himself smiling despite the tension in the room. "Of course, right this way." He collected her overnight bag before she could protest, earning himself a sharp look that he met with bland innocence, and led her toward the guest wing. Hamsh followed at a discreet distance, his expression carefully neutral, but Luca could practically feel his beta's amusement radiating like heat. They walked down a corridor lined with photographs of pack history, pups at their first hunt, ceremonies, territorial markers. Farrah's heels clicked against the hardwood, a steady rhythm that somehow felt authoritative. "I apologize for Alpha Johnson," Luca said quietly. "He is persistent." "He is predictable," Farrah corrected. "I have dealt with dozens of alphas just like him. They think volume and bravado will substitute for actual legal standing." She glanced at him, and he caught the faintest hint of satisfaction in her expression. "They are usually wrong. You shut him down in under a minute," Hamish observed from behind them. "That might be a record. I have done it faster," Farrah said, "but I try to maintain some semblance of politeness. It makes the actual negotiations easier if no one's ego is too bruised before we even begin." Luca stopped at a door near the end of the hall and pushed it open. The guest suite was one of their nicest, spacious, with a large bed covered in a handmade quilt, a private bathroom, a desk for working, and windows that overlooked the forest beyond the pack grounds. "This is you," he said, setting her bag down just inside the door. "There is a lock if you want privacy, though I promise my pack knows better than to disturb guests uninvited. Dinner's in the main lodge whenever you are ready, but if you would prefer something brought to your room, the lodge is fine," Farrah said. She would set her briefcase on the desk, and was already scanning the room with the practiced eye of someone who had stayed in countless unfamiliar places. "Give me 20 minutes to freshen up, and I will join you. Take your time." Luca hesitated at the threshold, and "Miss Kai, thank you." She looked up, genuine curiosity crossing her features. "For what?" "For keeping this professional," for not letting Johnson bulldoze his way into dominating the conversation before it even starts. He met her eyes, wanting her to understand he meant it. The Braxton lands deserve better than egos and posturing. The survivors deserve better. I am glad the council sent someone who actually gives a damn. Something shifted in her expression, softened, just slightly. That is my job, Alpha Luca, to give a damn when no one else in the room remembers to. She paused. I will see you at dinner. He nodded and stepped back, pulling the door closed behind him. In the hallway, Hamish was grinning like a wolf with a fresh kill. Do not, Luca warned. I was not going to say anything. You are thinking it loudly enough, Hamish laughed, falling into step beside him as they headed back toward the main lodge. She is impressive, smart, composed, does not take any shit from anyone, including you, I noticed. That thing with the bag. I was being polite. You were testing her, seeing if she would let you play alpha and take charge. Hamish's grin widened. She shut that down too. Your point? My point, Hamish said, his tone turning more serious, is that Johnson's going to have a hell of a time trying to manipulate her. She is not going to let egos or posturing run this negotiation. Which means it will actually be fair, Luca finished, which is exactly what we need. They reached the main lodge to find Johnson holding court near the fireplace, already spinning tales about his pack's supposed connection to the Braxtons. Pack members listened politely, but Luca could see the skepticism in their eyes. 3 days, Hamish murmured. Maybe 4, if it gets contentious. What do you think? Luca thought about storm gray eyes and a voice that could command a room without rising above conversational volume. Thought about the way Farrah had dismissed Johnson like he was an annoying fly, rather than a territorial alpha, used to getting his way. I think, he said slowly, that this is going to be very interesting. 20 minutes later, Farrah emerged from the guest wing wearing the same outfit, her makeup touched up, and her long black hair now pulled back into a sleek low ponytail that emphasized the elegant lines of her neck and jaw. She accepted the plate of food offered to her with quiet thanks, found a seat away from the main crowd, and proceeded to eat with the focused efficiency of someone who viewed meals as fuel rather than social events. Luca watched her from across the room, noting the way she observed everything, pack dynamics, body language, who deferred to whom. She was gathering information even now, building a mental map of the players and politics that would inform her decisions in the days to come. Johnson tried to approach her twice. Both times, she deflected him with smooth professionalism that left him with nothing to argue against and no opening to press his advantage. She is going to be hell on him, Hamish said, appearing at Luca's elbow with 2 glasses of whiskey. He handed one over. I almost feel sorry for the bastard. Almost. Do not, Luca said, accepting the drink. He is going to try every trick in the book to sway her. Flattery, intimidation, appeals to emotion, none of which will work, Hamish finished. He raised his glass. To fair negotiations, Luca echoed, and drank. Across the room, Farrah Kai finished her meal, collected her briefcase, and excused herself for the evening with the same quiet authority she would displayed since arriving. She did not look back as she left, her heels clicking a steady rhythm down the hallway. Luca watched her go and felt something shift in his chest. Not recognition, not a bond, but respect. Anticipation. Tomorrow they would sit down and argue over water rights, strategic positions, sacred sites, and the future of land that had been baptized in blood. It would be exhausting, frustrating, and probably contentious. But for the first time since he would learned about the negotiations, Luca felt confident they would actually reach a fair resolution, because Farrah Kai, head negotiator of the Lunar Accord Council, clearly did not give a damn about anyone's ego, confueling his own, and somehow that made all the difference. The conference room smelled of rich, dark coffee, its pungent aroma mingling with the warm, earthy scent of old oak, and the sharp, almost metallic undercurrent of anticipation that hummed beneath the surface. It was a scent that spoke of serious business, of minds clashing and futures being decided. Luca arrived at 8:45, earlier than necessary but utterly unable to sit still in the stifling quiet of his own office any longer. The air had felt too heavy there, charged with unspoken pressure. The conference room, in contrast, was a spacious expanse of calm, dominated by a long table made of polished, dark oak that gleamed under the light, easily capable of seating 20. Windows along the eastern wall were already flooding the space with the pale gold and amber hues of morning sunlight, painting the dust motes dancing in the air, and the sheen on the table with a soft glow. Someone, probably Hamish with his meticulous nature, had set up a flawless coffee station on the mahogany sideboard, complete with ornate silver urns, delicate ceramic cups, pitchers of ice water, and a plate piled high with delicate, flaky pastries that no one would likely dare to touch before the proceedings officially began. Rick was already there, silent sentinel near the eastern windows, his powerful form outlined by the sunlight. His arms were crossed over his broad chest, his gaze sweeping the room with a calm intensity, his enforcer's instincts making him subtly assess every entry point and exit, every potential line of sight. He looked like a statue carved from granite, utterly still, yet radiating a coiled readiness. Hamish arrived moments after Luca, a slim leather portfolio tucked neatly under one arm, his usually rumpled hair smoothed back, and his eyes surprisingly clear and alert for someone who typically struggled with anything less than 8 hours of sleep. "Johnson?" Luca asked quietly, his voice a low rumble that barely stirred the air. In the guest wing, probably rehearsing his opening arguments in the mirror, Hamish murmured back, a faint, wry smile playing on his lips. "I passed his door on the way here." Could hear him pacing the steady cadence like a caged tiger. Good. Let him be nervous. Luca's lips tightened into a thin line. A nervous opponent was a predictable opponent. The quiet tension in the room thickened, punctuated only by the distant hum of the building's ventilation system and the occasional soft clink from the coffee station as Rick poured himself a fresh cup. At 8:50, Alpha Johnson strode in. His presence immediately felt larger than life, a deliberate projection of power. He was wearing what Luca could only describe as aggressively casual, dark, expensive jeans, a crisp white button-down shirt open at the collar to reveal a glimpse of tan skin, and sturdy leather boots that had been polished to an almost military shine. Every aspect of his attire, and indeed his confident stride, was designed to project an air of relaxed confidence, as if this were merely a friendly chat between equals, rather than a legally binding, high-stakes territorial negotiation that could redraw the map for generations. His eyes, sharp and assessing, swept over Luca at his men, a hint of a challenging glint in them. "Morning, Luca," Johnson boomed, his voice a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate in the quiet room, scattering the fragile peace. He walked straight to the coffee station, pouring himself a cup with an unnecessarily elaborate flourish, his movements designed to draw attention. Hell of a thing, is not it? Dividing up the Braxton lands. Shame what happened to them. Good people, all of them. He sighed theatrically, stirring sugar into his coffee. "They were," Luca agreed, his gaze steady, refusing to take the bait. He would known Johnson long enough to recognize the man's tactics. A casual remark, a feigned expression of sorrow, all meant to fish for an emotional response he could exploit later, perhaps to make Luca seem cold or unfeeling. Luca's own wolf remained calm, watchful. Johnson settled into a chair on one side of the table, sprawling slightly, letting his arm rest along the back of an empty seat, as if he already owned the entire place. "You know, the old Braxton Alpha and I went back years. We used to—" The door opened with a soft, almost imperceptible click. Farrah Kai stepped inside, and the room's entire energy shifted subtly but undeniably. It was as if a sudden, cool breeze had swept through, clearing the stale air. A faint, clean scent, crisp linen, and something subtly herbal, perhaps lavender, drifted in with her, momentarily cutting through the lingering coffee. She wore a crisp white silk shirt, flawlessly ironed and tucked into a sharp black pencil skirt that fell just below her knees, paired with black, impeccably shined heels that added a few crucial inches, bringing her eye level with most of the men in the room. Her long, raven black hair was pulled back into a sleek, low bun, emphasizing the sharp, elegant angles of her face and the intense, storm-gray eyes that seemed to absorb every detail of the room in a single sweep. She carried her executive-style briefcase in one hand and a matching leather portfolio in the other, moving with a kind of purposeful, economic grace that suggested every step was calculated, every movement deliberate. "Good morning, gentlemen," she said, her voice clear and precise, cutting through Johnson's half-finished sentence like a perfectly honed blade through stretched silk, leaving a sudden, echoing silence in its wake. "I trust everyone slept well." Her gaze flickered over each man, acknowledging their presence without lingering, a subtle command in her directness. She did not wait for an answer. Farrah moved directly to the head of the polished oak table, her heels making a soft, rhythmic tap on the floor. She set down her briefcase with a solid, resonant thunk that seemed to underscore her authority. With practiced ease, she unlatched it, pulling out stacks of thick documents, rolled maps bound neatly with black ribbon, and what looked like survey reports marked with a dizzying array of colored tabs. Everything's organized with meticulous precision, nothing haphazard, nothing left to chance. The sheer volume and perfect order of her materials spoke volumes. Luca found himself leaning forward slightly, his gaze fixed on her, a flicker of nascent respect stirring within him. His wolf, which had been wary of Johnson, now simply observed Farrah with a quiet intensity. "Before we begin," Farrah said, still standing, her posture straight and commanding, "let me establish the structure and timetable for these negotiations." Her voice was calm but firm, leaving no room for argument. She pulled out a single sheet of heavy parchment paper and placed it squarely in the center of the table where both alphas could clearly see it. Luca recognized it immediately. Formal council negotiation protocol, the kind used for high-stakes territorial disputes, its official seal prominent at the top. "We will meet daily at 9 a.m. sharp and continue until 1 p.m., with a 15-minute break at 11. Afternoons are reserved for independent review of documents, consultation with your respective advisors, and personal time. If the party requires additional sessions, we can convene in the evening with 24 hours notice." Her gaze swept across Luca and Johnson, her storm-gray eyes unwavering, clinically assessing their reactions. "All arguments," continued, her voice gaining a steely edge, "must be grounded in documented evidence, historical treaties, water rights established by prior agreements, strategic necessity backed by geographic surveys, or sacred significance verified by council records. Personal anecdotes and emotional appeals have no legal standing in these negotiations. Is that clear?" The question hung in the air, a challenge disguised as an inquiry. "Crystal," Luca said, his voice firm, meeting her gaze evenly. Johnson's jaw tightened visibly, a flush creeping up his neck, but he bit back any retort, offering a clipped nod. "Understood. Excellent." Farrah's expression remained impassive, betraying nothing. With smooth, efficient movements, she untied one of the rolled maps and spread it across the table with a crisp rustle of parchment, securing the corners with several smooth, dark river stones she would apparently brought specifically for this purpose. Their polished surfaces caught the morning light. "Let us begin with what we are actually negotiating." The map was stunning, a masterwork of cartography, and drawn with incredible detail. It meticulously depicted topographical features, intricate water systems, varying forest density, and clearly marked former pact boundaries. Luca could see the lakeside valley territory shaded in a deep, calm blue, Black Gum Pact territory in a vibrant, almost aggressive green, and the Braxton lands in a neutral, expectant gray, sitting between them like a rich prize waiting to be claimed. His wolf stirred, the low growl of possessiveness rumbling beneath his composure. Farrah remained standing, her tall, slender figure framed by the morning light, her fingers tracing invisible lines on the map as she spoke. Luca realized she would stay standing the entire time, a subtle power play, but an incredibly effective one. She literally stood above them, commanding the room with nothing but her unwavering presence and undeniable expertise. "The Braxton territory covers approximately 150 to 200 square miles," she began, her voice steady and authoritative, precisely enunciating each word. "For context, that makes it a medium-sized pact territory, roughly a 10 to 15-mile radius from the central heart, depending on terrain and existing natural boundaries. She tapped the precise center of the gray-shaded area with a perfectly manicured nail. The heart is here, the central settlement where the pack house stood, along with homes, communal spaces, and the infrastructure necessary to support a functioning pack. Around that heart, you have layered zones. Her finger moved outward in a series of slow, deliberate concentric circles. Immediate forest for daily hunting and patrol. That deeper forest for ranging and extended hunts. Beyond that, buffer zones that traditionally served as early warning systems against intrusion. Luca studied the map, following her explanation with growing appreciation for the sheer level of detail and foresight she demonstrated. This was not just a crude land grab to Farrah. This was a complex puzzle to be solved with precision and care, a strategic chess game. Now, let us discuss what is actually on this land, Farrah continued, her voice never wavering. She produced another map, this one marked with a series of intricate symbols and notations in various colors. Water sources are critical for any pack territory. The Braxton lands contain 3 primary rivers. Here, and here. She pointed to 3 distinct blue lines, snaking gracefully through the gray territory, each one a lifeblood. 2 natural lakes are suitable for fishing and water storage, and most notably, this waterfall on the northern boundary. Her finger rested on a specific spot, a small iconographic representation of cascading water, and an electric surge of recognition jolted through Luca. His wolf sat up, ears twitching, a primal instinct flaring within him. That waterfall held deep historical significance for his own pack. That waterfall, Johnson interrupted, his voice a little too eager, the words spilling out, should naturally fall to Alpha Johnson. Farrah's tone did not rise even a fraction, but somehow it filled every corner of the room, carrying the weight of an implicit warning. Her eyes remained fixed on the map, but her voice left no doubt about her displeasure. I will get to contested features shortly. Please hold your arguments until I have completed the overview of the territory's assets. Johnson's face reddened, a dark flush spreading across his cheeks, but he subsided, letting out a frustrated sigh and glaring mutinously down at his coffee mug. Rick allowed himself a small, private smirk. Farrah continued as if there had been no interruption at all, her rhythm unbroken. Strategic points include high ground along these ridges, which offer visibility and defensive advantages. Cave systems here and here, which could serve as emergency shelters or storage. Mountain passes that control access to the territory from the east. She pointed to each feature, her finger moving with the certainty of absolute knowledge. She rolled out a third map, this one showing human infrastructure. Human access is another crucial factor. The main road runs through the southern portion of the territory, connecting directly to the town of Coldbrook, population approximately 8,000. The town has a hospital, trading posts, supply stores, and established relationships with the supernatural community. This access represents significant economic and medical advantages for any pack controlling it. Luca watched her move through the presentation, her hands steady, her voice never wavering, a quiet hum of profound competence radiating from her. She commanded attention without demanding it. She simply assumed everyone would listen, and they did, utterly captivated by her poised authority. Sacred and historical sites, Farrah said, her tone shifting to something almost reverent. The Braxton pack maintained several locations of spiritual significance. She marked them on the map with small wooden tokens. The Old Moon Clearing, where ceremonies were conducted for 3 generations. Burial grounds containing the remains of over 50 wolves, protected by both pack law and council ordinance. The ritual clearing near the waterfall, considered a place of power and healing. And the ruins of the Braxton Alpha's house, not sacred but historically significant. She paused, letting that sink in. Additionally, there is the orchard. Luca's attention sharpened. Located directly behind the old pack house, this orchard has been maintained, albeit loosely, for over 60 years. Apple, pear, and cherry trees, many still producing fruit despite the lack of formal care. The orchard represents food security, trade potential, and agricultural sustainability. She looked up from the maps, her storm-gray eyes moving between both alphas. Finally, resources. The Braxton lands, offer extensive hunting grounds with established game populations, deer, elk, wild turkey, and smaller game. Farmland in the southern valleys is suitable for crops or livestock. Timber resources that could be harvested sustainably for construction or trade. In short, gentlemen, this is prime territory, which is exactly why we are here. Farrah straightened, her hands resting on the table's edge. The morning sunlight caught in her hair, turning the black strands almost blue. Now here is what I have observed in my preliminary research, she said, and Luca heard the shift in her tone, from informative to analytical. Alpha Luca, your interest lies primarily in what I would call the soul of this territory, the old magic, the sacred places, the waterfall, the orchard. You want the heart and the history. She turned slightly, her gaze landing on Johnson. Alpha Johnson, your interest appears to be centered on convenience and resources. The road access, the farmland, the trade routes, the proximity to human infrastructure. You want the practical benefits. Johnson opened his mouth, likely to object, but Farrah held up one hand. I am not saying either approach is wrong. Both are valid strategic priorities. What I am saying is that this negotiation will require compromise, because no single pack can claim everything. The question we must answer is this: how do we divide this land in the way that serves both packs fairly, protects the sacred sites appropriately, and honors the memory of the Braxton pack, who died defending it? The room fell silent. Luca found himself staring at her, acutely aware that he was watching a master at work. Farrah had not just laid out the facts. She would frame the entire conflict in a way that forced both alphas to think beyond their own immediate wants. She would levitate the conversation from "what do I get?" to what is fair and right. Her reputation as firm but fair was not just earned, it was understated. Now, Farrah said, pulling out a thick binder and setting it between the two alphas, let us discuss historical water rights, starting with the treaties established in 1974 between the Braxton, Redwood, and Clearwater packs. These treaties will inform how we approach water access and usage rights for the rivers that border or run through the contested territory. She flipped open the binder, revealing page after page of documented agreements, hand-drawn maps from decades past, and witness signatures from wolves long dead. Alpha Luca, I believe your pack has a historical claim to water access based on the downstream flow of the Northern River. Alpha Johnson, your pack has established rights to certain tributaries based on the 1982 amendment. We will need to examine these carefully to determine how they apply to current claims. Luca pulled the binder toward him, scanning the first few pages. The documents were old, some yellowed with age, but meticulously organized. He recognized his grandfather's signature on one treaty, his father's on another. This was pack history, a legal precedent, and a strategic advantage all rolled into one. Beside him, Mejmish leaned in to look at the documents, his expression thoughtful. Across the table, Johnson was doing the same with his own advisor, a thin man Luca vaguely recognized from previous pack gatherings. Take your time, Farrah said. We have 4 hours this morning. I want both of you to review the historical water clauses thoroughly before we begin discussing current applications. She moved to the coffee station, poured herself a cup with steady hands, and returned to her position at the head of the table, still standing, still commanding the room with nothing but presence and expertise. Luca found himself watching her again, the way she held her coffee cup, the way her eyes tracked both alphas and their advisors, cataloging reactions and filing information away for later use. She was not just running these negotiations, she was conducting them like a maestro, leading an orchestra, aware of every instrument and every note. "Mr. Kai," he said, not quite sure why he was speaking until the words were already out. "How long have you been doing this?" She looked at him, one eyebrow rising slightly. "Territorial negotiations?" "Yes. 12 years as head negotiator, 6 years before that as a junior negotiator under my predecessor." She took a sip of her coffee. "This is my 73rd territorial dispute. I have seen everything from simple boundary adjustments to full-scale territory wars that required council intervention to prevent bloodshed." 73, Johnson repeated, sounding grudgingly impressed despite himself. 73, Farrah confirmed. Which means I know every trick, every manipulation tactic, and every legal loophole you might be tempted to try. I know when someone's lying, when they are stalling, and when they are genuinely trying to reach a fair agreement. Her gaze hardened slightly. So I strongly suggest we keep this professional, honest, and productive, because the alternative is that I declare the negotiations failed and recommend the council absorb the Braxton lands into neutral territory, which benefits no one. The implicit threat hung in the air: play fair or lose everything. Understood, Luca said quietly. He meant it. The last thing he wanted was to lose this opportunity because Johnson could not control his ego. Good. Farrah set down her coffee cup and returned to the maps. Now, let us talk about the northern waterfall in detail, its strategic importance, its sacred significance, and why its ownership is likely to be the most contested aspect of this entire negotiation. She was right, of course, as Farrah walked them through the waterfall's history, its use in Braxton ceremonies, its position at the headwaters of two major rivers, its accessibility and defensibility. Luca felt his determination solidify. That waterfall could not go to Johnson. It was too important, too strategically critical, too dangerous to place in the hands of an alpha who might dam it or divert it to serve his own interests without considering the downstream impacts. Across the table, Johnson's expression suggested he felt the same way, but in reverse. This was going to be a battle. But as Luca glanced at Farrah, standing tall at the head of the table, her hands tracing rivers on an ancient map, her voice steady as she recited treaty language from memory, he felt something unexpected: confidence. Because if anyone could navigate this minefield of ego, history, and strategic necessity, it was the woman currently commanding the room with nothing but intelligence, preparation, and unshakable authority. Farrah Kai, head negotiator of the Lunar Accord Council, was exactly where she belonged, and Luca was beginning to understand why the council trusted her with their most difficult cases. She was brilliant, uncompromising, and completely in control. And despite himself, despite the professional nature of their interaction, despite the complete absence of any mate bond, Luca found himself deeply, genuinely impressed. By the second day of negotiations, the conference room had taken on the character of a war room. The large mahogany table was entirely obscured by documents. Maps covered nearly every surface, weighted down by porcelain coffee mugs and condensation-ringed water glasses. Post-it notes marked contested areas in bright, aggressive yellow and stark red. The air was thick, heavy with the metallic tang of stale coffee, the dusty scent of ancient paper, and a subtle, sharp tension that came from three powerful, contained wolves trying to reach an agreement without tearing each other's throats out. Luca arrived early again, unable to break the habit of vigilance. The morning sun slanted through the tall windows, casting long, sharp shadows and painting the dust motes suspended in the air in shades of amber and gold. He would barely slept, too busy hunched over the water rights documents Farrah had provided, tracing the blue lines of rivers through territories that had shifted boundaries multiple times over the decades, the dry paper whispering beneath his fingertips. Hamish appeared silently with a fresh carafe of coffee, looking as tired as Luca felt, though his eyes remained sharp. "Johnson does not sleep," he murmured, his voice low and gravelly. "He plots." Heard him on the phone with his advisors until past midnight. The cadence was furious. "Building his arguments," Luca said, accepting the fresh ceramic mug gratefully. The black liquid was bitter and bracing, heat immediately clearing the fog from his mind. He exhaled slowly. "He knows water rights are going to be the hardest fight. If he controls the headwaters, he controls us. Are you ready for it?" Hamish asked, leaning a hip against the table's edge. Luke thought about the documents he would memorize, the treaties his grandfather had signed, the careful, specific language about downstream access and seasonal flows. He pushed the mug back slightly, the porcelain scraping faintly against the map. "As ready as I can be. We hold a historical position." The door swung inward with a sudden, jarring metallic scrape of the latch, and Johnson strode in. The confidence he would carried yesterday was somewhat dimmed by the dark circles smudged beneath his eyes. He would clearly been up late as well, and it showed in the tight, aggressive set of his jaw, and a restless energy that made him seem spoiling for a fight. His boots made a heavy, dragging sound on polished hardwood floor. "Luca," Johnson said curtly, his voice rough. He poured himself coffee aggressively, the porcelain clinking against the silver edge of the pot, because his hands were not quite steady. "Sleep well? Or did the ghosts of those old treaties keep you tossing?" "Well enough," Luca returned, matching the Alpha's curt tone. "Good. You will need your energy." Johnson settled into his seat with a heavy thud that rattled the nearby water glasses. "I have been reviewing those water clauses, and I think you will find my pack has stronger historical claims to the upper river runs than you realize." Before Luca could offer a counter, the door opened again. Farrah entered like a controlled storm, all purpose and absolute precision. Today she wore a crisp, charcoal gray blouse tucked into impeccably tailored black dress pants, her heels clicking against the hardwood floor with a sharp, authoritative click-tap rhythm. Her hair was pulled back severely in a French braid that fell between her shoulder blades, every strand perfectly in place. She carried a different briefcase today, along with a rugged leather portfolio that looked heavy with documents. A faint, clean scent of expensive linen and ozone preceded her. "Good morning," she said, setting her materials down at the head of the table. Her storm gray eyes scanned both Alphas, assessing their tension levels and moods, with the practiced ease of someone who would learn to read rooms instinctively. "I trust everyone reviewed the historical water rights documents I provided yesterday." The volume was considerable, but necessary. "Extensively," Johnson said, his jaw tight. "Good. Then let us begin." Farrah remained standing, pulling out a map that looked even older than the ones from yesterday. The paper dry, yellowed, and fragile. The ink faded, but still legible. As she unrolled it, the dry paper made a soft, sibilant whispering sound. "This is a treaty map from 1969, 56 years ago, showing the water rights established between the Braxton, Clearwater, and Redwood packs. Notice here," she pointed to a section of river marked with specific looping notations, "the language about downstream access in perpetuity for all signatory packs. The ink may be faded, Alpha Johnson, but the commitment is not." Luca leaned forward, studying the document. His grandfather's distinctive signature was visible at the bottom, along with two others he did not recognize. "This treaty," Farrah continued, her voice cool and measured, "establishes that any pack with territory downstream from a water source has guaranteed access to that water, regardless of who controls the source. The language is very specific. No dam, diversion, or obstruction may be placed that would reduce flow by more than 10% during any season." She looked pointedly at Johnson, who shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Your pack was not a signatory to this treaty, Alpha Johnson. Which means if you were to gain control of the northern waterfall and the river headwaters, you would still be bound by these restrictions. Your control over the land does not grant you absolute control over the water." Johnson's jaw tightened visibly, a muscle twitching near his ear. "That treaty is over 50 years old, a relic of a different era, and still legally binding," Farrah interrupted smoothly, holding his gaze. "The Lunar Accord Council maintains records of all territorial treaties in perpetuity. Unless superseded by a newer agreement signed by all original parties or their successors, these treaties remain in effect." She paused, letting the heavy truth settle. "Do you have documentation," she asked, her voice dropping slightly, "of a superseding agreement?" Johnson's teeth ground together audibly. "No," he admitted grudgingly. "Then the 1969 treaty stands." Farrah smoothly replaced the fragile map with a bundle of documents, this one more recent. "However, there is a 1982 amendment that grants certain tributary rights to the Black Gum Pack. Let us examine that next." They spent the next hour digging through treaty language so dense and technical that Luca found himself clutching the rim of his empty coffee mug, grateful for Hamish's quick, silent nudges offering crucial legal details. Farrah walked them through interpretations, clarifications, and exceptions with the patience of a teacher and the devastating precision of a lawyer. She never sat down. She kept the pace, relentless, never wavering, never letting either Alpha dominate the conversation or twist the language to suit their narrative. Johnson tried, repeatedly, his frustration mounting with every corrected interpretation. If you look at the tributary clause, Johnson argued, his voice rising, stabbing his finger aggressively at a particular paragraph so hard the paper wrinkled. It clearly states that my pack has primary access to western water sources. That should include the flow from the upper ridge. Primary access means first rights in times of scarcity. Farrah corrected immediately, her tone firm but devoid of emotion. It does not mean exclusive control. And if you read the full clause, she leaned over the table, her finger tracing the lines precisely, you will see it specifically applies to tributaries, not main river channels. No northern river is classified as a main channel. That is a matter of interpretation, Johnson sputtered. No, Alpha Johnson, it is a matter of definition. Farrah straightened, crossing her arms over her chest. The treaty defines main channels as any waterway capable of supporting year-round navigation by watercraft. The Northern River meets that standard. Therefore, the tributary clause does not apply. Johnson's face reddened to a deep crimson. His breath hissed out between his teeth, a sound of frustrated, trapped rage. You are splitting hairs. I am reading the treaty as written. Farrah's voice remained calm, but Luca heard the unmistakable tensile strength of steel underneath the professional veneer, which is exactly what my job requires. If you have a different legal interpretation supported by council precedent, I am happy to review it. Otherwise, we proceed based on the documented agreements. The room fell into a heavy, resonant silence, punctuated only by the distant whir of the ventilation system. Luca caught Hamish's eye and saw his own thoughts reflected there. Farrah was not merely mediating. She was holding the line on every single point, backed by decades of legal precedent and an encyclopedic knowledge of pack law. It was impressive as hell to watch. Let us move on, Farrah said, breaking the silence with the rustle of paper. She gathered the weighty water rights documents and replaced them with a different set of papers, these ones marked with stark red tabs. We need to discuss the Braxton survivors. The energy in the room shifted immediately, the sharp, aggressive tension giving way to something heavier and more solemn. Grief, respect. The dead weight of lives lost and lives irrevocably shattered. The subtle scent of wood polish and old leather replaced the sharp smell of antagonism. Farrah's expression softened slightly, though her voice remained steady and professional. According to council records, there were 12 survivors of the Braxton massacre. 8 adults, 4 children. They scattered to various neighboring territories in the immediate aftermath, seeking safety and shelter within weeks of the attack. She laid out a single sheet with names, ages, and current locations. Luca recognized several wolves he would help to bury families for, young ones who would watch their parents die, and whose terrified scent he could still recall. The question before us, Farrah continued quietly, her voice imbued with gravity, is which pack will formally absorb these survivors. This is not a trivial matter. Absorption means guaranteeing rank, safety, and full integration into pack society. It means accepting direct responsibility for their well-being, their futures, and their healing. We are dealing with trauma, not just territory. Luca sat back in his chair, his empty coffee mug forgotten. He would already made his decision about this weeks ago. The choice, a clear, immutable obligation fixed deep in his chest. Lakeside Valley will take them, he said. All of them, if they are willing. We have space, resources, and several pack members who have already formed connections with the survivors. We will guarantee their ranks based on their status in the Braxton pack, with opportunities for advancement, full integration, full protection. Johnson's eyes narrowed. That is convenient. Take the survivors, take the sympathy, and use it to leverage your claim to the sacred sites. Luca's wolf surged forward, and he had to physically restrain himself from snarling. Those are people, Johnson, not political leverage. Gentlemen. Farrah's voice cut through the rising tension like a knife. She turned to Johnson, her storm gray eyes hard. Alpha Johnson, I want to be very clear about something. The survivors of the Braxton massacre are not negotiating chips. They are traumatized wolves who lost everything and deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. If you cannot approach this topic with appropriate gravity, we will table it until you can. Johnson had the grace to look slightly ashamed. I apologize. That was poorly phrased. It was. Farrah did not soften her tone. Now is the Black Gum Pack prepared to offer formal absorption to any of the survivors? Johnson hesitated, and in that hesitation Luca saw the truth. Johnson did not actually want the survivors. They represented responsibility without immediate benefit, emotional labor without strategic gain. He wanted the land and the resources, but not the people. My pack is willing to discuss it, Johnson said finally. But realistically, I think Alpha Luca's pack has stronger existing connections with most of the survivors. Then we will note that the Lakeside Valley pack is prepared to offer full absorption with rank guarantees, Farrah said, making a notation on her paperwork. I will need formal documentation of those guarantees within the week, Alpha Luca. Specific rank placements, integration timeline, resource allocation, all of it in writing. You will have it, Luca promised. Farrah nodded, then moved to the large territorial map spread across the center of the table. She picked up a red marker and began circling specific features. Now let us talk about what these survivors need, she said. Several of them have expressed interest in maintaining connection to their ancestral lands, specifically the burial grounds and the sacred clearing near the waterfall. Regardless of which pack gains control of those areas, we need to establish perpetual access rights for the survivors and their descendants. She looked between both alphas. This is non-negotiable. The council will not approve any agreement that denies the Braxton survivors access to their burial grounds and sacred sites. Agreed, Luca said immediately. Fine, Johnson muttered. Good. Farrah made more notations. We will draft specific language about access rights, visitation schedules, and maintenance responsibilities. If Lakeside Valley absorbs the survivors, Alpha Luca, you will be responsible for organizing those visits and ensuring the sites are properly cared for. Understood. Farrah set down her marker and pulled out yet another map, this one showing the central heart of the Braxton territory in detail. The old packhouse ruins were marked, along with surrounding structures and features. There is another element we need to address, she said, tapping the map. The orchard. Luca's attention sharpened instantly. Located directly behind the old Braxton Alpha house, Farrah continued. This orchard represents significant agricultural value. According to the surveys I commissioned last week, approximately 60% of the trees are still producing fruit despite years of neglect. With proper care and maintenance, the orchard could yield substantial harvests within 2 growing seasons. She looked at Luca. Your pack has agricultural expertise, correct? We do, Luca confirmed, keeping his voice neutral despite his racing pulse. Several pack members have farming backgrounds. We maintain orchards and gardens on our current territory. And your pack, Alpha Johnson? Johnson waved a hand dismissively. We have farmland, but we focus more on livestock and grain crops. Fruit trees are not really our priority. Luca saw the opening and took it. The orchard would be a natural fit for Lakeside Valley. We know how to restore it, the labor force to maintain it, and the existing trade relationships to distribute the harvest. It makes strategic sense. It is also conveniently located near other features you want, Johnson shot back. The sacred clearing, the waterfall, the old pack grounds. You are trying to claim the entire northern section. Because the northern section has cohesive value, Luca argued, feeling his frustration rise. The orchard, the sacred sites, the water sources, they are interconnected. It makes more sense to keep them under unified management than to chop them up into pieces that serve no one effectively. Johnson leaned forward, his voice dropping into a growl. Or you just want the best parts of the territory, and you are dressing it up in strategic language. That is rich coming from someone who wants the road access and human trade routes. Gentlemen, Farrah's voice was not loud, but it cut through their argument with surgical precision. Both alphas fell silent, turning to look at her. She stood at the head of the table, hands flat on its surface, leaning forward slightly. The morning light caught in her dark hair, highlighting the sharp angles of her face and the intensity in her storm-gray eyes. We have been at this for 2 days, she said, her voice calm but carrying an edge of steel. And while we have made progress on historical documentation and survivor placement, we are now circling the same arguments about contested land features without resolution. She straightened, crossing her arms. Here is what I am seeing. Both of you want specific features for legitimate reasons. The orchard, the waterfall, the sacred sites, the road access. These all have strategic and emotional value. But we cannot resolve these disputes by shouting across a table or trying to outmaneuver each other with legal technicalities. Farrah began walking slowly around the table, her heels clicking in a measured rhythm. Eventually, she said, we are going to conduct a full perimeter walk of the Braxton territory. Not today, not this week, necessarily, but it will happen. We are going to see the waterfall in person. We are going to walk through the orchard and assess its actual condition. We are going to stand in the sacred clearing and understand why it matters. We are going to examine the road access, the farmland, the forest density, and every other feature we have been discussing in the abstract. She stopped, looking at both alphas with unwavering intensity. Because we will not decide this from a table. We will decide it with our boots on the soil. The words hung in the air, carrying a weight that spoke to something primal and every wolf present. And was not just lines on a map or clauses in a treaty. It was something you felt beneath your feet, smelled in the air, understood in your bones. Luca found himself nodding slowly. Johnson's expression was harder to read, but he did not argue. Until then, Farrah continued, returning to her position at the head of the table. We are going to continue working through the documented evidence. We have water rights, survivor placement, and resource allocation to finalize. We have historical precedents to review and treaty language to interpret. There is plenty of work to do before we set foot on that land. She checked her watch. It is 12:45. We will break for lunch and reconvene at 2. This afternoon, I want both of you to review your written proposals and be prepared to present preliminary boundary suggestions. They do not need to be final, but I want to see you thinking on how the land could be divided fairly. Farrah began gathering her documents with brisk efficiency. And gentlemen, when you are drafting those proposals, remember that fair does not mean equal. It means appropriate to the need, capability, and historical context. Think strategically, not greedily. She closed her briefcase with a decisive snap and looked at both alphas one more time. We will reach a resolution that serves both packs, honors the Braxton survivors, and protects the sacred sites. But it is going to require patience, honesty, and a willingness to compromise. Can you both commit to that? Yes, Luca said without hesitation. Johnson took a moment longer, but finally nodded. Yes, good. Farrah shouldered her briefcase. See you at 2. She walked out of the conference room with that same commanding presence, leaving both alphas and their advisors in silence. After a long moment, Johnson stood abruptly. I need air, he muttered and stalked out. Hamish let out a low whistle once they were alone. She is something else. She is, Luca agreed, staring at the maps spread across the table. His fingers traced the outline of the orchard, the waterfall, the sacred clearing. Features he wanted not just for strategic reasons, but because they felt right, because they called to something in his wolf. You really want the northern section, Hamish observed. It was not a question. I do. Luca looked up at his beta. The orchard for food security and trade. The waterfall protects our water access. The sacred sites, because they deserve proper care, and the survivors deserve to visit their ancestors without crossing hostile territory. And because Johnson would abuse them, Hamish added quietly. And because Johnson would abuse them, Luca confirmed. He would seen how Black Gum Alpha operated, always looking for advantage, always willing to exploit whatever he controlled, for maximum benefit, with minimal regard for tradition or respect. Think she will side with you? Luca shook his head. She will not side with either of us. That is not how she works. She will find a division that is fair based on the evidence, the treaties, and what makes the most strategic sense. He paused. Which means I need to prove that Lakeside Valley is the right choice for the northern section, not just argue it, prove it. Then we would better get to work on that proposal, Hamish said, already pulling out his own notes and sketches. They worked through lunch, barely tasting the sandwiches someone brought them. By the time 2 o'clock arrived, Luca had outlined a comprehensive proposal that justified every boundary he was suggesting, backed by treaty references, strategic necessity, and the needs of the Braxton survivors. It was not perfect. It was not everything he wanted, but it was fair. And if there was one thing he would learned about Farrah Kai in the past 2 days, it was that fairness mattered more to her than anything else. When they reconvened that afternoon, Farrah listened to both proposals with the same careful attention she would give in everything else. She asked probing questions, challenged weak justifications, and made both alphas defend their reasoning with documented evidence. By the time the session ended at 5, Luca was exhausted, but oddly satisfied. The work was hard, the debates intense, but they were making progress. Slow, painful progress, but progress nonetheless. As he left the conference room, he caught sight of Farrah still standing at the table, studying the maps with that same intense focus. Her profile was sharp in the afternoon light, her dark hair catching gold highlights, and for a moment, Luca just watched her work. She was brilliant, uncompromising, fair to the point of being ruthless about it, and completely in control of a situation that would have devolved into violence in less capable hands. Outside the window, the sun was beginning its descent toward the mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Tomorrow they would return to this room, to these maps, to these endless debates about water and land and the future. But eventually, when Farrah decided the time was right, they would walk that contested ground together, and Luca had the strange feeling that when they did, everything would change. He just did not know how yet. The third day of negotiations started badly and worse. Luca could feel it in the air. The moment he walked into the conference room, a pressure building like a storm, about to break over the stale scent of yesterday's coffee, and a lingering, metallic tang of suppressed aggression. The polished mahogany table gleamed under the overhead lights, reflecting the grim faces that would soon be arrayed around it. Johnson was already there, a sentinel of fury, pacing near the tall, arched windows overlooking the city. His broad shoulders were hunched, arms crossed so tightly his knuckles were white, and his jaw was set in a hard, uncompromising line that might have been carved from stone. Every stride seemed to vibrate with tightly reined frustration. His advisor, a thin beta named Marcus, sat stiffly in his plush leather chair, fingers drumming a nervous, silent rhythm on his knee, looking like he would rather be anywhere but caught in the crossfire of alpha tempers. "Morning," Luca said neutrally, striving for a calm he did not quite feel, as he headed to the sideboard. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee, dark and potent, offered a brief, familiar comfort. He poured a steaming cup, the warmth seeping into his fingertips. Johnson merely grunted in response, a low, guttural sound that seemed to rumble from deep within his chest, not bothering to turn from the window. The air practically crackled with his irritation. Maish appeared at Luca's elbow, his voice pitched low, a whisper barely audible above the hum of the ventilation system. "He has been like that since he arrived 15 minutes ago. Something's got him wound tight. Could not even manage a civil hello." "Great," Luca muttered, taking a slow sip of the bracing hot liquid. "Just what we need for the most contentious day yet." He felt his own wolf beginning to prickle, a low thrum beneath his skin, sensing the impending conflict. The heavy oak door opened and, a soft yet distinct click echoing in the tense silence, and Farrah entered. She carried her now familiar briefcase in a sleek black portfolio, her movements precise and assured. Today she wore a deep burgundy blouse that highlighted the rich warmth in her formidable storm-gray eyes, paired with tailored black slacks and heels that clicked softly, deliberately, on the marble floor. Her long dark hair was pulled back in a sleek ponytail, emphasizing the elegant, almost regal, line of her neck. She took one swift, encompassing look at the palpable tension in the room, and her eyes narrowed slightly, a subtle tightening around the corners, but she said nothing as she moved to set up her materials at the head of the table. Her presence alone seemed to drain some of the static electricity from the air, replacing it with an expectation of order. "Good morning, gentlemen," she said crisply, her voice clear and carrying, cutting through the stifling atmosphere. "Let us begin." She remained standing as always, a commanding figure, coolly efficient as she unfurled a large, laminated map, marked with heavy red circles and intricate notations. The map crackled faintly as it settled. "Today, We are addressing the most contested sections of the Braxton territory, the areas where both packs have overlapping claims, competing strategic interests, and the strongest emotional attachments. Luca felt his wolf stir more actively beneath his skin, its hackles beginning to rise. A cold dread settled in his stomach. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him, exactly what was coming. Specifically, Farrah continued, her slender finger tracing lines on the map, we need to discuss final boundaries for the northern section, including the waterfall, the sacred clearing, and the orchard, and the southern section, including the main road and primary farmland. These are the features that have appeared in both of your proposals with minimal room for compromise. She lifted her gaze, her storm gray eyes sharp and unwavering, and she looked between them, assessing, demanding. I need an honest discussion about what you are willing to negotiate and what you consider non-negotiable. We cannot move forward until we understand where the real lines are. Johnson turned from the window, his face already flushed a mottled red, his eyes glinting with a challenge. I will tell you where the line is. That waterfall should be part of the Blackgum territory. We have the infrastructure to manage it properly. We have historical connections to the region, and frankly, Lakeside Valley does not need it as much as they claim. His voice was tight, each word clipped and sharp. Luca felt his hands tighten on his coffee mug, the ceramic groaning almost imperceptibly under the pressure. A wave of heat flushed through him. Historical connections, he retorted, his voice strained and low, laced with incredulity. You were not even a signatory to the original water treaties. And we absolutely need that waterfall. Our entire southern river system depends on its flow. You know that. Your southern system has 3 other tributaries feeding into it. Johnson shot back immediately, his voice rising, a sneer twisting his lips. You are not going to dry up just because. It is not about drying up. It is about control. Luca's voice rose despite his desperate attempt to stay calm, the words tearing from his throat, raw with indignation. If you control the headwaters, you control our access. You could dam it, divert it, or restrict flow any time you wanted leverage over my pack. The very thought made his wolf snarl deep in his chest. So this is about trust, Johnson said, his tone dripping with acidic sarcasm, a bitter amusement playing on his face. You do not trust me to manage a water source responsibly. Can you blame me? Luca set his mug down with more force than necessary, the ceramic clattering against the polished wood. You tried to twist the treaty language 3 different times yesterday to grab more territory than you were entitled to. Why the hell would I trust you with something that critical? The accusation hung heavy in the air, thick with unspoken history. Johnson's eyes flashed gold, a dangerous, predatory gleam, as his wolf rose closer to the surface. Careful, Luca. That sounds an awful lot like an accusation. A low growl rumbled in his throat, a warning. It is an observation based on your behavior during these negotiations, Luca countered, his own voice tightening, refusing to back down. He could feel the familiar burn behind his eyes, the prickle of fur almost breaking through his skin. Gentlemen, Farrah started, her voice a calm counterpoint, but Johnson spoke over her, his own rage eclipsing her authority for a brief, dangerous moment. My behavior? What about yours? You are trying to claim the entire northern section, the waterfall, the orchard, the sacred clearing, all of it. You want the heart and soul of that territory, while leaving me with scraps. His voice was a roar now, vibrating with outrage. Those scraps include the most valuable farmland, direct road access to human trade, and nearly equal square mileage. Luca shot back, his own wolf now simmering furiously beneath his skin. He could feel his canines lengthening slightly, a dull ache just behind his lips, and his senses sharpened to the point where he could smell the hot, metallic scent of Johnson's rising aggression. I am trying to divide this fairly based on what each pack actually needs. Fair? You think it is fair that you get all the sacred sites? Johnson scoffed, his gaze burning with contempt. You think you are more entitled to them? I'm the one taking in all the survivors, Luca roared, his voice cracking with exasperation. They need access to their burial grounds, their ceremonial spaces. Oh, here we go again with the survivors. Johnson slammed his hand down on the table, a sudden, jarring crash that made coffee cups rattle precariously. and Marcus jumped in his seat. You are using those people as an excuse to grab everything with cultural significance. Luca surged to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the pristine floor, a harsh, grating sound that further fractured the tense atmosphere. His knuckles were white where he gripped the edge of the table. Those people are not an excuse. They are my responsibility. Something you clearly do not understand because all you care about is what you can exploit. I care about what my pack needs. Johnson roared back, also standing abruptly, his chair clattering behind him, his hands balled into fists at his sides, his chest heaving with furious breaths. We need resources. We need trade access. And yes, we need that waterfall because it is strategically valuable. Then we are at an impasse because I am not giving you control of my pack's water supply. Luca bellowed, his voice raw, his body thrumming with primal anger. And I am not backing down just because you have decided to play saint with the Braxton survivors. Johnson's voice was a low growl now, vibrating with unrestrained fury. Their voices overlapped, a chaotic cacophony of alpha rage, both alphas talking at once, each trying to shout over the other, to dominate the verbal space. Luca's wolf was fully present now, pushing at his control, its instincts demanding he fight, dominate, prove himself. His vision sharpened, focusing intensely on Johnson's furious face, and his muscles coiled, ready to spring. Across the table he could see the golden glow bleeding fully into Johnson's eyes, a primal warning, and could smell the other alpha's aggression rising like a pungent, suffocating physical force. Absolutely ridiculous to suggest that I would sabotage. Not about sabotage. It is about having unilateral control over something that affects plenty of precedent for headwater management. That does not require. Precedent means nothing if you decide to ignore it, like you have ignored every other. How dare you suggest I would violate? I am not suggesting. I am stating a fact based on your documented attempts to. The arguments escalated, a frenzied spiral, volume rising to a deafening pitch, words becoming sharper and more accusatory, laced with venom. Amish and Marcus, Johnson's advisor, both looked increasingly uncomfortable, shrinking in their seats, their eyes darting nervously between the two raging alphas, but neither alpha noticed. They were locked in now, two wolves circling each other verbally, teeth bared, neither willing to back down or show the slightest hint of weakness. Luca's hands gripped the edge of the table so tightly his knuckles were white, the wood digging painfully into his palms. He could feel his claws starting to extend, tiny needles of bone piercing the skin. His wolf demanding he establish dominance, make Johnson submit, prove who was the stronger, more rightful alpha. A low, frustrated growl vibrated in his own chest, threatening to break free, and then Farrah growled. It was not a human sound, not a shout or a scream. It was pure wolf, a deep, commanding rumble that started low in her chest and filled the entire conference room like rolling thunder, vibrating through the very air. The sound resonated in Luca's chest, a powerful, ancient force that rattled his bones and cut through his blinding anger like a blade through silk. Both alphas fell silent instantly. The chaotic din of their shouting died as if surgically removed. The room seemed to freeze. Luca's wolf, which had been snarling and pushing for dominance mere seconds ago, suddenly went very, very still, its primal instincts recognizing an authority far greater than its own. Across the table, Johnson had the same stunned, wide-eye expression, his mouth still slightly open on an unfinished angry sentence, his golden eyes wide with shock. Farrah stood at the head of the table, her hands flat on its surface, not a single hair out of place. Her storm-gray eyes blazed with an authority that had nothing to do with physical strength and everything to do with sheer, indomitable force of will. Her wolf was fully present in those eyes, ancient, powerful, and absolutely, undeniably done with their childish nonsense. A cold, palpable energy radiated from her, demanding obedience. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the shallow, rapid breaths of the observers. No one moved, no one dared to speak. Even Hamish and Johnson's advisors seemed frozen in place, barely breathing, their gazes fixed fearfully on Farrah. When Farrah finally spoke, her voice was quiet, almost a murmur, but it carried more weight and commanded more attention than all their shouting combined. Each word was a sharp, precise cut. "Behave like adults," she said, her gaze sweeping over them, pinning them both in place. "I cannot talk to children throwing their toys out of the crib." Luca felt heat rise in his face, a flush of deep, mortifying embarrassment warring fiercely with his wolf's indignant instinct to bristle at being corrected. But he could not look away from her unwavering gaze, could not deny the piercing truth of her words. They had been acting like children, like two ill-behaved pups fighting over a fresh kill, heedless of anything but their own immediate desires. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. "Sit down," Farrah continued, her tone brooking no argument, leaving no room for defiance. "Both of you." Now, Luca sat, his chair scraped, a softer, chastened sound this time. Nyxen, equally subdued, also sat down, his movements stiff and careful. Neither of them questioned it. The command had been absolute, indisputable. Farrah remained standing, her presence somehow even more commanding now that she would so thoroughly re-establish control. She walked slowly around the table, her heels clicking softly, deliberately, in the suddenly deferential silence. Luca found himself tracking her movement, his wolf's instincts subdued but acutely aware, like prey tracking a predator. A profound respect, tinged with a healthy dose of fear, settling over him. "Let me be absolutely clear," he said, her voice still quiet but carrying an edge that made Luca's wolf lower its head. "I am the head negotiator of the Lunar Accord Council. I have mediated 72 territorial disputes before this one, and I have seen every permutation of alpha posturing, ego, and territoriality that exists. What I will not tolerate, what I have never tolerated, is behavior that undermines the integrity of these negotiations." She stopped behind her chair, hands resting on its back. "You are both powerful alphas. You both lead strong packs. You both have legitimate claims and genuine needs. But if you cannot control yourselves long enough to have a civilized discussion, then we have a problem." Her gaze moved between them like a laser. "From this point forward, you will present your objections one at a time. You will wait for the other party to finish speaking before you respond. You will keep your voices at a reasonable volume and your wolves under control. And if I hear one more word spoken over another, if I see one more instance of you trying to shout each other down, I will suspend these negotiations immediately and recommend that the Council absorb the Braxton lands into neutral territory." The threat hung in the air like a blade. "Do I make myself clear?" Farrah asked. "Yes," Luca said quietly. His wolf had settled completely, recognizing the authority in her command, even if his pride stung from being disciplined like a misbehaving pup. "Crystal," Johnson muttered, looking decidedly less confident than he had 5 minutes ago. "Good." Farrah moved back to the head of the table and pulled out a fresh map. "Now, we are going to address the contested sections systematically. Alpha Johnson, you have 2 minutes to explain why you believe the waterfall should be included in Blackgum territory. 2 minutes, no interruptions. When you are finished, Alpha Luca will have 2 minutes to present his counter-argument. Then we will discuss compromise options." She looked at Johnson expectantly. "Begin." Johnson cleared his throat, visibly trying to regain his composure. "The waterfall is strategically positioned at the northern edge of what would be Blackgum's expanded territory. We have the infrastructure." "Infrastructure meaning?" Farrah interrupted. "Water management systems, engineers on staff, experience with maintaining reservoir systems in our current territory." "Continue." Johnson outlined his argument with considerably more control than before, sticking to facts and documented capabilities, rather than emotional appeals or attacks on Luca's character. When his 2 minutes ended, Farrah held up one hand. "Alpha Luca, your counter-argument." Luca took a breath, forcing himself to think clearly rather than react emotionally. "The waterfall feeds into the primary river system that runs through Lakeside Valley's southern border. According to the 1969 treaty, which Alpha Johnson's pack is not a signatory to, downstream packs have guaranteed rights to water flow, giving unilateral control of the headwaters when non-signatory pack creates a situation where established treaty protections could be circumvented." He kept going, laying out the strategic concerns, the treaty implications, and the practical risks. without raising his voice or attacking Johnson personally. And Farrah called time. He stopped immediately. "Better," Farrah said. "Now let us discuss options." They worked through the waterfall issue for the next hour, examining treaty language, discussing management structures, exploring possibilities for joint oversight or neutral designation. Farrah kept them focused, cutting off tangents and forcing them to address specific questions rather than making broad claims. When they moved to the orchard, then the road access, then the sacred clearing, the same pattern held: present argument, counter-argument, and examine options. No yelling, no talking over each other. No wolf dominance games. It was exhausting and frustrating and infinitely more productive than the shouting match had been. By 11:30 they would made more progress than in the previous 2 days combined, identifying specific sticking points, marking areas where compromise was possible, and highlighting the features that both alphas considered truly non-negotiable. Luca found himself grudgingly grateful for Farrah's iron control of the process. Left to their own devices, he and Johnson would have descended into another fight within minutes. But under her direction, they were actually getting work done, though it did not escape his notice that Johnson kept shooting resentful looks at Farrah when she reined him in. The Black Gum Alpha clearly did not appreciate being managed so tightly, and did not like having his authority challenged even indirectly. Luca, on the other hand, found himself respecting her even more. It took serious spine to growl down 2 territorial alphas and make them behave. Most wolves would not even try. At 1 o'clock, Farrah called for their lunch break. "We will reconvene at 2:30. Use the break to review your notes and prepare for this afternoon's session. We will be addressing the final division proposals and marking the contested areas that require on-site inspection." After Johnson left, still looking sullen, Hamish let out a low whistle. "That growl," he said, shaking his head. "I have never heard anything like it. She is not even an alpha, but damn if my wolf did not want to roll over and show belly." "Mine too," Luca admitted. He ran a hand through his hair, feeling drained. "I should not have let it escalate like that." Johnson was spoiling for a fight from the moment he walked in, Hamish pointed out. "But yeah, we could have handled it better." "Could have been worse," Rick added from his position near the door. "Without her intervention, you two would have been at each other's throats." Literally, Luca could not argue with that. His wolf had been fully present, ready to fight, ready to prove dominance. Another few seconds and they might have shifted, turned the conference room into a paddle ground. Farrah had stopped it cold with nothing but her voice and her authority. "She is incredible," Luca said quietly, almost to himself. Hamish gave him a knowing look but said nothing. The afternoon session was tense but controlled. Farrah walked them through the final division proposals, marking areas of agreement in green and contested areas in red. By the time 4 o'clock rolled around, the map looked like a patchwork quilt, some sections clearly allocated, others bleeding into each other with competing claims. "These red sections," Farrah said, tapping the map with her pen, "are the contested areas that cannot be resolved through documentation alone: the waterfall and its immediate surroundings, the sacred clearing, the orchard boundaries, the northern forest section, where both packs claim historical hunting rights." She straightened, looking at both alphas. "You need to see these areas in person, walk the land, assess the actual conditions, understand the strategic and sacred significance in context, rather than abstraction." Luca felt his pulse quicken. This was it, the moment Farrah had been building toward since the beginning. "Tomorrow," Farrah said, her voice carrying that same commanding authority that had shut down their fight, "we walk the contested property boundaries. We will meet at the main lodge at 7 Rest for hiking. We will be covering significant ground. I have arranged for vehicles to take us to the old Braxton packhouse, and we will proceed on foot from there." She began gathering her materials. "Bring water and wear appropriate footwear. Leave your egos here in this room. We are going to examine this land objectively and make decisions based on what we see, not what we want to believe." Her storm gray eyes moved between them one final time. "And gentlemen, if either of you attempts to turn tomorrow's walk into another territorial pissing match, I will recommend that this negotiation be declared failed. We will be professional, we will be respectful, and we will focus on finding fair solutions. Am I clear?" "Yes, ma'am," Luca said, Johnson nodded stiffly. Clear. Good. Then I will see you both tomorrow morning. She left the conference room with that same controlled grace, leaving behind maps marked with contested ground and two alphas who had been thoroughly reminded of their place in the hierarchy of these negotiations. After a moment, Johnson stood and walked out without another word. Luca remained seated, staring at the red-marked sections on the map. Tomorrow they would walk that land, see the waterfall in person, stand in the sacred clearing, and examine the orchard's condition with their own eyes. Tomorrow, everything would become real. She earned a lot of respect today, Hamish said quietly, and probably some resentment from Johnson. Johnson resents anyone who will not let him dominate, Luca replied. But yes, she commanded this room like, he searched for the right words, like an alpha, but different, not through physical dominance, but through sheer force of will and competence. She is something special, Hamish agreed. He started gathering their own documents. Think we will get the northern section? I do not know. Luca stood, feeling the weight of the past 3 days settling into his bones. But I know we will get a fair shake. That is all we can ask for. As he left the conference room, Luca caught sight of Farrah through a window, standing outside near the tree line. She had her back to the pack house, her face tilted up toward the forest that stretched toward the Braxton lands. Even from a distance he could see the tension in her shoulders, the way she held herself with careful control. She would maintain iron composure all day, especially during that explosive confrontation. But it had cost her something. He could see it now, in the private moment when she thought no one was watching. Tomorrow they would walk the contested ground together. Tomorrow he would see if the land called to him the way he hoped it would, if standing in that sacred clearing and beside that waterfall would confirm what he already believed, that Lakeside Valley was meant to be its caretaker. But tonight, he would let Farrah have her moment of peace, let her decompress from emerging two territorial alphas who would nearly come to blows in her conference room. She would earn it. And whether she knew it or not, she would earn something else too, Luca's complete and genuine respect. Tomorrow will be interesting indeed. Luca arrived at the main lodge at 6:45, the air around him carrying the sharp, metallic tang of the early morning chill. He was dressed in worn jeans, hiking boots that bore the scuffs of 100 trails, and a long-sleeved Henley that had seen better days. The heavy fabric felt reassuringly familiar against his skin. He would brought a pack with cold, sweat-beaded water bottles, several dense energy bars, and a comprehensive first aid kit, because hiking abandoned territory that had not been maintained in 6 months was asking for trouble, and Luca preferred to be prepared for torn ligaments and deep scratches. The morning air was crisp and cool, carrying the intensely fresh scent of pine needles, drying dew, and the loamy richness of dew-wet earth. Mist, thick and white, clung tenaciously to the low areas, slowly burning off in wispy ribbons as the sun climbed higher, casting the landscape in a soft, ethereal glow. It was the kind of morning that made his wolf, usually a steady, silent presence, shift restlessly beneath his skin, wanting to stretch, to run, to feel the cold, damp earth beneath his paws and the exhilarating whip of the wind in his fur. Hamish and Rick were already there, similarly dressed in durable, faded clothing appropriate for a long day of strenuous hiking. Their gear looked used, comfortable, and reliable. Johnson stood near one of the vehicles, a large, rugged SUV clearly designed to handle the rough terrain, talking in low, clicked tones with his advisor. The contrast was immediate. Johnson wore expensive hiking gear that looked like it had never seen actual use, all brand-new tags and pristine, rustling synthetic fabric. His boots, stiff and unscuffed, gleamed faintly in the pale sun. Luca leaned in toward Hamish, murmuring, "He looks ready for a photo shoot, not 6 hours of bushwhacking." Hamish did not take his eyes off Johnson. His voice was low and dry. "I bet those boots still squeak when he walks. This is going to be a fun 12 miles. Rick snorted, adjusting the heavy steel buckle on his belt, the metal clicking sharply. "At least we know he will not be setting any speed records." Luca was about to comment on the potential for painful blisters in brand-new footwear, when the heavy oak door of the lodge offered a resonant thud and opened, and Farrah stepped out. Luca's wolf, which had been peacefully settled beneath his skin. suddenly surged forward with an intense, physical jolt that stole his breath and tightened his chest. His heart kicked hard against his ribs, a frantic rhythm against the sudden silence in his mind, and for a moment he forgot how to form words, his focus utterly consumed. She wore jeans, not the tailored dress pants or skirts he would seen her in all week, but actual blue denim that hugged her long legs and looked broken in, soft and comfortable. A simple white cotton button-down shirt was tucked neatly into the waistband, sleeves rolled up evenly to her elbows, revealing strong, tan forearms. Well-worn leather boots, the color of dark earth, and bearing the subtle patina of extensive use, completed the outfit. They looked like they would walk 1,000 miles and were ready for 1,000 more, but it was the hat that made his wolf practically whimper in approval. A wide-brimmed, cowboy-style hat sat perfectly on her head, the brim curved in gentle waves, casting dramatic, dancing shadows across her face that emphasized her sharp cheekbones and the piercing clarity of her storm-gray eyes. Her long black hair was pulled back in a low, practical ponytail that swung lightly between her shoulder blades. She looked like she would step straight out of some old Western photograph, tough, capable, possessing an undeniable competence, and absolutely stunning in the rugged daylight. Luca realized he was staring, his jaw perhaps slightly slack, and he tried to look away. Failed. Tried again. His eyes refused to leave the shadow cast by the brim of her hat. "Morning," Farrah said, her voice carrying across the space between them without shouting, clear and resonant against the light wind. She had a thick leather messenger bag slung across her body, a metallic water bottle clipped securely to her belt, and what looked like a professional surveying compass, with a polished brass casing held casually in one hand. "Everyone ready?" "Yes, ma'am," Rick said immediately, snapping to attention. Hamish made a muffled sound that might have been agreement or might have been suppressed laughter. Luca did not look at his beta to find out, because that would require taking his eyes off Farrah, and apparently his brain had decided that precious few seconds of visual intake were impossible to sacrifice. She noticed his intense stare, and one perfectly sculpted eyebrow rose slightly beneath the shadow of the brim. "Problem, Alpha Luca?" He sucked in a quick breath, the fresh pine air burning his lungs. "No," he said, his voice coming out rougher than intended, the sound grinding slightly in his throat. He cleared it quickly. "No problem. You look different. Ready for the field." "That is because I am ready for the field." She adjusted the strap of her thick leather bag, the action pulling the fabric across her chest. "I have walked more territorial boundaries than I can count. Always pays to dress appropriately. You do not want to learn that lesson when you are wading through a thorny ravine." She glanced pointedly at Johnson's pristine, rustling gear, and her lips twitched slightly. "Some people learn that lesson faster than others, I suppose." Johnson's face darkened and he scowled, but he wisely said nothing. His advisor gave Farrah a strained, nervous smile. "All right, then." Farrah pulled out a heavy, folded map and spread it across the hood of the large SUV with a sharp snap of thick paper. "Here is the plan. We will drive to the old Braxton pack house. It is accessible by the service road, though it is rough travel. From there we walk. I want to see the Alpha House ruins first, then the collapsed orchard directly behind it. After that, we will head north to the waterfall and examine the sacred clearing. Then we will loop through the denser eastern forest sections before coming back through the southern valley and examining the road access to town." She traced the entire route with a clean, precise movement of her finger, her nails short and practical. The total distance is approximately 12 miles of varied terrain. Terrain varies from easy forest paths to moderately difficult washouts. We will take breaks as needed, but I want to cover everything today. Questions? How long do you expect this to take? Johnson asked, his tone laced with skepticism. 6 to 8 hours, depending on how thorough we need to be and how much time we spend arguing instead of walking. She looked at him pointedly, her gray eyes sharp. "I'm hoping for the former. We need accurate data, not rushed guesses." Luca caught Hamish's eye and saw his beta fighting a wicked grin, clearly enjoying Farrah's no-nonsense authority. They loaded into 2 vehicles. Luca, Hamish, and Rick squeezed into one, the cabin immediately smelling of worn leather and pine tar. Farrah, Johnson, and his advisor took the other. Farrah drove her vehicle herself, handling the heavy SUV with practiced ease, navigating potholes and deep washouts on the rough service road like someone who had done this kind of driving 100 times before. Luca felt the constant jostle and the heavy sigh of their own vehicle's suspension as they moved deeper into the unmaintained woods. The service road wound through forest that grew progressively wilder, less maintained, until they finally emerged into a wide, overgrown clearing that made Luca's heart clench, the Braxton Packhouse, or what was left of it. The structure had been grand once, 3 stories of rough-hewn stone and massive timber, built to house and protect a thriving pack. Now it stood in utter ruins. The roof collapsed in jagged sections, windows shattered into dust, and walls blackened and blistered by fire. The massacre had been brutal, and the attackers had tried ruthlessly to burn the evidence. They would only partially succeeded, leaving behind this skeletal, haunting reminder of what had been lost. Farrah parked precisely and climbed out, her expression grave as she surveyed the damage. The air here was strangely cold, weighted by sorrow, and carried the ghost scent of lie and decay. This was the heart of their territory, she said quietly, her voice hushed. Everything radiated out from here. Luca stood beside her, his boots crunching softly on the scattered gravel. He inhaled deeply, taking in the scent of old ash, rotted wood, and beneath it all, the terrifying, faint trace of dried blood, a smell his wolf recognized instantly as desecration. His wolf whined softly, a mournful sound beneath his skin, recognizing sacred ground that had been stained and abandoned. The survivors will not want to rebuild here, he said, the words heavy. Too many ghosts, too much sorrow clinging to the stone. No, Farrah agreed, her gaze sweeping over the collapsed timbers, but they will want it protected, marked, honored. She pulled out a small, sturdy notebook and began sketching immediately, her pencil moving in quick, sure strokes. The structure itself should be stabilized to prevent further collapse, then designated as a memorial site. Whoever gets this section of territory will be responsible for its maintenance and protection. She looked directly at both alphas, her eyes stern and uncompromising, non-negotiable. This is where children died. It deserves respect, silence, and permanent honor. Agreed, Luca said immediately, without hesitation. Johnson nodded, his usual bluster subdued by the unbearable weight of standing in place where an entire pack had been slaughtered. Agreed. Could. Farrah made crisp notations in her book, then gestured toward the back of the ruined house. The preserved orchard is through there. Let us go. They walked through what had once been the main hall. Their boots made a distressing hollow crunch on broken glass, pulverized plaster, and debris. Luca clearly sees scorch marks on the walls and faint deep claw marks where wolves had fought desperately for their lives against the advancing fire and attackers. His wolf pushed relentlessly at his emotional control, wanting to howl a lament for the dead, but he held it back. He knew there would be time for that later, when they were alone. Beyond the collapsed house, the land opened up abruptly, and there was the orchard. Luca stopped in his tracks, taking it in. The atmosphere shifted. The air here was warmer, carrying the sweet smell of fermentation and decay. Rows upon rows of fruit trees stretched across several acres, their branches heavy with late-season apples still clinging stubbornly, despite the lateness of the year. Some trees had grown wild, branches tangled and unkempt, but the structure of the orchard was strong. The bones were visible, the careful spacing, the earthen irrigation ditches, the low stone walls that protected the lower sections from the worst frost. It is bigger than the original paper surveys indicated, Farrah said, already walking between the rows, her hand trailing along rough bark that felt dry and brittle. These trees have been producing for decades. The rootstock is excellent, deep, and established. She stopped at one tree, the branches weighed down severely, and picked an apple, examining it critically in her palm. Late-season variety. Hard meant to be stored through winter, a crucial resource. She took an audible, crisp bite, the crack of the skin echoing in the quiet space, and chewed thoughtfully. Good flavor. Sharp, well-balanced acid, some minor pest damage, but nothing that proper pruning and maintenance would not fix quickly. Luca watched her move through the orchard with the same focused, cataloging attention she brought to everything else. She was not just seeing neglected fruit trees, she was assessing soil quality, cataloging varieties, noting irrigation needs, and structural repairs required to the aging stone walls. This represents serious, tangible agricultural value, she said, making more scratchy notes. With proper care, and they needed immediately, this orchard could easily produce enough fruit to feed a medium-sized pack with a significant surplus for trade or storage. The central question is, which pack has the operational knowledge and the necessary resources to restore it properly and quickly? We do, Luca said, stepping forward. Lakeside Valley has maintained orchards for 3 generations. We have pack members with agricultural backgrounds, established trade relationships with human farmers for supplies and expertise, and the labor force to do the restoration work. Blackham has farmland too, Johnson pointed out. You focus on livestock and grain crops, Farrah interrupted, not looking up from her notebook. Alpha Luca already stated this during negotiations. Do you have specific expertise in fruit tree cultivation? Johnson's jaw tightened. We could hire experts. So could any pack. Farrah turned to face him. The question is not whether you could manage it, Alpha Johnson. It is whether you are the best choice to manage it. There is a difference. She moved on before Johnson could argue, walking the perimeter of the orchard and sketching its boundaries. Luca followed, letting his eyes trace the rows of trees, imagining what this place could look like with proper care. Imagining his pack members working the harvest, children climbing the branches, the scent of blossoms in spring filling the air. It felt right. His wolf settled with a contentment that surprised him, as if the land itself was confirming what he already knew. This orchard belonged with Lakeside Valley. After 45 minutes of detailed examination, Farrah declared them done with the orchard. North to the waterfall, she said, consulting her compass and map. It is about 1.5 miles through the forest. The trail's going to be overgrown. She was right. The path that had once connected the packhouse to the northern territories was barely visible now, choked with undergrowth and fallen branches. They had to move single file, pushing through vegetation that caught their clothes and scratched exposed skin. But Farrah navigated it effortlessly, her boots finding secure footing on uncertain ground, her hat protecting her face from low-hanging branches. She paused occasionally to mark their position on her map, or take photographs with the small camera she would pull from her bag. Johnson tried twice to start arguments about boundary placements, and both times Farrah shut him down without breaking stride. Not now, Alpha Johnson. We are here to observe, not debate. By the time they reached the waterfall, Luca's shirt was damp with sweat, and his legs were burning from the climb. But when he heard the sound of rushing water and emerged into the clearing, every bit of discomfort vanished. The waterfall was magnificent. It fell from a cliff face about 40 feet up, the water clear and cold, as it crashed into a pool below, before flowing out into the river system that fed south toward Lakeside Valley territory. Mist hung in the air, catching sunlight and creating small rainbows. The rocks around the pool were smooth and dark, worn by centuries of water flow. And the clearing itself, Luca felt it the moment he stepped into the space, a subtle thrumming beneath his feet, a sense of presence that made his wolf lift its head in recognition. This was old magic, ancient power that had nothing to do with packs or politics and everything to do with the land itself. The sacred clearing, Farrah said softly, and for the first time since they had started walking, she sounded genuinely moved. The Braxton pack conducted ceremonies here for over 100 years. Moon rituals, mating ceremonies, coming-of-age celebrations. She walked to the edge of the pool, crouching down to trail her fingers through the water. And this waterfall feeds into the primary river system that serves 3 different territories. Control of this water source is critical, Luca finished. He moved to stand beside her, looking up at the falls. If someone dammed this or diverted the flow, they could hold multiple packs hostage. That is too much power for any single alpha to have, which is why I am considering recommending it be designated neutral territory, Farrah said, standing and brushing off her hands. Sacred ground maintained jointly by both packs, or placed under council protection entirely. What? Johnson's voice cracked like a whip. That is not. We should at least have. Alpha Johnson. Farrah turned to face him, and even with the hat shadowing her eyes, Luca could see the steel in her expression. This is not a debate. I told you we are here to observe. I will note your objection, but we are not discussing this here and now. Johnson's face reddened. You cannot just unilaterally decide. I am not deciding anything unilaterally. I am considering options based on what I see and what makes strategic sense for all parties involved. Her voice remained level, but Luca heard the warning underneath. Now, do you want to continue this walk productively, or would you prefer to argue while I document everything without your input? Johnson glared at her for a long moment, then turned away, muttering under his breath. Farrah spent the next 30 minutes examining every aspect of the waterfall and clearing, water flow rates, accessibility, the condition of the ceremonial stone circle that sat at the clearing's center, sightlines, and defensive positions. She sketched, measured, photographed, and made detailed notes in her leather-bound journal. Luca watched her work, fascinated by the thoroughness of her approach. This was not just a negotiator walking contested ground. This was someone who genuinely cared about getting it right, about understanding the land in all its complexity before making decisions that would affect it for generations. When she finally declared them ready to move on, Luca found himself reluctant to leave. The clearing had settled something in him, confirmed something his wolf had known all along. This land was special. It deserved better than being carved up for political advantage. They pressed deeper into the northern forest, and the atmosphere changed. The trees grew thicker here, older, their trunks massive and their canopies so dense that little sunlight reached the forest floor. Moss covered everything in shades of deep green and silver. The air smelled of earth and decay and something else. That same old magic from the clearing, but wilder here, less contained. This is old growth, Farrah said. Her voice hushed as if speaking loudly would be disrespectful. Some of these trees are probably over 300 years old. The Braxton Pact protected this section specifically because of its age and the presence here. Old magic, Hamish said quietly. Old magic, Farrah confirmed. She stopped to examine a tree trunk marked with claw scores, old territorial markings, barely visible beneath the moss. Whoever gets this section will need to maintain protection for this forest. No logging, limited hunting, preservation of the ecosystem. Agreed, Luca said. The thought of cutting down these ancient trees made his wolf snarl in protest. Even Johnson nodded, looking somewhat awed by the sheer age and presence of the forest around them. They walked in relative silence for the next hour, Farrah leading them through the dense woodland, occasionally pausing to mark something on her map or take notes. The magic here was palpable, not threatening, but powerful, a reminder that wolves were not the only forces at work in the world. Eventually the forest thinned, and they emerged into more open terrain, rolling valleys covered in tall grass, sections that had been cleared for farming generations ago but now lay fallow. The southern section of the Braxton lands, less mystical, more practical, but valuable in its own right. Farmland, Farrah said, gesturing across the open space. Good soil, adequate water access from the tributary system, could support crops or livestock with minimal preparation. She walked to a high point that overlooked the valley, shielding her eyes against the afternoon sun. And there, she pointed to where a dirt road cut through the valley. That is the main road to Coldbrook, 20 minutes to town, maybe 30 in bad weather. Johnson perked up immediately. That road access is critical for trade and emergency services. We need that hospital connection. So does every pack, Farrah said. The question is whether road access outweighs other strategic features, whether the practical benefits of human integration are worth more or less than sacred sites and water security. She turned to look at both alphas. That is what this negotiation comes down to, ultimately. Soul versus convenience. Old magic versus new opportunities. Both have value. Both serve legitimate needs. The trick is figuring out which pack should have which assets based on capability, need, and historical context. Luca understood what she was doing, framing the division in a way that removed ego from the equation. It was not about who deserved more, or who was the stronger alpha. It was about the practical matching of resources to capabilities. Lakeside Valley's expertise is in traditional pack management, he said slowly, working through his thoughts out loud. Sacred sites. We run agricultural operations like orchards. We have strong historical ties to water-based resources and fishing rights. The northern section, with the orchard, the sacred clearing, the waterfall, that plays to our strengths. And Black Gum Pack has experience with large-scale farming operations and trade relationships with human communities, Farrah added, looking at Johnson. You have successfully integrated human commerce into your pack economy. You have the infrastructure to take advantage of that road access and town proximity. Johnson's expression suggested he was wrestling with something, pride, maybe, or the desire to have both the mystical and practical benefits. But finally, grudgingly, he nodded. The southern section would serve our needs, he admitted, if it included adequate square mileage and the best farmland, which we will determine based on what we have seen today, Farrah said. But yes, that is the basic framework I am considering. North to Lakeside Valley, south to Black Gum Pack, with specific provisions for shared access to sacred sites and water management. She made detailed notes as they stood overlooking the valley, then checked her watch. It is 3:30. We still need to walk down to examine that road and the town access point. Then we have about 4 miles back to the vehicles. Luca's legs were already protesting, and from the way Johnson was shifting his weight, the Black Gum Alpha was feeling the strain too. But Farrah looked like she could hike another 12 miles without breaking a sweat, her stride still confident as she led them down into the valley. They examined the road, actually in decent condition despite months of neglect, and walked the 1.5 miles to where it met the paved highway that led to Coldbrook. Farrah documented everything: road width, condition, accessibility in different weather, sightlines, and proximity to human traffic. By the time they started the long trek back to the vehicles, the sun was lowering toward the mountains, and Luca's body was reminding him that he would walked over 12 miles of rough terrain after 3 days of intense negotiations. His feet hurt, his legs ached, and he was pretty sure he had at least 3 blisters forming, but it was worth it. Walking this land, seeing it with his own eyes, feeling it beneath his feet, that changed everything. The maps and surveys had been abstract. This was real. This was land that called to his wolf, that felt right in a way that went beyond strategy or resources. Farrah had been right. They could not decide this from a table. They had to decide it with their boots on the soil. By the time they reached the vehicles, the sun was setting, and every single person in their group was exhausted. Even Farrah showed signs of weariness, strands of hair escaping her ponytail, dust on her boots, a slight tiredness around her eyes. But when she pulled out her notebook one final time, her hand was steady, her focus sharp. "Thank you all for your patience today," she said, leaning against the hood of the SUV. "I know that was a long walk, and I know it raised as many questions as it answered, but I needed to see this land in person before making my final recommendations." She looked at both alphas. "I will be spending the next 2 days integrating what we saw today into new written proposals. I will need both of you to submit any additional documentation or arguments you want considered by tomorrow evening. After that, we will have one final negotiation session to review the proposed division and make any necessary adjustments. And then," Johnson asked, "and then I submit my recommendations to the Lunar Accord Council. They review and approve, and we execute the agreements." Farrah closed her notebook with a decisive snap. Assuming no one decides to be difficult at the last minute, she climbed into her vehicle, but paused before closing the door. "Alpha Luca, Alpha Johnson, you both did well today. Professional, focused, respectful of the land and its history. That is what this process needs. Thank you." Then she was gone, her SUV disappearing down the service road toward the pack house. Luca stood in the gathering dusk, feeling the weight of the day settling into his bones. His body ached. His mind buzzed with everything they would seen, every detail he needed to remember and document. But beneath all that, his wolf was content, satisfied in a way it had not been since the negotiations started. Because that land, the northern section with its orchard and waterfall and sacred clearing and ancient forest, that land belonged with Lakeside Valley. He knew it now with absolute certainty. The question was whether Farrah had seen it too. "Come on," Nyxen said, opening the driver's door. "Let us get back. You look like you are about to fall over." "I feel like it too," Luca admitted, climbing into the passenger seat. Through the windshield, he could see stars beginning to emerge in the darkening sky, but it was worth it. Yeah, Memsh agreed, starting the engine. It was. As they drove back through the forest toward Lakeside Valley territory, Luca thought about storm-gray eyes and a woman in a cowboy hat who would walk 12 miles of rough terrain without complaint, documenting everything with meticulous care, because she genuinely gave a damn about getting it right. Farrah Kai was something special, and in 2 days, she would tell them how the Braxton lands would be divided. Luca just hoped her decision matched what his wolf already knew in its bones. The pleasant ache in Luca's muscles was a deep, satisfying hum beneath his freshly laundered clothes. The rough wool of his trousers felt good against his skin, a grounding contrast to the whirlwind of the day. As he emerged into the main lodge, the sound hit him first, a cheerful, complex roar of laughter, overlapping conversations, the clatter of cutlery, and the periodic squeal of children playing tag. The air was a heavy, intoxicating blend of savory steam rising from the roasted meats, the sharp, tangy scent of fresh-cut herbs, the earthy sweetness of baked sourdough, and the pervasive, comforting musk of the assembled pack. Above the massive fieldstone hearth, the oak logs crackled and hissed, sending shimmering heat waves across the room and painting the ceiling beams strung with fairy lights in a warm amber glow. The atmosphere settled over him instantly, a blanket of safety and belonging. He accepted a plate, the ceramic cool beneath his fingers, from Mrs. Peterson, one of the pack mothers, and began navigating the dense crowd. He nodded at the genuine smiles and accepted the rough clasps on his shoulder, the greetings laced with genuine relief. Did you see the old-growth forest, Alpha? Are the fields fertile, Luca? Will the harvest be good up north? He answered what he could, his voice a low, steady rumble, deflecting the more strategic questions with a practiced ease. All the while, he acutely registered the small, intentional touches, the lingering brush of a hand on his back, the unnecessary placement of a napkin holder by his elbow. Alpha Luca. You look absolutely refreshed. Sarah appeared at his side, her scent, a delicate, almost metallic rose, hitting him sharply. Her silk dress, a brilliant sapphire blue, seemed to reflect too much light. I saved you a seat. It is perfectly tucked away, just for us, she said. Her voice pitched unnaturally high. She placed a possessive hand just above his elbow. Her skin felt slightly clammy against his freshly washed arm. That is thoughtful, Sarah, he replied, gently stepping so her hand fell away. His tone was friendly but lacked the warmth she was fishing for. But I need to circulate tonight. Talk to everyone. Hear how the children are doing. Check in with the elders. Oh. Her smile faltered, becoming strained at the corners. He heard the faint, hopeful tremor in her sigh. Well, maybe later. I could bring you dessert. I hear the chocolate cake is magnificent. I am fine, thank you. He excused himself, wading deeper into the crowd only to be intercepted by Jessica, who had a direct line of sight to his empty stomach. Alpha, I made your favorite, apple pie with extra cinnamon. She held up a plate. The aroma of warm, spiced apples hit him immediately, making his stomach rumble in a fierce protest. The crust is still warm. I thought maybe we could share it. Over by the fire. It is quieter there. I appreciate the effort, Jessica. Truly. The lie tasted dry and dishonest on his tongue. But I am still feeling full from the trail rations. Maybe tomorrow. He kept the smile in place, even as his internal wolf groaned at the missed opportunity for warm pastry. He kept moving, feeling the heat of hopeful, frustrated gazes tracking his path. They were good women, solid wolves. Yet, as always, his wolf remained heavy and silent in his chest, refusing to respond to any of them. No spark, no recognition, no sharp, visceral mine. He was wondering again if he was destined to feel this hollow solitude forever when he caught the flash of movement. Near the windows, bathed in the cool moonlight filtering past the glass, stood Farrah. The plate nearly slipped from Luca's suddenly numb fingers. His heart did not just kick, it slammed against his ribs, a bone-deep tremor that shook him from his boots upward. She wore a dress the color of a winter sky, slate gray that caught the firelight and shifted like liquid silver. It was simple, yet demanded attention, molding itself to her frame with ruthless elegance. The black fabric of her heels vanished into the darkness of the floor, giving her immense height and power. Her hair, that long, straight black curtain, was down, catching the light like spilled crude oil, and her scent. It was alien, yet utterly commanding, a sharp, clean blend of ancient parchment and cool mountain air. It cut through the dense cooking smells instantly. The word ripped through Luca's mind before he could stop it. Alpha female. His wolf roared, a violent, desperate surge of possessiveness and recognition so intense he had to brace himself against the back of a nearby chair to remain upright. She was watching him. Their eyes met across the crowded, loud room. Her storm-gray gaze was steady and intense, missing nothing. She did not smile, nor did she flinch from the raw shock she must have seen on his face. She simply held his stare, entirely unhurried. He felt the force of it like a physical push, pulling the breath from his lungs. He wanted to charge the distance between them, to feel the texture of that gray fabric beneath his hand, to bury his face in the curve of her neck. Alpha Luca, there you are. The spell shattered. Melissa, barely 25, appeared directly in front of him, blocking his view of the only person who mattered. Her perfume, a cloying, heavy floral that smelled aggressively unnatural, made his wolf wrinkle its nose in genuine distaste. Did you really walk the entire Braxton territory today? That must have been exhausting. Your muscles must be screaming. It was a long day, yes, Luca said, trying to be polite while simultaneously looking past her to confirm Farrah was still there. I bet you need someone to help you relax, Melissa insisted, stepping closer, her voice edged with urgency. Her soft, insistent hand landed squarely on his forearm, cutting off the circulation. I could give you a shoulder rub, or we could go somewhere quieter to talk about the final terms, or… Alpha Luca, Brittany arrived, plate in hand. I brought you dinner. I know you probably did not eat after that long hike. They closed in. 2 more women joined the cluster, their voices becoming a high, overlapping static. Sip of this cider. It is homemade. Need to hear the details of the northern boundary. You look so serious. Maybe a distraction. The competing scents of their varying perfumes, roses, vanilla, cheap citrus, suffocated him. He felt the heavy, suffocating pressure of hopeful bodies surrounding him, the light, inappropriate touches landing everywhere, frustration hot and tight, knotted in his gut. He let the alpha command coat his voice, a low rumble that cut through the noise instantly, vibrating slightly in the floorboards. Ladies. He waited until their heads snapped up and they fell silent. I appreciate your kindness and your concern, but right now I require space. Please. The immediate silence was awkward, and they stepped back, looking hurt and confused. Guilt pricked him, but he held his ground. He turned, leaving the whispering flurry behind him, crossing the room with long, deliberate strides. He stopped just short of Farrah's personal space, the air between them sizzling with unspoken tension. Sky, he said, his voice coming out rougher, echoing the chaos he felt internally. You look devastatingly different than you did this afternoon. The corner of her mouth curved up, slow and deliberate, a movement that sent a dizzying jolt of heat through his core. So do you, Alpha Luca. Clean for one thing, and significantly less covered in trail dust. Her voice was low, like polished stone, entirely unmoved by his proximity. The shower helped, he admitted, feeling a foolish urge to run a hand over his freshly shaven jaw. He gestured to the space beside her. Mind if I join you? The company over there was starting to feel crowded. I would welcome the company. She shifted her weight slightly, the movement of the storm-gray fabric a distracting ripple in his peripheral vision. Though I should warn you, standing with me might not improve your popularity with certain members of your pack. I tend to cast a pall on casual socializing. Good, Luca murmured, leaning against the wall, his shoulder barely brushing hers. A pall is exactly what I need right now. Luca glanced back to see several women watching them with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright jealousy. Let them look, he said, meaning it. I am exactly where I want to be. Something flickered in Farrah's eyes, surprise maybe, or interest. Smooth alpha, not trying to be smooth, just honest. He took a sip of his own drink. Whiskey, because beer was not going to cut it tonight. Are you enjoying the gathering? First time you have really taken a break since you arrived? It is nice, she said, and he heard the genuine sentiment beneath the careful words. Your pack is warm, welcoming. There is real affection here, not just hierarchy and obligation. That's what I have tried to build, Luca said quietly. A pack that feels like family, not just a military unit. Safety and structure, yes, but also joy and belonging. Farrah studied him, her gray eyes thoughtful. You care about them, genuinely. It is not just about power or position for you. Never has been. He leaned against the wall beside her, close enough to catch the scent of her perfume. Lilies, and something darker, more complex. I was born into this role. My father was Alpha, his father before him. I could have rejected it, walked away, but loved them too much. Farrah finished softly. Yeah, he met her gaze. Being Alpha is not always easy. Sometimes it is exhausting and frustrating and thankless, but it is also the most important thing I will ever do. These people trust me with their safety, their futures, that of their children. I cannot take that lightly. You do not, she said. I have watched you this past week, the way you interact with your pack, the way you consider every angle of the negotiations. You are not trying to grab the most territory or prove you are the strongest Alpha. We're trying to do what is right for your people. Her approval warmed something in his chest. That means a lot coming from you. Why from me specifically? Because you are brilliant, he said simply. Because in 1 week, you have seen more clearly into pack dynamics and territorial politics than most wolves understand after a lifetime. Because your entire job is mediating disputes and assessing alphas, your opinion actually matters. Farrah's expression softened slightly, some of the professional armor sliding away. Thank you. That is, thank you. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the pack celebrate. Children ran past, laughing and shrieking in the way that only young wolves could. Elders sat together near the fire, sharing stories. Young couples danced to music someone had started playing on a guitar. What about you? Luca asked. How did you end up as head negotiator? Farrah took a sip of her wine, considering. I was always good with maps. Even as a child, I could draw them constantly, of my pack territory, of the surrounding lands, elaborate fantasy maps of places that did not exist. My father used to say I had a gift for understanding space and boundaries. Your father was pack beta, she confirmed. He taught me about hierarchy and law from a young age. How packs functioned, how disputes arose, how treaties could prevent violence if they were written carefully enough. She smiled, lost in memory. When I was 16, there was a boundary dispute between my pack and a neighboring territory. Minor thing, really, but tempers were high. I drew up a map showing exactly where the confusion was coming from, a surveying error from 30 years prior that had never been corrected. And the Lunar Accord Negotiator who came to mediate saw it and asked who had done the analysis. Her smile widened. 3 years later, when I turned 19, she offered me an apprenticeship. I have been doing this work ever since. Do you ever miss it? Luca asked. Being part of a pack, I mean, having that constant connection and belonging. Something shadowed her expression. Sometimes. But this work is important. Someone has to stand between alphas and their egos, make sure territories are divided fairly, protect sacred sites from being exploited. She turned to look at him. I prevent wars, Alpha Luca. I save lives by making sure disputes do not turn violent. That matters more than belonging to a single pack. You are not wrong, he said, but it sounds lonely. It is, she admitted quietly, but loneliness is not the same as wrong. Before Luca could respond, a voice interrupted from behind him. Alpha Luca, there you are. He turned to find Amy, another unmated pack member, this one in her late 20s, approaching with a determined expression. She barely glanced at Farrah, before focusing all her attention on Luca. I have been looking everywhere for you, Amy said, stepping between Luca and Farrah without acknowledging the head negotiator's presence. I wanted to tell you about the new irrigation system I am proposing for the Eastern Gardens. I know you are busy, but maybe we could discuss it? Over drinks? Just the two of us? Luca felt his jaw tighten. The dismissal of Farrah, the complete lack of acknowledgement that he would be in the middle of a conversation, was not only rude, but it was also insulting. "Amy," he said, his voice dropping into a tone he barely used with his pack, sharp, cold, edged with alpha command. "I'm busy. I am having a conversation, a private conversation with Miss Kai." Interrupting that conversation without even acknowledging her presence is incredibly poor manners. Amy's eyes widened. I did not mean, whether you meant it or not, it happened." He did not raise his voice, the steel in it was unmistakable. "Miss Kai is a guest in our territory, representative of the Lunar Accord Council, and someone deserving of your respect. Treating her as if she is invisible while you push your way into a conversation is unacceptable." Amy's face flushed red. "Alpha, I am sorry. I just thought the irrigation proposal can wait until tomorrow," Luca continued, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Right now, I am occupied. Please excuse us." It was a dismissal, clear and final. Amy backed away, mumbling apologies, her face burning with embarrassment. Luca waited until she was out of earshot before turning back to Farrah. "I apologize for that interruption." Farrah's expression was unreadable, but her eyes held something that might have been amusement. "You did not have to be quite that harsh." "Yes, I did." He stepped closer, reclaiming the space Amy had invaded. "You deserve respect, and I was in the middle of a conversation I did not want interrupted." He paused. "Where were we?" "You were calling my work lonely," Farrah said, and now the amusement was definitely there, warming her voice. "Right." Luca leaned against the wall again, his shoulder almost touching hers. "I was also going to say that loneliness does not have to be permanent. Just because your work requires independence does not mean you cannot have connections." "Connections," she repeated, her tone suggesting she knew exactly what he meant and was curious to see where he would go with it. "Friends, colleagues, people who understand the weight of what you do and respect you for it." He met her eyes. "People who think you are fascinating and would like to know you better." "Are we still talking in general terms, Alpha Luca?" "No," he said honestly, "we are not." The air between them shifted, charged with something neither of them named, but both acknowledged. Farrah held his gaze, and Luca saw the exact moment she made a decision. "Tell me about your pack," she said, "not the strategic overview or the political structure. Tell me about the people. The stories, what makes Lakeside Valley home." So we did. They talked for hours, moving from the wall to claim a small table in the corner that someone had abandoned. Luca told her about Hamish, who had been his best friend since they were pups, and who had chosen to be beta, not because of ambition, but because he believed in what Luca was building. About Rick, whose gentle soul belied his massive frame and enforcer role. About the pack mothers who would raised him after his own mother died, teaching him that strength and compassion were not mutually exclusive. Farrah listened with complete attention, asking questions that showed she was genuinely interested, not just being polite. And when it was his turn to listen, she told him about the negotiators she would trained under, the impossible cases she would solved, the feeling of standing on contested ground and feeling the land itself whisper its preferences. "There is something about physically walking boundaries," she said, her eyes distant with memory. "Maps are essential, but they are abstract. When you walk the land, when you feel the soil beneath your feet and smell the air and see how water flows, that is when you really understand what you are negotiating." "Like today," Luca said, "with the Braxton lands." "Like today," she agreed. "That orchard, I could see it thriving under Lakeside Valley's care, and the sacred clearing." She trailed off, something flickering across her expression. "There is real power there, old magic that predates pack politics and territorial disputes. It deserves protection." "I will get it," Luca promised. "Whoever ends up with that section, and I'm hoping it is us, it will be protected, maintained, honored." "I believe you," Farrah said softly. They talked about treaty law and pack hierarchy, about the challenges of maintaining neutrality when you genuinely liked one party more than the other. She looked pointedly at him when she said this, and he grinned. They talked about the politics of the Lunar Accord Council, about difficult alphas she would dealt with over the years, about cases where she would fail to prevent violence, and how that failure still haunted her. "There was a territory in Montana," she said quietly, staring into her wine glass. 5 years ago, 2 packs, both with legitimate claims, both absolutely unwilling to compromise. I tried everything: historical precedent, strategic division, neutral oversight. Nothing worked. They went to war 3 days after I left. How many died? Luca asked gently. 17. Her voice was flat, controlled, but he heard the pain underneath, including 6 children, because 2 alphas cared more about pride than peace. That was not your fault, was not it? She looked at him, her gray eyes haunted. My job is to prevent exactly that outcome. I failed. Your job is to offer solutions, Luca corrected. What they do with those solutions is on them, not you. You cannot force wolves to choose peace if they are determined to choose violence. Logically, I know that. She set down her wine glass. But logic does not always help when you are attending funerals for children who died because adults could not set aside their egos. Luca reached across the table without thinking, covering her hand with his. Her skin was cool and soft, her fingers slender. You save more than you lose. 73 cases, you said. How many turned violent? 4. 4 out of 73. He squeezed her hand gently. That means you successfully prevented 69 territorial wars. That Nyxen hundreds of wolves, maybe thousands, are alive because you were good at your job. Do not let the 4 failures eclipse the 69 successes. Farrah stared at their joined hands, then slowly turned hers over, so their palms pressed together. When did you get so wise, Alpha Luca? When I realized that carrying guilt for things beyond your control does not help anyone, he said. Trust me, I have tried. It just makes you tired. She smiled, a real smile this time, warm and genuine, and absolutely beautiful. You are not what I expected. What did you expect? Another ego in an alpha package. Someone who would spend the entire negotiation posturing and trying to prove he was the strongest, smartest, most deserving. Sorry to disappoint. You have not, she said quietly. You have not protest me. That does not happen often. They continued talking, the conversation flowing easily between them. About favorite books and worst negotiation disasters, and whether coffee or tea was superior. They agreed to disagree. About family and duty and the weight of responsibility. About the small joys that made hard work worthwhile. Fresh bread, sunrise over mountains, the first snow of winter. The packed dinner wound down around them. Families with young children left first, then the elders, then the younger wolves who had work in the morning. The music stopped. The lights dimmed. Staff began cleaning up, their movements quiet and efficient. Neither Luca nor Farrah noticed. They were too busy discovering each other, not as Alpha and Negotiator, but as people. As wolves who understood the burden of leadership and the loneliness that sometimes came with it. As 2 individuals who would somehow found themselves in the same space at the same time and were making the most of the unexpected connection. At some point, Hamish appeared, caught Luca's eye, and gave a knowing grin before disappearing. Luca ignored him. It was not until Farrah glanced at her watch and made a soft sound of surprise that Luca realized how late it had gotten. It is 2 a.m, she said, sounding genuinely shocked. Luca checked his own watch and blinked. So it is. They looked at each other across the nearly empty lodge, and Luca felt something shift in his chest. Not a bond snapping into place, not that electric recognition stories always talked about, but something quieter. A recognition that the person across from him was important, special, someone he wanted to know better, wanted to spend more time with, wanted to understand in all her complexity. I should go, Farrah said, but she did not move. You should, Luca agreed, also not moving. This was, she trailed off, searching for words. Yeah, he said, understanding perfectly. It was. They finally stood, reluctantly breaking apart. Luca walked her to the guest wing, their shoulders occasionally brushing in the quiet hallway. At her door, they paused. Thank you, Farrah said, for the conversation, for listening, for treating me like a person instead of just the head negotiator. Thank you for the same, Luca replied. And for not running away when half my pack tried to throw themselves at me. She laughed softly. They care about you. I want to take care of you. It is sweet, actually. It is annoying, actually, he corrected. But I appreciate the generous interpretation. Farrah smiled. then did something unexpected. She stepped forward and pressed a kiss to his cheek, quick and soft and over, before he could fully process it. "Good night, Alpha Luca," she said, slipping into her room. "Good night, Farrah," he replied to the closed door. He stood there for a long moment, one hand coming up to touch the spot where her lips had been, feeling the lingering warmth. His wolf was present but calm, curious rather than demanding, interested in this woman who smelled like lilies in autumn forests. There was no mate bond, no undeniable pull that demanded claiming and marking, but there was something, a connection that felt like the beginning of something important, if they were brave enough to explore it. Luca walked back to his own room through the silent packhouse, his mind full of storm-gray eyes and intelligent conversation, and a kiss that had been simple and profound all at once. Tomorrow, Farrah would return to being the head negotiator, professional and controlled and focused on dividing the Braxton lands fairly. But tonight, for a few stolen hours, they would just been Luca and Farrah, two wolves finding comfort in an unexpected connection. And that Luca thought as he finally fell into bed might just be enough. For now, the morning after the packed dinner, Luca arrived to the conference room. The air outside was crisp, carrying the metallic scent of impending rain, but inside, the central heating created a dry, familiar warmth. Despite only getting 4 hours of sleep, he felt oddly energized. The memory of storm-gray eyes and quiet conversation, the unexpected rumble of her laugh when he would told a story about a clumsy scout, lingered like the rich, dark warmth of aged whiskey in his chest, having nothing to do with the tension of the negotiations. But the moment he stepped through the door, the warmth was forcibly compartmentalized. He let the hard reality of the room's polished wood and the sterile scent of the cleaning solutions overweight the softness of the night. Alpha mode, professional, focused. Whatever had happened last night, that unexpected, quiet connection with Farrah could not interfere with the work they still had to do. His posture shifted, shoulders back, jaw firm. Hamish was already there, arranging the table. The sharp scent of fresh coffee filled the room, mitigating the sterile cleaner smell. Hamish was laying out the updated aerial maps from their boundary walk, his movements quiet and economical. He glanced up, catching Luca's eye, and offered a subtle, knowing smirk, the silent, judgmental look of a beta, realizing his alpha was smitten. But he mercifully said nothing, only offering a low, concise greeting. "Morning, Alpha." "Hamish," Luca acknowledged, taking the designated chair. The leather was cool and smooth beneath him. Johnson arrived next, dragging his feet, looking considerably less energized. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his movements were jerky, poorly concealed tension radiating off him like heat. He fumbled slightly, pouring coffee, the handle of the ceramic mug clanking faintly against the rim of the pot. He settled into his chair with a heavy sigh, skipping his usual boisterous greeting. "Rough night, Johnson?" Luca asked, keeping his tone neutral, the empathy entirely masked by professional flatness. Johnson muttered, rubbing the back of his neck, his sense sour with stress. "Could not sleep. Too much riding on today's session. It felt like the damn walls were closing in." Before Luca could respond, the door opened, and Farrah entered. The crisp, decisive sound of her moderate heels preceded her, replacing the soft scuffing of Johnson's shoes. She was back in full professional armor, a tailored navy blue blouse tucked into sharp black dress pants, the fabric moving with a slight rustle as she walked. Her dark hair was pulled back into that sleek, severe French braid, granting her an air of untouchable authority. Her makeup was flawless, specifically hiding any evidence that she would been up until 2 in the morning. The only hint that last night had happened at all was the briefest fraction of a second when her eyes, those striking storm-gray eyes, met Luca's. A warmth, quick as a match, lighting and extinguishing, flickered there, easing the tension around her mouth, before she locked it away behind utterly professional composure. "Good morning, gentlemen," she said, her voice clear and precise, setting her rigid, leather briefcase down at the head of the table with a soft thud. "Today, we finalize the territorial division. I have spent the past 36 hours, much of it fueled by highly caffeinated tea, integrating everything we saw during our boundary walk with the historical documentation and treaty precedents. What I am about to present is my recommended division of the Braxton lands. She remained standing, a pillar of focus, and reached into the briefcase, pulling out a large, heavy map. The paper rustled loudly as she snapped it open and laid it flat, smoothing out the edges with the flat of her hand. The map was marked with bold, clean lines into distinct colors: deep, calming blue for Lakeside Valley and vibrant, assertive green for Black Gum Pack territories. Before we begin, Farrah continued, pulling a fine silver laser pointer from her pocket, the red dot sharp and immediate on the map's surface. I want to be clear about something. This recommendation is exactly that, a recommendation. The Lunar Accord Council will review it. Both of you will have the opportunity to submit formal objections, and there will be a final mediation session if necessary. But after a week of negotiations and literally walking every inch of that contested ground, I believe this division serves both packs fairly, while robustly protecting the sacred sites and honoring the Braxton survivors. Luca leaned forward, his pulse quickening in anticipation as he studied the colored sections. The northern section, including the orchard, the sacred clearing, and a significant portion of the old-growth forest, was shaded in blue, Lakeside Valley territory. The southern section, encompassing the prime farmland, the main access road to Coldbrook, and roughly equal square mileage, was shaded in green, Black Gum Pack territory. And the waterfall sat right on the boundary line, marked in a small, stark circle of neutral gray, with notations about joint oversight and sacred designations scribbled in minuscule font. Let us walk through this systematically, Farrah said, the red dot circling the blue area. The northern section, for approximately 80 square miles, goes to Lakeside Valley Pack. This includes the orchard, which Alpha Luca's pack has demonstrated the capability to restore and maintain. Crucially, it includes the sacred clearing and burial grounds, which makes sense given that Lakeside Valley is absorbing all 12 Braxton survivors, who will need regular, unhindered access to these sites for healing and tradition. She moved the pointer to the south. The southern section, approximately 90 square miles, goes to Black Gum Pack. This includes the most productive farmland, direct road access to Coldbrook and its human infrastructure, and strategic positioning that neatly complements your existing trade operations. Johnson was already shaking his head, rubbing his temples, the movement jerky. The northern section has more intrinsic value, the ancient trees alone. The southern section has more square mileage, Farrah interrupted smoothly, her voice a flawless, even pitch, cutting through his complaint without raising the volume, and arguably better economic potential through reliable human trade integration. The northern section has cultural and spiritual value that serves Lakeside Valley's specific needs and capabilities. This is not about one pack getting more. It is about each pack getting what they can best utilize and maintain responsibly. She looked pointedly at Olfos, forcing eye contact. Are there specific concerns with the basic framework of North-South division, or shall we discuss the details of the boundaries and specific site management? The waterfall, Johnson immediately snapped, his voice tight and slightly sharp with resentment. It is marked as neutral territory, correct? That is unacceptable, Johnson insisted, slamming his palm flat on the table, the sharp crack echoing in the room. The waterfall should be included in one pack's territory, preferably mine, given my pack's proximity to the lower basin. Luca's jaw tightened, his own fist clenching tightly beneath the table edge. He was ready to counter with his pack's historical rights, but before he could launch into defense, Farrah held up one hand, an immediate, silent signal that demanded cessation of argument. We will get to the waterfall, she instructed, her gaze fixed entirely on Johnson, steady and unyielding. First, let me address the other boundary details, the survivor placement documentation, and the maintenance requirements that are non-negotiable. She pulled out a thick, heavy folder, the paper smelling faintly of industrial ink. Alpha Luca, here is the formal absorption agreement for the Braxton survivors. I need you to review it, sign it, and have your pack council sign it as well. This guarantees their ranks, integration timeline, and, critically, their access rights to the sacred sites. Luca accepted the document. He scanned the first few pages, noting the highly detailed clauses. Everything looked thorough, more thorough than he would expect it, actually. Farrah had painstakingly thought of details he had not even considered. Educational continuity for the surviving children, specific therapy resources for trauma recovery, and protections against forced rank changes. "This is excellent work," Farrah said quietly, meaning it. "Thank you." Something softened in Farah's expression again. A brief, almost invisible release of tension around her eyes. There, gone in an instant. "You are welcome, Alpha." She turned to Johnson. "Alpha Johnson, your documentation covers farmland development rights, road maintenance responsibilities, and coordination with Coldbrook human authorities." "I will lead." Her phone buzzed loudly, vibrating against the polished wood table where she would set it down. The sound was sharp, insistent, disrupting the careful quiet. She glanced at the screen and her entire demeanor shifted, not a frown, but a tightening of focus, the professional barrier instantly becoming opaque. It was clearly urgent. "I apologize," she said, already reaching for the phone. "I need to take this. It is the council headquarters regarding an unforeseen emergency in Boston." She stepped away from the table, putting distance between herself and the two alphas, phone pressed to her ear. "This is Farrah Kai." The conference room fell into an immediate, heavy silence. Luca could hear the sharp, muffled sound of someone speaking urgently on the other end, the voice high-pitched and strained, though he could not make out the explicit words. Farrah listened without interruption, her expression growing harder, more concentrated. Then she began to speak, her voice low and utterly controlled, and the entire room could hear every precise word. "Sir, slow down. Breathe." Her calmness was astonishing, a stark contrast to the frantic tone on the other end. "The file you are looking for is in the top filing cabinet in my office, second drawer from the top. It is marked Boston Water Rights, 1974, in bold red ink." A beat of waiting silence. Luca exchanged an impressed glance with Hamish. Johnson, meanwhile, sat stiffly, his eyes narrow and resentful. "Yes, that file," Farrah continued, her voice gaining speed and articulation, slipping into the technical jargon of the law. "The specific clause you need is on page 17, paragraph 4, line 3. It addresses riparian rights for municipal water systems and supersedes the 1968 agreement that Boston Public Affairs keeps citing." Another pause as she processed the frantic relay of information. She turned slightly, pacing near the windows, a dynamic shadow against the morning light. "No," she stated firmly. "Do not try to interpret it yourself. The language is archaic and deliberately easy to misread. Here is exactly what it means. Municipal access cannot be restricted, but it also cannot supersede established pact territory boundaries. Boston can draw water, but it cannot unilaterally build infrastructure on pact lands without our consent and full compensation." She waited, listening to the relieved exhale on the line. "Exactly. I will email you the full analysis tonight, but that should be enough to get you through tomorrow's preliminary meeting. And, sir," her voice dropped, becoming a low, absolute pronouncement, "you will want to set up a formal negotiations session with Boston Public Affairs within the next 2 weeks. This is not going to resolve itself through hurried phone calls." One more pause. "You are welcome. Yes, I will be back in the office next week. Good luck." She ended the call cleanly, the sound of the connection ending in a soft click. She turned back to the table, slipping the phone into her pocket without a flicker of self-congratulation. "My apologies for the interruption. Where were we?" The room was utterly silent. The tension was thick, now layered with the undeniable weight of her competence. Luca felt a profound shift in awareness. The woman he would spent the night talking to about stars and forgotten history was also this sharp, formidable expert, capable of navigating decades of arcane law instantly. Johnson looked like he had swallowed a stone. Luca stared at her, his mind replaying what he had just heard. She would directed someone to a specific file cabinet, a specific drawer, a specific document, then cited the exact page, paragraph, and line number from memory, and simultaneously juggling the Braxton negotiations, walking 12 miles of rough terrain yesterday, and staying up until 2 in the morning talking with him. Beside him, Hamish looked equally stunned. Even Johnson's advisor was staring at Farrah with something approaching awe. Kai, Luca said slowly, did you just quote a 50-year-old treaty document from memory, while in the middle of negotiating a completely different territorial dispute? Farrah blinked as if surprised by the question. Yes, I worked on the Boston case 3 months ago. The details are still fresh. Fresh enough to remember page 17, paragraph 4, line 3, Hamish said, shaking his head in disbelief. I have a good memory for legal documents, Farrah said, clearly not understanding why this was impressive. It is part of the job. Now, can we please return to the Braxton division? We still have significant ground to cover, but something had shifted in the room. The respect that both alphas and their advisors had shown Farrah all week, already substantial, had just skyrocketed into something else entirely. This was not just a competent negotiator. This was someone who held multiple complex territorial disputes in her head simultaneously, who could recall specific treaty language from months-old cases while managing current negotiations, who juggled the legal and political concerns of dozens of pacts without missing a single detail. Luca found himself staring at her with renewed appreciation, and maybe something more. Right, Johnson said, clearing his throat. The waterfall. You have marked it as neutral territory, but I maintain that it should be included in the black gum section. We have the infrastructure to manage it. We have... No. Luca's voice was flat, final. His wolf surged forward, and he had to consciously keep his eyes from flashing gold. The waterfall should be completely off the table. Johnson's jaw tightened. That is not your decision to make. It should be no one's decision, Luca continued, leaning forward. That waterfall is the headwater for the entire river system that runs through Lakeside Valley's southern border. If you controlled it, if you decided to dam the upper end or divert the flow for your own purposes, my pack would lose water. Our farms would dry up, our livestock would suffer, our wolves would have reduced access to a critical resource. I would not do that, Johnson protested. You say that now, Luca shot back. But what happens in 5 years when you need more water for your own territory? What happens when there is a drought and you have to choose between your pack's needs and honoring downstream access? The temptation to dam or divert would be enormous, and I cannot put my pack's survival in your hands. Johnson's eyes flashed gold. You are accusing me of... I am stating facts based on strategic vulnerability, Luca said, his voice hard. Control of that waterfall gives unilateral power over multiple territories. That is too dangerous to place in any single pack's hands, including mine. So your solution is to lock it away as neutral territory, where neither of us can benefit from it. My solution is to protect it as the sacred and strategically critical resource it is, Luca corrected. The Braxton pack honored that waterfall for generations. The sacred clearing beside it has been used for ceremonies for over 100 years. It is not just a water source, it is a place of power and history that deserves more respect than being treated as a political bargaining chip. The room fell into tense silence. Johnson's wolf was visible in his eyes now, his body coiled with barely restrained aggression. Luca's own wolf pushed at his control, demanding he stand his ground, prove his dominance, protect what was his. Gentlemen, Farrah's voice cut through the tension like a blade. She had not raised her volume, but something in her tone commanded immediate attention. Both of you make valid points. Alpha Johnson, you are right that the waterfall has strategic value. Alpha Luca, you are right that unilateral control poses unacceptable risk. She moved to the map, her laser pointer highlighting the small gray circle around the waterfall, which is why I am recommending the waterfall and its immediate surroundings, approximately 5 acres, be designated as sacred neutral territory under Lunar Accord Council protection. What does that mean practically? Hamish asked. It means neither pack owns it outright, Farrah explained. The council maintains oversight. Both packs have guaranteed access for ceremonial purposes. The Braxton survivors have unlimited visitation rights. Now, most importantly, no construction, damming, or diversion of water flow can occur without council approval, which requires proving that such changes will not harm downstream territories. She looked at both alphas. This protects the sacred nature of the site while ensuring water security for all parties. It removes the waterfall from political leverage entirely. Johnson's jaw worked, his frustration evident. That takes away our ability to manage a critical resource. It protects everyone's ability to access that resource, Farrah corrected, including packs that are not party to these negotiations but rely on that river system downstream. I still think, Alpha Johnson, Farrah's tone sharpened. I have spent a week listening to arguments from both sides. I have walked every inch of that land. I have reviewed 50 years of treaty documentation. And I am telling you, as someone with 72 successful territorial negotiations behind me, that removing the waterfall from pack control is the only fair solution. She set down her laser pointer with a decisive click. Now you can accept this recommendation, or you can force the issue into extended mediation, where the council will ultimately reach the same conclusion, but waste another month of everyone's time doing it. Your choice. The threat was implicit but clear. Fight her on this, and you will lose anyway, plus damage your standing with the council. Johnson stared at the map, his hands clenched into fists on the table. Finally, grudgingly, he nodded. Fine, neutral territory. But I want guaranteed access for my pack members, not just ceremonial access, but general access for recreation and hunting in the surrounding forest. Agreed, with reasonable restrictions to prevent overuse, Farrah said. The same access rights will apply to Lakeside Valley Pack and any Braxton survivors who wish to visit. I will draft specific language about usage limits and seasonal restrictions. She made notations on her map, her movements quick and efficient. Now, let us discuss the boundary maintenance requirements. Both packs will be responsible for marking and maintaining your respective borders, with joint responsibility for the neutral zone around the waterfall. I will need. They worked through the remaining details for the next 3 hours, boundary markers, maintenance schedules, dispute resolution procedures, survivor integration timelines. Farrah guided them through each section with the same calm authority, cutting off arguments before they could escalate, and forcing both alphas to focus on practical solutions rather than emotional reactions. By the time they broke for lunch, Luca's head was swimming with legal language and logistical requirements, but the core division was settled. Lakeside Valley would get the northern section with its orchard and sacred sites. Blackgum would get the southern section with its farmland and town access. The waterfall would be protected under neutral designation. It was fair, painfully, perfectly fair. As everyone filed out for lunch, Luca lingered, watching Farrah gather her documents. She looked tired, the first real sign of fatigue he would seen from her all week. That call earlier, he said quietly. The Boston case. How many active negotiations are you managing right now? Farrah glanced up, surprised by the question. Active? 3. The Braxton lands, a fishing rights dispute in coastal Oregon, and the Boston water issue, plus 2 cases in preliminary research stages, and 1 in post-agreement monitoring, 6 cases. It is not unusual, she said, though something in her voice suggested it was exhausting regardless of being usual. Most are at different stages, so the workload varies. The Braxton negotiations have been my primary focus this week, and you are keeping all of them, all the treaties, clauses, page numbers, territorial details, in your head simultaneously. That is the job. She closed her briefcase with a soft snap, though I will admit, some days I worry my brain is going to short-circuit from information overload. Luca moved closer, drawn by something he could not quite name. You are extraordinary, you know that. Color rose in her cheeks. The first time he would seen her actually blush. I am competent. There is a difference. No, he said softly. You are extraordinary. And after that display with the Boston call, everyone in this room knows it. Farrah met his eyes, and for a moment, the professional mask slipped. He saw the person underneath, brilliant and driven, and maybe a little lonely, doing incredibly important work that most wolves would never see or appreciate. Thank you, she said quietly. That means something coming from you. The air between them was charged with the same energy from last night, that simmering connection that had nothing to do with negotiations and everything to do with recognizing something valuable in each other. Then Hamish knocked on the doorframe, breaking the moment. Lunch is ready when you are. Farrah stepped back, the professional mask sliding firmly back into place. I will be along shortly. I need to make a few notes while the morning session is still fresh. Luca nodded, understanding the dismissal for what it was, not rejection, but necessary distance. They both had roles to play, jobs to complete, but as he left the conference room, he could not stop thinking about the waterfall they would mark as neutral territory, about the danger of unstable trails and neglected land, about how Farrah had mentioned wanting to verify measurements and check the practicality of the access clauses, about how she would be walking that contested ground again, probably soon, to confirm her recommendations. A chill ran down his spine. Instinct or premonition, he could not say. But suddenly, Luca had the unsettling feeling that the waterfall was not done being a problem, not by a long shot. The cool air of the main lodge, smelling faintly of pine logs and freshly brewed coffee, failed to settle the nervous energy vibrating beneath Luca's skin. 2 days after the waterfall became officially designated as neutral territory, Farrah announced she needed to return to the Braxton grounds. "I want to verify some measurements," she explained over breakfast in the main lodge. The clink of porcelain on the polished wood table sharp in the morning silence. "Confirm the practicality of the access routes we discussed, and take soil samples near the sacred clearing to understand what kind of maintenance the site will require. Basic due diligence before I submit my final report to the council." Luca looked up from his steaming mug of black coffee, the rich, bitter aroma momentarily forgotten. His wolf immediately snapped to attention, a low, guttural warning rumbling deep in his chest. "You are going alone?" "I will take one of your dards," Farrah said, spreading berry jam on her toast with careful, almost clinical precision. She did not meet his eyes, focusing instead on the perfect coverage of the ruby-red preserves. "The land is officially under negotiation protection now, so there is no danger from other packs. I just need someone who knows the trails." "The trails are dangerous," Luca said, remembering the thick, thorny undergrowth and the overgrown, hidden paths they would fought through during their boundary walk. He could practically smell the damp rot and deep forest shade again. 6 months of neglect, unstable ground, no maintenance, which is why I am bringing a guard, Farrah interrupted gently, finally glancing up at him. Her gaze was steady, tinged with professional patience. "Alpha Luca, I have done this dozens of times. I know how to assess contested territory safely. I am not simply wandering into the wilderness." But Luca's wolf was acutely unsettled, pacing beneath his skin with an anxiety that felt both sharp and completely irrational. The knot of worry was physical, tightening his shoulders. "Let me come with you. You have pack business today. The integration plans for the Braxton survivors, remember? You told me yesterday you had meetings scheduled all afternoon. Their alpha is gone. They need stability now, not later." She was right. He did, and logically, there was no reason for him to accompany her on what was essentially a routine verification trip. He was the alpha. His duties were here, but logic did not explain the leaden weight of foreboding tightening in his chest. "Take Marcus," said finally, words clipped. "He is one of my best trackers, knows those woods better than anyone. He can practically smell a loose rock, and he has got medical training if anything goes wrong." "Nothing's going to go wrong," Farrah said, but the corner of her mouth quirked, a genuine smile flashing at his obvious concern. "But yes, I will take Marcus. We will be back by dinner." "Save me a plate." She left an hour later, the rhythmic crunch of her boots on the gravel signaling her approach to the waiting truck. She was dressed in the same practical hiking clothes from their boundary walk, sturdy jeans, scuffed leather boots, a crisp white shirt, and that ridiculous, dusty brown cowboy hat that made the sun glint off her hair and made Luca's wolf do embarrassing things like whine possessively. Marcus accompanied her, his gait easy, carrying a large green pack heavy with water, first aid supplies, and emergency ropes. Luca watched the SUV's taillights disappear down the service road and tried, unsuccessfully, to ignore the uneasy feeling, a dull pressure behind his sternum, that followed him throughout the morning. The survivor integration meetings took longer than expected. The air in the conference room grew stale and thick with a smell of cheek toner and too many worried bodies. By the time Luca finished reviewing housing assignments, school enrollment for the children, and therapy resources, the clock on the wall read past 2 in the afternoon. He was gathering his notes, planning to grab a quick late lunch, when Hamish burst into his office without knocking. The door slammed against the wall with a deafening crack. Hamish's face was pale, slick with adrenaline-induced sweat, and the beta's scent was a jarring mix of fear and ozone. Luca dropped his stack of papers instantly. "What is it?" Marcus just called. The radio signal was weak and breaking up, but he was clear on the essentials. Farrah fell near the waterfall. She is trapped on a ledge about 20 feet down the cliff face. Luca's world narrowed to a single searing point of clarity. The chaotic, restless energy of the morning now had a focus. Is she hurt? How bad? Bruised, scraped, shaken. Marcus says she is conscious and talking. She was directing his efforts, actually, but she cannot climb out on her own. He insists the ledge is too narrow, and the rock face is dangerously unstable. He cannot risk moving her alone. Luca was already moving, slamming his hand down on the desk for balance as his wolf surged forward with such violent, unexpected force that his vision flickered gold, momentarily blurring the edges of the room. And Rick in a climbing rope. "Meet me at the north vehicle access in 3 minutes. Do not waste time arguing details." "Already done," Hamish said, keeping pace as Luca strode through the pack house, his blood roaring in his ears. "Rick's loading the SUV now. We thought this might happen." They made the drive to the Braxton grounds in half the time it should have taken, Luca pushing the heavy vehicle to its very limits on the rough, punishing Service Road. The engine whined in protest, and loose stones rattled loudly beneath the tires. His hands gripped the steering wheel hard enough to make the leather groan and creak. His jaw clenched so tight his teeth ached with the pressure. "She is fine," he told himself, the mantra raw and desperate. "Conscious, talking, just trapped. You will get her out." But his wolf was not listening to logic. His wolf was screaming, a high panic sound in his head, insisting that their number, not theirs, not their mate, just someone important, someone who mattered too much, someone in danger. They abandoned the SUV near the old pack house, the smell of dust and decaying wood heavy in the air, and ran the rest of the way. Luca's enhanced hearing picked up the distant, constant roar of the waterfall, and his wolf guided him unerringly toward the sound, following Marcus's familiar scent of pine and sweat, and the faint, precious trace of lilies and autumn forest that meant Farrah. He burst into the clearing near the waterfall, and saw Marcus standing rigidly at the edge of the cliff, peering down. The guard turned as Luca approached. At profound relief washed the tension from his face. "Alpha, thank the goddess." Marcus pointed a shaky hand down. "She is right there, stable for now, but the ledge is fragile. I did not want to try hauling her up alone in case the whole thing fractured or pulled apart." Luca moved to the edge and looked down, the sheer drop making his stomach churn even with his alpha senses fully engaged. 20 feet below, Farrah sat on a narrow ribbon of rock, her body pressed flat against the damp, mossy cliff face. Her white shirt was whipped across the shoulder and smeared with dark earth and greenish grime. A startling gash bled slowly, near one elbow, and dried blood stained her pale cheek. Her hat was gone, lost to the deep ravine below, but her eyes were lucid and alert when she looked up, and a wave of pure, unadulterated relief crossed her face when she saw him. "Alpha Luca," she called up, her voice surprisingly steady despite the circumstances, carrying over the muffled sound of the water. "I am all right, just feeling incredibly stupid right now." "What happened?" Luca called back, already assessing the sheer, slick rock face and planning the rescue trajectory. "The trail gave way. I should have tested it more carefully. The damp ground was obviously unstable. Even Marcus warned me." She shifted slightly on the ledge, wincing sharply. "I tried shifting to wolf form, thought maybe I could climb out that way, but the ledge is too narrow. Even with 4 legs, there is no purchase for climbing, and shifting back risked losing my footing completely." Luca's wolf seized on those words. She would shifted, been vulnerable, been alone except for Marcus, who could not reach her. Every primal protective instinct he possessed roared to life. A deafening sound in his head. Rick and Hamish arrived, sprinting into the clearing, the metallic smell of the coiled climbing rope and equipment instantly filling the air. Rick moved instantly to the largest tree near the cliff edge, a massive ancient oak with roots that went deep into the earth, and began securing the thick rope around its trunk with practiced efficiency. "We will lower someone down," Hamish said, testing the rope's tension with a hard tug. Get a harness around her, pull her up. I would go, Luca said immediately, his voice flat and non-negotiable. Luca, you are the alpha. Let Rick or me. We are lighter, better suited for this drop. I will go, Luca repeated, his tone brooking no argument. He could not explain it, could not rationalize the irrational protectiveness, but the thought of anyone else going down to touch Farrah, to secure her, made his wolf snarl with possessive, territorial fury. That is not a request, Beta. Hamish studied him for a long moment, seeing the hardened alpha determination in his face, then nodded slowly. All right, risk assessment noted. Rick, get him rigged up. They worked quickly, the leather harness tight and reassuring around Luca's waist and chest. Rick, his hands calloused and strong, double-checked every buckle and knot with ruthless caution. The ledge might not hold both of you for long, Rick warned, his voice low. It looks like wet shale. You will need to get the harness on her fast and instruct her to climb immediately. Do not linger down there, Alpha. Understood. Luca moved to the cliff edge, gripping the rope tightly. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird, but his hands were steady. Lower me down, Hamish, slowly. The descent was controlled but agonizingly nerve-wracking. The cliff face was rough and unstable, loose rock breaking away under his heavy boots, scattering loudly into the ravine below. Here smelled of cold, damp stone, and the overwhelming sulphurous tang of the waterfall spray. He kept his eyes locked on Farrah, watching her track his progress, seeing the tension in her shoulders ease just slightly as he got nearer. When his feet finally touched the ledge, it shifted beneath him, just slightly, a sickening structural groan, but enough to send a cascade of small, gritty stones tumbling away into the echoing depth below. Farrah pressed herself flatter against the cliff face, and Luca saw the genuine, raw fear she would been hiding so well flash across her features. Hey, he said softly, his voice low, moving carefully to crouch beside her. The ledge was barely wide enough for both of their boots. You are okay. I have got you. I am sorry, she said, and to his shock, her voice wavered, losing its professional edge for the first time. The sound was thin and fragile. This is so unprofessional. I should have trusted the soil samples were useless. I should have been more careful. I should have... Stop. Luca reached out, his hand settling firmly on her dirt-streaked shoulder to steady her, to reassure her of his presence, and the world tilted on its axis. It was not dramatic. It was not like lightning or thunder or any of the flashy mythical descriptions from the old stories. It was subtle, quiet, like a frequency suddenly tuning in, a radio finding the right station after days of infuriating static. A slow, profound hum that started where the skin of his palm met the warmth of her shoulder and radiated through every nerve ending, every muscle fiber, through his entire body, warm and blindingly certain, and utterly undeniable. Luca's wolf, which had been frantic with worry only moments ago, suddenly went completely and perfectly still, settled, satisfied, in a way it had never, ever been before. Mate, not a question. Not a hope or a desperate hallucination. A fact as fundamental and necessary as breathing, the cold, damp air filling his lungs. He stared at Farrah, and she stared back at him, her storm-gray eyes wide with shock. She felt it too. He could see it in the way her breath caught, the way her pupils dilated, the way she leaned almost imperceptibly toward him despite the dangerous instability of their position. What was that? She whispered. I do not. Luca started but stopped, because he did know. On some instinctive level that bypassed logic and reason, he knew exactly what that was, the mate bond. Triggered not by first sight or instant recognition, but by this, by danger and rescue, by fear and relief, by the primal need to protect, meeting the desperate need to survive. Luca, Hamish's voice called from above. You need to move. That ledge is deteriorating. Reality crashed back. They were 20 feet down a cliff face on an unstable ledge that could give way at any moment. Whatever had just happened between them, whatever profound shift had just occurred, it would have to wait. Right. Luca forced himself to focus, his training overriding the chaos in his head. He pulled the spare harness from his belt. I'm going to get this on you. Then we climbed together. Farrah nodded, her professionalism snapping back into place despite the lingering shock in her eyes. She let him secure the harness around her waist and thighs, his hands shaking slightly as he checked each buckle. Every time he touched her, even through layers of fabric, that hum resonated stronger. Mot, mine, protect. His wolf was certain, even if Luca's human mind was still reeling. I can climb, Farrah said, testing the harness. My legs are fine, just some scrapes. I will be right beside you, Luca promised. He called up to Hamish. We are ready. Pull her up first. I will climb beside her in case she slips. The rope went taut, and Farrah began to climb. Luca stayed close, his body positioned to catch her as she lost her grip, hyper-aware of every movement she made. The cliff face was treacherous, loose rock giving way under their hands and feet, but Farrah climbed with determination, her jaw set against what must have been considerable pain from her injuries. Halfway up, her foot slipped. Luca's hand shot out, catching her waist and bracing her against the cliff face. The contact sent that hum through both of them again, stronger this time, more insistent. Farrah gasped, her eyes finding his, and for a moment, they just stared at each other, while suspended on a cliff face. I have got you, Luca said roughly. I know, she replied, and something in her voice suggested she meant more than just the climb. They reached the top together. Hands grabbed Farrah, pulling her over the edge to safety. Luca hauled himself up after her, his muscles burning, his mind still spinning from what had happened on that ledge. Rick immediately began checking Farrah over, his enforcer's first aid training kicking in. Scrapes and bruises, nothing broken. That elbow's going to need cleaning and bandaging. You are lucky, Miss Kai. I am aware, Farrah said, wincing as Rick examined her bloodied elbow. She looked past him to Luca, who stood a few feet away, still breathing hard, still feeling that hum beneath his skin. Thank you for coming down. She trailed off, clearly not wanting to finish that sentence in front of witnesses. Anytime, Luca managed, though his voice came out rougher than he intended. Marcus appeared with Farrah's pack and her hat, miraculously intact, caught in some brush on the way down. I am sorry, Miss Kai. I should have checked that trail more carefully before you. This was my fault, not yours, Farrah said firmly. I was the one who stepped on unstable ground. You did everything right, Marcus, including getting help quickly. They made their way back to the vehicle slowly, Farrah walking under her own power, but accepting Hamish's steadying arm when the terrain got rough. Luca followed behind, his wolf completely focused on her, tracking every wince and stumble. The drive back to the pack house was quiet. Farrah sat in the front passenger seat, staring out the window, one hand absently touching her shoulder, where Luca's hand had first landed, where the bond had first hummed to life. Luca watched her in the rearview mirror and wondered if she was as confused as he was. Mott bonds were supposed to trigger at first sight. That is how it worked in every story, every legend, every case he would ever heard of. You looked at someone, and you knew, instantly, undeniably, not a week later. Not after days of negotiations and conversations, and walking 12 miles of territory together. Not after danger and trauma forced the recognition that had somehow been dormant all along. But then again, Luca thought, watching Farrah's reflection, they would done everything about these negotiations differently from the start. Why should their bond be any different? Back at the pack house, the pack doctor, an older woman named Sarah, who had been tending wolves for 40 years, cleaned and bandaged Farrah's injuries while clicking her tongue disapprovingly. Unstable ground, exhaustion, pushing yourself too hard, Sarah muttered, dabbing antiseptic on Farrah's elbow while Farrah hissed, You are lucky you did not break your neck. Believe me, I am aware, Farrah said. Luca stood in the doorway, unable to make himself leave. His wolf insisted on being close, on confirming she was safe, on protecting what was his. Except she was not his, not really. She was the head negotiator of the Lunar Accord Council, here to do a job. In a few days, you'd submit her final report and leave. Go back to her office, or other cases, or her life that had nothing to do with Lakeside Valley or its Alpha. The thought made his wolf snarl in protest. Sarah finished bandaging and stepped back. You will be sore tomorrow. I want you resting tonight. No work, no hiking, definitely no more cliff climbing. Understood, Farrah said. She stood carefully, testing her balance, and her eyes found Luca across the room. "Can we talk? Privately?" Luca nodded, not trusting his voice. They walked to his office in silence, the late afternoon sun streaming through windows and painting everything in shades of amber. Closed the door behind them and turned to find Farrah standing in the middle of the room, her arms wrapped around herself in an uncharacteristically vulnerable posture. "That was not just adrenaline," she said quietly. "On the ledge, when you touched me." "No," Luca agreed. "It was not." "I have heard of triggered bonds," Farrah continued, her voice steady but her eyes uncertain. "Bonds that activate through shared trauma or pivotal moments instead of instant recognition. But I have never, they are rare, unusual. We are unusual," Luca said. He moved closer, drawn by that hum that still resonated between them. "Nothing about this week has been typical." "Why should this be?" Farrah looked up at him, and he saw his own confusion reflected in her gray eyes. "I do not know what this means. For us, for the negotiations, for my work." "Neither do I," Luca admitted. "But I know what I felt, what I am still feeling." He paused. "Do you feel it?" She hesitated, then nodded slowly, like a frequency that just tuned in. A connection that was dormant and suddenly is not. That is exactly what it is. They stood there, inches apart, both trying to process something that defied logic and planning, and every careful boundary they would maintained all week. "I need time," Farrah finally said, "to think, to understand what this means." "Take all the time you need," Luca said, even though his wolf howled in protest at the thought of distance between them. "I am not going anywhere." Farrah smiled, small and uncertain but genuine. "Thank you for saving me today, for not making this more complicated than it already is." "You are welcome." Luca watched her move toward the door, then added quietly, "Farrah, whatever this is, whatever it means, we will figure it out, together." She looked back at him, and something warm flickered in her eyes. "Together," she agreed. Then she was gone, leaving Luca alone in his office with a wolf that was certain they would just found their mate, and a mind that was still trying to catch up with what his instincts had known the moment his hand touched her shoulder. The bond was subtle, quiet, not flashy or overwhelming, but it was there, and Luca had the feeling that everything was about to change. Luca was already in the conference room when Farrah arrived the next morning, the bitter aroma of his second cup of coffee doing little to sharpen his focus. He nursed the ceramic mug in his hands, trying fiercely not to think about the restless, fragmented sleep he would gotten. Every time he would close his eyes, every time his body had relaxed enough to dip into slumber, he would felt that insistent hum, the profound, undeniable pull of the bond settling into place. It resonated deep in his chest, a steady, low thrumming like a second, wilder heartbeat, intertwined with his own. He would spend half the night staring at the shadowed ceiling of his quarters, the rough wool blanket feeling heavy and suffocating. His wolf, a low, contented growl rumbling beneath his skin, was surprisingly serene about this new development. His human mind, however, raced with anxious questions, each one a fresh wave crashing against the fragile peace of the night. What did this mean? Truly, what would Farrah decide? What if she chose her monumental career, the meticulous spreadsheets, and the council's weighty expectations, over this, over them? The thought was a cold knot in his stomach. The soft click of the door opening startled him, pulling him abruptly from his thoughts. Luca looked up, the mug nearly slipping from his grasp, and felt his breath catch in his throat. Farrah stood poised in the doorway, a vision of steely professionalism and unexpected vulnerability. She wore impeccably tailored black pants that hugged her long legs and a beautiful copper-toned silk blouse. The fabric shimmered faintly in the morning light filtering through the tall windows, bringing out a surprising warmth in her skin and making her storm-gray eyes look almost silver, stark against the pale elegance of her face. Her long, raven-dark hair was pulled back in a sleek, low bun, not a single strand daring to escape, and she wore heels that added their usual 3 inches of authoritative height to her already commanding presence. A faint, clean scent, like crisp mountain air after a rain, drifted towards him, a subtle counterpoint to the quiet intensity of her gaze. But it was her face that truly made his wolf whine softly, a low, pained sound deep in his chest. Even through the carefully applied light makeup, He could discern the faint, telltale shadow of bruising along her left cheekbone, a delicate purplish blush beneath her skin. A small, neat bandage peeked out from beneath the cuff of her sleeve, where her elbow had been scraped raw. She moved with a subtle, almost imperceptible precision, each step, each slight shift of her weight, a tiny, careful assessment, as if testing which movements caused a fresh twinge of pain and which did not. He watched her hand instinctively go to brace herself against the doorframe, a fleeting gesture of discomfort. She was visibly bruised, battered, probably sore as hell, every muscle screaming in protest, and she would shown up anyway, ready to work. The sheer grit of it hit him with a quiet force. "Good morning, Alpha Luca," she said, her voice steady and professional, a polished shield over any concealed discomfort. The cool, crisp tone filled the quiet room as she moved gracefully to the head of the long, polished oak table. She set her sleek, black leather briefcase down with a soft thud. "I trust you slept well." A dry chuckle escaped him. "Not particularly," he admitted, his gaze sweeping over her face. "You?" A faint wry curve touched her lips, a fleeting glimpse of humor. "About as well as could be expected after an impromptu 20-foot plummet off a cliff." She pulled out her chair, the wood scraping softly against the floor, but did not sit immediately. Her eyes, those captivating storm-gray pools, met him with an intensity that sent that familiar, startling hum through his chest again, a sudden jolt. "We need to talk. Later." For 50's first section, the unspoken weight of what they needed to talk about hung heavy in the air between them. "Agreed," Lucas said quietly, his voice a low rumble. Before either could say more, the heavy oak door opened again, this time with a more decisive push. Hamish entered, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced by a serious expression, followed by Rick, whose broad shoulders and imposing frames seemed to fill the doorway. Both wolves stopped dead the moment their eyes landed on Farrah, their expressions shifting immediately from focused intent to one of immediate, deep concern. Their gazes, usually sharp and assessing, softened perceptibly. "Kai," Hamish said, his voice unusually gentle, his brow furrowed as he moved closer, a faint scent of pine and rich soil accompanying him. "Should you truly be up? Duck Sarah mentioned you needed absolute rest." "I am fine," Farrah interjected, a small frown of surprise touching her elegant features, clearly taken aback by the uncharacteristic concern in his tone. "Just some bruises." She even managed a dismissive flick of her hand. "You fell 20 feet onto a rock ledge, Miss." "Kai," Rick rumbled, his deep voice carrying the weight of his concern, his enforcer's protective instincts clearly engaged and bristling beneath the surface. "That is not just some bruises. That is a miracle you are walking." His eyes, dark and watchful, scanned her for any hidden signs of pain. "I appreciate your concern, both of you, truly, but I have a job to finish." Farah's voice remained firm, though Luca noticed a subtle wince and a slight favoring of her injured arm as she began pulling out a stack of neatly organized documents from her briefcase. The rustle of paper was the only sound for a moment. "The negotiations need to conclude today so I can submit my final report to the council without further delay." The door opened a third time, softer, more hesitant sound, and several pack members who had been helping with refreshments and setup entered, their arms laden with fresh coffee pots and trays of pastries. The moment their eyes fell upon Farrah, the same expressions of open maternal concern blossomed on their faces. The clinking of ceramic mugs on a tray paused. "Miss Kai, are you all right?" asked Maya, one of the pack mothers, who had been diligently bringing coffee and snacks all week, her kind face now etched with worry. She set down her tray of steaming mugs with a soft thud and moved closer, her warm, comforting scent of baked bread and herbs filling the air, her maternal instincts clearly overriding any sense of protocol or formality. "We heard about your fall yesterday." "You poor thing. You must be so sore." Farrah blinked, genuinely taken aback by the genuine, almost insistent flood of concern. Her professional mask, usually impenetrable, wavered. Yes, am a bit sore, but I'm fine. Really." She even offered a small, reassuring smile that did not quite reach her eyes. "Did you eat breakfast?" Maya continued, completely undeterred, her gaze assessing. "You need to keep your strength up while you are healing." I can bring you something. That is very kind, but Farrah began, attempting to wave her off gently. No buts. Maya's tone brooked no argument, a distinct note of pack mother authority, firm but laced with undeniable warmth, entering her voice. I am bringing you a proper breakfast. Protein, fruit, something substantial. You cannot heal from just coffee and professional stubbornness. She swept out of the room before Farrah could protest further, leaving the head negotiator looking genuinely confused, her storm-gray eyes wide with disbelief. Does this happen often? Farrah asked, turning her bewildered gaze to Luca. Her voice held a hint of amusement warring with her surprise. Pack members just deciding to take care of visiting negotiators. Not usually, Luca admitted, a small, genuine smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The sight of her disarmed confusion was a welcome sight. But you are not just any visiting negotiator. You have been here over a week. You have walked our territory, eaten with our pack, and treated everyone with respect. And yesterday you got hurt on land we are claiming. They feel responsible for your well-being, both as a guest and as a woman doing honorable work. But I am the one who made the mistake, Farrah protested, a faint flush of indignation rising on her cheeks. I stepped on unstable ground, ignored your warnings, and chose a risky path. It was entirely my fault. Does not matter, Hamish said, stepping forward. You were here doing work that benefits our pack, work that is good for our pack. That makes you pack adjacent in their eyes. You have shown respect for our ways, which means they are going to fuss over you whether you like it or not. Miss Kai. A definitive nod cemented his words. Another soft knock. Then Marcus, young scout who had been guiding them, stuck his head in, his face etched with genuine distress and a deep, soul-deep guilt. Kai, I wanted to apologize again for yesterday. I should have checked that particular trail more carefully before. Marcus. Farrah's voice was gentle but firm, cutting him off before he could spiral into self-recrimination. We have been through this. You did everything right. The trail looked perfectly stable. I made a judgment call, and the ground simply gave way. That is not your fault any more than it is the fault of the unpredictability of the weather, or the wolves who have not maintained that specific patch of land in 6 months. She paused, her expression softening, seeing his obvious, lingering guilt. If anything, she continued, her gaze thoughtful, the fall taught me something important about the access clauses I would painstakingly written. That specific trail needs significant work and reinforcement before it is safe for regular use. I will be adding mandatory maintenance requirements and safety inspections to the final agreement for that path. So, in a weird, painful way, my clumsiness actually helped improve the documentation, ensuring safer access for everyone. Marcus looked marginally less guilty, a small spark of understanding in his eyes, but still deeply concerned. If you need anything at all, Miss Kai, please let me know. I am here. I will. Thank you, Marcus. Her voice was soft, genuinely appreciative. He nodded, a lingering shadow of worry in his eyes, and retreated, passing Maya, who returned, a triumphant glint in her eyes, with a plate loaded high with golden scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, a vibrant medley of fresh fruit, and thick slices of buttered toast. The rich aromas filled the room, making Farrah's stomach give a surprised rumble. Aya said it deliberately in front of Farrah with the air of someone who would personally ensure every last crumb got eaten. I will check on you at lunch, Maya said firmly, her voice leaving no room for argument. Make sure you are drinking enough water. Dehydration slows healing, you know. Her kind but unyielding gaze lingered for a moment. Then she too left, the scent of cinnamon and warm bread slowly fading. After she was gone, Farrah stared down at the piled plate of food, something akin to wonder slowly crossing her face. Her usual composure seemed to have completely vanished, replaced by a delicate vulnerability. I have never had a pack do this, care like this. I am always just the council representative, professional courtesy, of course, but nothing personal, never this. She picked up a fork, turning it over in her fingers. You saved 12 survivors and helped give them a home, Luca said quietly, his gaze steady on hers, the hum in his chest a soft, comforting presence now. You walked 12 miles of rough and forgiving terrain to understand our needs. You are fighting to protect sacred sites and ensure fair division of contested land. You did all that for us. That matters to them. You matter to them, Farrah. Farrah looked up at him, and he saw that the meticulously constructed professional mask had slipped completely. Underneath was someone who was deeply touched, perhaps even a little overwhelmed, by the simple, unexpected kindness of being cared for. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through her. Luca said gently, his tone softening further, a hint of playful warning in his eyes. Before Maya comes back and force-feeds you herself. Small, genuine smile finally tugged at the corners of Farrah's lips. Rare, beautiful sight. She would not she? Without question, and she would make sure you finished it all. Farrah picked up her fork and, after a moment's hesitation, began eating. Luca noticed she was genuinely hungry, despite her earlier protests, picking at the food with a surprising eagerness. They worked in companionable silence while she finished her breakfast, the soft clink of her fork against the plate the only sound, as Luca reviewed the final documentation one last time before Alpha Johnson of the Blackgum Pack arrived. When the Blackgum Alpha finally entered, fashionably late as always, carrying his usual air of self-importance and the faint scent of stale tobacco, he strode in with a booming greeting that died abruptly in his throat. He stopped short at the sight of Farrah's bruised face, his bluster completely deflating. "What the hell happened to you, woman?" he demanded, his usual bluster giving way to something surprisingly close to genuine concern, his voice rougher than usual. "I disagreed with gravity, Alpha Johnson," Farrah said dryly, her professional composure instantly snapping back into place, a subtle hardening in her silver eyes. "Gravity won that particular round. But I am fine, and we have work to finish. Please, sit." She gestured to the empty chair beside her with an unwavering hand. The final negotiation session, surprisingly, was quick. With the major territorial divisions and core decisions already hammered out over the arduous week, all that remained was methodically reviewing the specific legal language, confirming the new mandatory maintenance requirements Farrah had shrewdly added after her fall, and getting both alphas to officially sign off on the survivor placement agreements. The rustle of paper, the low murmur of voices, and the occasional scratch of a pen filled the room. Johnson argued a few minor points, more out of a deeply ingrained habit and a need to assert his authority than any genuine objection, Luca suspected. But even he seemed unusually subdued by the sight of Farrah's injuries and her quiet, unyielding determination to push through despite them. He kept glancing at her, flicker of uneasy respect in his eyes. By mid-morning, with the last signature scrawled across the parchment, it was done. Ancient, contested Braxton lands had been officially divided, the legal documents now binding. As the Werewolf officially received the northern section, with its historical orchard, the sacred ancestral sites, and the old-growth forest, now safe from exploitation. The Blackgum Pack, in turn, received the southern section, with its fertile farmland, crucial human access routes, and new trade opportunities. The majestic waterfall and the sacred clearing, a place of peace and spiritual significance, were permanently designated neutral territory under the unwavering protection of the Council. And perhaps most importantly, the 12 remaining Braxton survivors would be quietly absorbed into the Lakeside Valley Pack, with full rank guarantees and perpetual, protected access rights to their ancestral burial grounds. A subtle, collective sigh of relief seemed to pass through the room. It was fair, painstakingly, perfectly fair. "Gentlemen," Farrah said, standing at the head of the table one last time, "the Lunar Accord Council will review this agreement over the next week. Barring any major objections, which I do not anticipate, you will receive final approval within 10 days. At that point, the land transfers become official, and you can begin integration of your new territories." She looked at both alphas, her expression serious. "This has been one of the more complex negotiations I have mediated, but also one of the most professional. You both fought hard for your pack's interests, while respecting the process and the sacred nature of the contested land. Thank you for your cooperation." Johnson stood, and to Luca's surprise, he extended his hand to Farrah. "You are damn good at your job, Miss Kai, even when you are being infuriatingly fair." He paused. And I am glad you survived that fall. Would have been a hell of a thing to lose you over a patch of unstable ground. Farrah shook his hand, genuine warmth in her expression. Thank you, Alpha Johnson. I hope the farmland serves the Black Gum Pack well. After Johnson and his advisor left, the conference room fell quiet. Farrah immediately began organizing her materials, but instead of packing them away, she started spreading documents across the table in a new configuration. What is all this? Luca asked. A mountain of paperwork, Farrah said with a slight grimace. Council reports, incident documentation from yesterday's fall, soil sample analysis, maintenance requirement specifications, survivor integration verification forms, historical treaty cross-references. She pulled out more folders. I need to have everything submitted to the council by the end of the week. That is a lot of work, Hamish observed from where he had been quietly observing near the door. Welcome to my life, Farrah said, but there was no bitterness in her tone, just tired acceptance. Go ahead with whatever pack business you need to handle. I will be here for hours. Hamish exchanged a glance with Rick, then looked at Luca. Actually, we need you for the morning pack council meeting. Budget review, patrol schedules, the integration timeline for the survivors. Luca hesitated, looking at Farrah surrounded by paperwork. His wolf whined softly, not wanting to leave her. Bo, Farrah said firmly, not looking up from the document she was reading. I have a mountain of work to finish, and you have a pack to run. I will still be drowning in legal documents when you are done. Are you sure? Alpha Luca. She looked up, and despite the bruising on her face and the exhaustion in her eyes, her expression was warm. I have been doing this job for 12 years. I know how to fill out council paperwork. Go handle your responsibilities. I will be fine. Reluctantly, Luca followed Hamish and Rick out of the conference room and across the grounds to his office in the pack house. The morning air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of autumn leaves and distant wood smoke. Pack members called out greetings as they passed, their voices filled with excitement about the concluded negotiations. But Luca's mind was elsewhere, still back in that conference room with a woman who had mountains of paperwork and a mate bond humming quietly in his chest. They reached his office, and Luca closed the door behind them with more force than necessary. Hamish and Rick both turned to look at him, identical expressions of concern on their faces. All right, Hamish said, crossing his arms. Before we get into budget reviews and patrol schedules, you need to tell us what is going on. You have been acting strange since yesterday. Strange how? Luca moved to his desk, eyeing time. Strange, like you would not let anyone else go down that cliff to rescue her, Rick said quietly. Strange, like you have barely taken your eyes off her since. Strange, like you looked physically pained when we pulled you away from her just now. Luca looked between his beta and his enforcer, the two wolves he trusted more than anyone else in the world. They deserved the truth, needed the truth, really, because this was going to affect the entire pack. He took a deep breath. Something happened yesterday, he said quietly, on the ledge. When I reached Farrah, Hamish's eyes sharpened. What kind of something? The mate bond. The word still felt impossible on his tongue. It triggered. The moment I touched her shoulder to brace her for the climb, it just clicked into place. The silence that followed was absolute. Rick spoke first, his deep voice filled with wonder. A triggered bond? I know they are rare. Rare? Hamish laughed, the sound sharp with disbelief. Luca, they are practically mythical. I have heard of maybe 3 cases my entire life, and 2 of those were just stories. Well, now you know a 4th case, Luca said, because it happened. Not when we first met, not during all those days of negotiations, but in that moment of danger and rescue. Something aligned, and the bond just was. Rick moved closer, his expression thoughtful. Does she feel it too? She does. Luca ran a hand through his hair, the gesture revealing his agitation. We've not talked about it much yet. She needed time to process, and with the negotiations concluding today, she has had other priorities. But yes, she feels it. I can see it in the way she looks at me, the way she reacts when I am near. Hamish stared at him for a long moment, then slowly sank into one of the chairs across from Luca's desk. Holy shit, that about sums it up, Luca agreed. The head negotiator of the Lunar Accord Council, Hamish continued. as if he needed to say it out loud to believe it. The woman who has been here for over a week, who you have been working with and arguing with and walking boundaries with, she is your mate. Yes. And the bond triggered during a rescue on an unstable cliff ledge. Yes. Holy shit, Hamish repeated. Rick's expression shifted from wonder to concern. What does this mean for her? For her career? Head negotiators are supposed to be neutral, pack independent. If she becomes Luna of Lakeside Valley, I know, Luca interrupted, the same worry that had kept him awake all night surging forward. She would have to step down from the council. Give up work she is brilliant at, work that matters, work she has dedicated her entire adult life to, all because fate decided to throw a mate bond at her in the middle of a negotiation. Would she do that? Hamish asked quietly. Give up her career? I do not know. Luca leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. We've not talked about it yet. She has to finish her council reports, submit her recommendations, and close out this case. Then we will talk about what happens next. And if she chooses her career? Rick's voice was gentle, but the question cut deep. Luca's wolf snarled at the thought, but he forced himself to consider it honestly. Then I will respect her decision. I am not going to force a bond on someone who does not want it, mate or not. If her work is more important, if she needs her independence more than she needs this connection, then I will let her go. That is very noble, Hamish said. Also, complete bullshit. Your wolf would go insane. My wolf will survive, Luca said firmly, even though he was not entirely sure it was true. What matters is what is right for Farrah. She did not ask for this, did not expect it. I am not going to trap her with a bond she never wanted, just because fate has a sick sense of humor. Rick and Hamish exchanged a long look, having one of those silent conversations that came from years of working together. For what it is worth, Rick said finally, I think she will choose you. Why? Because of the way she looks at you when she thinks no one's watching, Rick replied. Because she stayed up until 2 a.m. talking to you after the packed dinner. Because yesterday, when you were climbing up that cliff with her, she looked at you like you were the only solid thing in her entire world. Rick's right, Hamish added. That woman has spent a week maintaining perfect professional boundaries, and in the past 2 days, those boundaries have been crumbling. She feels the bond, and I think she wants it, even if she is terrified of what it means. Luca wanted to believe them, wanted to hope that Farrah would choose him, choose them, choose a future together, despite the complications. But hope was a dangerous thing when it came to matters of the heart. We will see, he said quietly. Now should we actually handle the pack business you dragged me here for? They spent the next several hours working through council business, budget allocations for the winter, patrol rotation schedules, and the integration plan for the Braxton survivors. Luca forced himself to focus and give his pack the attention they deserved, even though part of his mind kept drifting back to that conference room and the woman surrounded by paperwork. By late afternoon, they would finished everything that could not wait. Hamish and Rick left to handle their own responsibilities, and Luca found himself alone in his office, staring at the stack of documents on his desk, without really seeing them. Mate bond hummed quietly in his chest, a reminder that something profound had changed, whether they were ready for it or not. Finally, unable to stay away any longer, Luca stood and made his way back to the conference room. He found Farrah exactly where he would left her hours ago, still surrounded by documents. But now the late afternoon sun slanted through the windows, painting everything in shades of amber and gold. Her copper-colored blouse glowed in the light, and loose strands of hair had escaped her bun, framing her face in dark wisps. She looked exhausted and beautiful, and so focused on her work that she did not notice him standing in the doorway. Luca's wolf settled at the sight of her, content just to be near, to watch, to know she was safe. His mate. You are staring, Farrah said without looking up from her paperwork. Luca smiled. How did you know? I could feel you. She set down her pen and finally looked at him, and the warmth in her storm-gray eyes made his heart kick against his ribs. The bond. It gets stronger when you are close. Yeah, Luca agreed, moving into the room. It does. How was your pack council meeting? Long, productive, necessary. He pulled out the chair beside her and sat down. How is the mountain of paperwork? Still a mountain, Farrah admitted, but I am making progress. Another few hours, and I should have everything ready to submit. Can I help? She smiled, small and tired but genuine. Not unless you have suddenly become an expert in Lunar Accord Council bureaucracy. Afraid not. Then just, she hesitated, then added quietly, stay. If you can, I could use the company. So Luca stayed. He sat beside her while she worked through the endless documentation, occasionally asking questions about what she was filing, or why certain reports required specific formats. Mostly, though, he just watched her work, admiring the meticulous way she double-checked every detail, the focused intensity she brought to even the most mundane paperwork. She cared about getting it right, about making sure every single piece of documentation was accurate and complete, because that is who she was, someone who took her responsibilities seriously, who understood that details mattered, who refused to cut corners, even when she was exhausted and bruised, and probably in pain. It was one of the many things he loved about her. The thought stopped him cold. Love. Was that what this was? Or just the mate bond making him feel things that were not real? But as he watched Farrah work, as he felt the quiet hum in his chest, and the contentment of his wolf just being near her, Luca realized the bond had not created these feelings. It had just revealed what had been growing all along. Luca? Farrah was looking at him, concern in her eyes. You okay? Yeah, he said softly. I am okay. She studied him for a moment longer, then nodded and returned to her paperwork. And Luca sat beside her, watching the late afternoon sun paint her in shades of gold, and wondered what tomorrow would bring. Tomorrow, they would talk. Tomorrow, they would figure out what the bond meant and how to move forward. But tonight, he would simply be here, present, steady, supportive. Tomorrow could wait. Luca woke before dawn, the pre-dawn chill in the air doing little to soothe the turbulent energy of his wolf. It paced beneath his skin, a restless shadow of instinct and longing, ever since her. He would dreamed again, recurring phantom of the past 2 nights. The memory of her storm-gray eyes, wide and unflinching as she stood on the precipice, was a vivid, almost tactile sensation against the back of his eyelids. He could still feel the cool stone beneath his palm as he would reached for her, the electric jolt that had shot through him the instant his fingertips brushed her shoulder, sending a tremor through the very foundation of his world. The mate bond hummed quietly in his chest, a deep, resonant thrum, stronger now than it had been 2 days ago, more settled. It felt like a deep root taking hold, sinking into the very core of his being, as if it had been probing, testing the waters at first, and was now utterly confident in its permanence, its rightful place. He pushed off the rumpled sheets, the quiet groan of his bed frame the only sound in the dimly lit room. He showered, the hot water a reprieve, stinging his skin awake. Dressed in dark slacks and a crisp iron shirt, he made his way through the silent packhouse. The polished oak floors creaked faintly under his boots, a familiar sound in the hushed expanse. Outside, the eastern sky was just beginning to paint itself in delicate shades of rose and molten gold, promising a new day. Most of the pack was still deep in slumber, and Luca found a quiet comfort in the pervasive stillness, a moment of peace before the demands of Alpha responsibilities began. He was halfway down the hallway, the scent of dust and old wood lingering faintly, when he smelled it. It was not just a smell, it was an experience. First, the crisp, sweet perfume of lilies, innocent yet potent, like a promise whispered on a spring breeze, instantly cuts through the stale morning air. Then, the deeper, richer notes of an autumn forest after a light rain, damp earth, decaying leaves, the subtle, spicy aroma of pine needles and damp moss. But beneath it all, threading through every delicate and earthy note, was a primal, intoxicating essence that was undeniably her, Farrah. A scent he now knew, with every fiber of his being, he would crave and recognize anywhere, in any crowd, for the rest of his life. His wolf surged forward, a primal growl rumbling in his chest, alert and eagerly pulling him onward. Malik, she was here, close. Luca followed the intoxicating scent to the conference room, the very room where they would spend over a week, negotiating boundaries, arguing over water rights, their previous interactions a dance of carefully maintained professional distance. The door was slightly ajar, a sliver of soft morning light spilling through the gap, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. He pushed it open quietly, the almost imperceptible creak of the hinges loud in the silence, and stopped dead in the doorway. Farrah stood at the expansive windows, silhouetted against the burgeoning sunrise, and Luca's breath caught a sharp, unbidden gasp. The rising sun cast a halo around her, outlining every curve. She wore a white skirt that fell elegantly to mid-calf, striking and unexpectedly elegant, with a side slit that revealed tantalizing glimpses of long, shapely legs when she shifted her weight. A fitted black shirt was tucked into the waistband, professional yet subtly highlighting her figure, and black ankle-length boots completed the ensemble. Her long black hair was down, that glossy curtain falling to her waist, catching the morning light like dark liquid silk, shimmering with blue-black highlights. She looked like something out of a dream, powerful and beautiful and entirely herself, a vision that rooted him to the spot. Then she turned, her movements fluid and graceful, and saw him. Her face lit up with a smile that made his heart kick hard against his ribs, a joyful, searing thud. It was not the polite, guarded smile of the negotiator. It was genuine, radiating warmth that instantly melted the last vestiges of his morning chill. "Good morning, Alpha Luca," she said, and her voice, usually so precise and controlled during negotiations, carried a surprising warmth, a soft lilt that sent a shiver down his spine. "I was hoping you would be an early riser." Luca tried to respond and found his tongue glued to the roof of his mouth. He would momentarily forgotten how words worked, how to articulate anything beyond a calfman grunt. He just stood there staring at her like he would never seen a woman before, his wolf practically whimpering with adoration at the sight of their mate. The scent of her filled his lungs, intoxicating and grounding all at once. No one had ever made him react like this. Not in 33 years of living had anyone stolen his breath with just a smile, rendering him speechless with a mere look. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. "Luca?" Farrah's smile widened slightly, a hint of amusement dancing in her remarkable gray eyes, which now held the soft glow of the sunrise. "You all right? You look like you have seen a ghost." Yes, sorry." He finally managed to get his brain working again, forcing words past a suddenly dry throat. That skirt, too much." She glanced down at herself, a flicker of self-consciousness crossing her features, though her smile remained. She tugged lightly at the black fabric of her shirt. "I was not sure what to wear for this conversation. Professional felt wrong, too formal for something so personal. Casual felt too informal, so I landed somewhere in the middle." "It is perfect," Luca said honestly, the words tumbling out, laced with a raw sincerity he did not even try to hide. "You are perfect." Color rose in her cheeks, a delicate flush that spread across her cheekbones, and she looked pleased despite her attempt at maintaining a composed, professional demeanor. She toyed with a stray strand of her long hair. "Flattery this early in the morning, Alpha?" Her voice was lighter now, playful, just honesty. He moved into the room, drawn to her like gravity, the pull undeniable, palpable. The bond hummed stronger with each step closer, that frequency settling into something warm and certain in his chest, a deep, steady rhythm. "You submitted your council reports last night, finished at midnight, and sent everything through." She turned back to the windows, looking out over the packed grounds as they slowly came to life with the dawn, the first wisps of smoke curling from chimneys, a distant bark breaking the quiet, "which means my work here is officially done. The Braxton negotiations are closed, pending council approval. And now," his voice was softer, no longer the Alpha, but simply Luca, "and now we talk." Farrah turned to face him fully, her storm gray eyes serious once more, their depth holding an unspoken question about what happened on that ledge, about what we have both been feeling since. Before Luca could respond, before he could even form the words that were bubbling up inside him, the conference room door opened behind him with a sudden, jarring scrape against the polished floor. Hamish walked in, already talking, his voice booming with his usual boisterous energy. "Luca, I need you to look at the integration timeline because 3 of the survivors want to." He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes going wide and his jaw dropping comically as he took in the scene. Luca was standing frozen in the middle of the room, staring intently at Farrah. Farrah, bathed in the soft morning light, in that striking white skirt, looking at Luca with an expression that was part nervous, part hopeful, part utterly vulnerable. And the air between them was not just thick, it was practically crackling with unspoken tension, a static charge that seemed to physically vibrate. Hamish's gaze sharpened, and Luca watched realization dawn across his beta's face, a slow understanding replacing the initial shock. Hamish had known about the mate bond since yesterday, of course, but seeing it, actual witnessing the primal, undeniable way Luca reacted to Farrah's presence, that was a different beast entirely. It was a tangible thing, a force in the room. Right. I will come back later, Hamish stammered, already backing toward the door, his movements surprisingly graceful for his size. Much later. Like several hours later, or perhaps next week. Mamish, Luca started, a frustrated growl rumbling low in his throat. Nope. You two clearly need privacy. I will handle the integration timeline myself. Do not worry about it. His beta grinned, a wide, genuine smile of happiness cutting through the teasing. Congratulations, by the way, both of you. Seriously. Then he was gone, pulling the heavy door closed behind him with a decisive click that echoed in the now silent room. Farrah stared at the closed door for a beat, a soft, amused chuckle escaping her lips, then looked at Luca with raised eyebrows, a question in her gaze. He knows. I told him and Rick yesterday during our pack council meeting. They are my beta and enforcer. They needed to know. Luca moved closer, the scent of her growing stronger, until only a few feet separated them. The warmth of her very presence radiated towards him. They were surprised, but happy for us. Us, Farrah repeated softly, the single word hanging in the air, weighted with possibility and uncertainty, as if testing the taste of it on her tongue. Is there an us, Luca? Or is this just a bond neither of us asked for? A twist of fate, throwing our carefully constructed lives into chaos. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper, reflecting the profound question. I do not know, Luca admitted, his gaze steady, unwavering. That is what we need to figure out. Farrah nodded slowly, then moved to one of the large polished chairs at the conference table and sat down, her white skirt fanning elegantly around her. Luca took the chair beside her, not across from her like during the negotiations, creating a barrier, but close. Near enough to catch that intoxicating scent of lilies and autumn forest, near enough to feel the bond humming between them, a tangible thread of connection. The triggered bond, Farrah said, her voice steady now, despite the immense weight of the conversation, her fingers tracing an invisible pattern on the tabletop. I have been researching it for the past 2 nights, scouring old texts, interviewing elders. There is not much documented. It is incredibly rare. What exists suggests they are incredibly rare. Most mate bonds activate at first sight or first touch, but triggered bonds. She paused, her gaze distant, lost in thought, remembering sleepless nights poring over dusty tomes. They activate through shared trauma, moments of extreme danger, or pivotal life events that force recognition when it might otherwise be suppressed. Like rescuing someone from a cliff ledge, Luca said, remembering the cold wind, the fear, the sudden jolt. Like that, yes. Farrah turned to face him fully, her storm-gray eyes meeting his, earnest and searching. The theory is that some bonds exist in a dormant state, present but not active. They need a catalyst to wake up, something that breaks through whatever walls or circumstances were keeping them hidden, whatever barriers we consciously or unconsciously erected. So it was always there, Luca said slowly, the realization dawning on him like the sunrise outside, illuminating a truth he had not seen before. From the moment we met, we just could not feel it yet. Could not or would not, Farrah agreed, her gaze unwavering. Maybe if circumstances had been different, if I was not here as a cold, neutral negotiator for the council, if you were not the alpha I was mediating for, would have triggered immediately. But we were both so focused on maintaining professional boundaries, on keeping an appropriate distance, on our roles, she gestured vaguely between them. The bond stayed dormant until a moment where professional boundaries did not matter, Luca finished, the pieces clicking into place. when all that mattered was getting you to safety. Exactly. Farrah's eyes held his, a challenge and an invitation. So the question is, what do we do about it now? The sudden, undeniable connection that neither of us anticipated. Luca took a deep, steadying breath, the scent of her filling his lungs, stealing his resolve. Tell me what accepting this bond would mean for you, for your career. What would you lose? Farrah's expression tightened slightly, a shadow of pain flickering across her face, quickly masked by practiced control, her jaw visibly clenched. I would have to step down as head negotiator. Council rules are very clear. Negotiators must be impartial, neutral parties with no territorial affiliations. If I became Luna of Lakeside Valley, I would lose that neutrality. I could not mediate disputes anymore, not when I would have a vested interest in pack politics, in your pack's interests. 12 years of work, Luca said quietly, the weight of her sacrifice pressing down on him. Your entire adult life is dedicated to this career. 12 years of work I love, Farrah confirmed, her voice thick with emotion, though she held it in check. Work that matters. I'd prevent wars, Luca. I save lives by making sure territories are divided fairly and disputes do not turn violent. Giving that up, she trailed off, the pain evident now, a raw vulnerability in her storm-gray eyes. Would destroy you, Luca finished, his own voice hoarse, feeling the deep truth of her words. His wolf howled in protest, desperate to claim its mate, to disregard all else for her. But his human side, the Alpha, understood the profound impact. I will not ask you to do that. Will not ask you to give up who you are, what you have built, just because fate decided to throw a mate bond at us. His tone was firm, resolute, a promise etched in the quiet morning air. That is the thing, though. Farrah leaned forward, intensity radiating from her. I have been thinking about this constantly since the fall, trying to figure out what I want, what I can live with, what would make me happy in the long run. She paused, and I realized something. I love my work, but I am also exhausted by it. Luca blinked. What? I have been doing this for 12 years, Farrah said. 73 cases, constant travel, living out of hotels and guest rooms, maintaining perfect neutrality, even when I desperately want to take sides. I have no pack, no home base, no real connections beyond professional relationships. I am good at what I do, but it is lonely. Luca, it has been lonely for a very long time. She stood and moved back to the windows, her silhouette sharp against the morning light. When your pack took care of me after the fall, Maya bringing me breakfast, Marcus apologizing even though it was not his fault, everyone checking on me like I mattered, that was the first time in years I felt like I belonged somewhere. Like I was more than just the council representative doing a job. Luca stood and moved to her side, close but not touching. What are you saying? I am saying that maybe this bond is not a disaster. Farrah turned to look at him, vulnerability clear in her eyes. Maybe it is an opportunity, a chance to have something I did not even realize I was missing. But your career would change, not end, Farrah interrupted. The council does not just employ roaming negotiators. They need legal advisors, treaty specialists, and people who can interpret boundary law and historical precedents. I could work from a home base, consult on cases without being the lead negotiator, and use my expertise differently. Hope sparked in Luca's chest, dangerous and bright. You have thought this through. I have thought about nothing else since you touched my shoulder on that ledge, and everything changed. She reached out, her hand finding his. The moment their skin made contact, bond hummed louder, certain and undeniable. I am terrified, Luca. Terrified of giving up my independence, terrified of failing as a Luna, terrified of what happens if this does not work. I am terrified too, Luca admitted. I have been alone for 33 years. I would accepted that maybe I was not meant to have a mate. And now I find you, and you are brilliant and strong, and everything I did not know I needed, and I am terrified of losing you before we even really have a chance. Farrah's fingers tightened around his. So what do we do? Luca thought about it, really thought about it, weighing his own fears against the certainty thrumming in his chest. The bond was real. What he felt for Farrah was real, bond or not, and she was standing here holding his hand, admitting she was willing to try. That took courage. More courage than any territorial negotiation or cliff rescue. We will explore it, he said finally. Not rushing, not forcing anything, but permitting ourselves to see what this could be. You consult with the council about role changes. I work on the integration of the survivors and the new territory, and we figure out how to be together, how to be mates, at our own pace. What if it does not work? Farrah asked quietly. What if we try and realize we are better apart than together? Then we will deal with that if it comes. Luca brought their joined hands up, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. But I do not think it will. I think we are going to figure this out, stumble through it together, and come out the other side as something stronger than either of us could be alone. Farrah smiled, genuine and warm and tinged with relief. You have a lot of faith in us. I have faith in you, Luca corrected. You walked into this pack house over a week ago and commanded every room you entered. You shut down 2 territorial alphas with nothing but your voice and your expertise. You fell off a cliff and climbed back up, bruised but determined to finish your job. If anyone can navigate the complications of a triggered mate bond, it is you. We, Farrah corrected softly. If anyone can navigate this, it is we. Together, Luca agreed. They stood at the windows, hands joined, watching the sun finish its climb into the sky. The pack was fully awake now, wolves moving across the grounds, heading to training or breakfast or their various responsibilities. Life continues in all its messy, beautiful complexity. Need to go back to council headquarters, Farrah said after a long moment. Submit my in-person reports, have the conversation about changing roles, and tie up loose ends from other cases. Luca's wolf whined at the thought of separation, but he forced it down. How long? A week, maybe 2. Long enough to handle the logistics and pack up my things. She looked at him, vulnerability and hope warring in her expression. Would you want me to come back? After I am done? Come back and actually try this? More than anything, Luca said honestly. This pack, me, we want you here. Not just visiting, not just for negotiations. Here, as part of us, if you are willing. Farrah turned fully toward him, bringing her other hand up to cup his cheek. The touch sent that bond humming through both of them, warm and certain and impossibly right. I am willing, she said quietly, terrified but willing. Luca covered her hand with his, leaning into her touch. Then we will figure it out. Together, Farrah echoed. And there in the conference room where they would spend a week, arguing over boundaries and treaties, they made a different kind of agreement. To try, to explore, to give this unexpected, impossible, perfect bond a chance to grow into something real. It would not be easy. There would be complications, political consequences, career adjustments, and the challenge of learning to be together after years of independence. But as Luca looked at Farrah, at the determination in her storm-gray eyes, the strength in her stance, he felt certain they could handle it. They would negotiate peace between territorial alphas. They would survive cliff falls and triggered bonds, and a week of intense professional proximity that had somehow transformed into something more. They could navigate this too. When do you need to leave? Luca asked, already dreading the answer. Tomorrow morning. Farrah's expression turned apologetic. I have a meeting with my council superior in 3 days, and I need time to prepare my proposal for the role transition. Then we have today, Luca said. Let me show you the pack at its best. Not as a negotiator, not as a guest, but as someone who might actually become part of this, as my mate. Farrah's smile was brilliant, warm and genuine, and full of possibility. I would like that. I would like that very much. They spent the day together. Luca introduced her to pack members as more than just the council representative, as Farrah, the woman who would help them secure the Braxton lands and who might, if fate was kind, become their Luna. The pack welcomed her with the same warmth they would shown after her fall, but now with added excitement. Children asked if she would stay. Elders told her stories about the pack's history. Young wolves showed off their skills, eager to impress. And through it all, Farrah smiled and listened, and asked questions, that professional mask completely gone. This was just her, curious, warm, genuinely interested in the people who might become her pack. By the time evening fell and they sat together on the pack house porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple, Luca felt more certain than ever that this was right. "Thank you," Farrah said quietly, "for today, for showing me what this could be." "Thank you for being willing to try," Luca replied. "I know what you are risking." "We are both risking something," Farrah said, "but maybe that is what makes it worth it." She leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder, and Luca wrapped his arm around her. The bond hummed contentedly between them, no longer uncertain or questioning, but settled and sure. Tomorrow she would leave, would go back to her life at council headquarters and begin the process of transforming it into something new. But she would come back, would return to Lakeside Valley and to him, and they would figure out how to build a future together. It would not be perfect. It would probably be messy and complicated and full of challenges neither of them could anticipate. But as the sun set and Farrah's hand found his, Luca realized that messy and complicated sounded pretty damn perfect, as long as they faced it together. The autumn morning was absolutely perfect, a vibrant tapestry of senses. A bracing chill, sharp with a sweet, intoxicating perfume of ripe apples, and the earthy, decaying scent of fallen leaves, teased their nostrils and invigorated their lungs. Sunlight, a gentle, golden sieve, filtered through branches heavy with fruit, dappling the orchard floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. In the distance, the rhythmic thud of apples dropping onto soft grass punctuated the cheerful shouts and laughter of pack members as they worked the harvest, their voices carrying clearly on the crisp air. Luca stood at the edge of the orchard, a silent, watchful sentinel, his eyes fixed on his mate. Farrah moved between the gnarled trees with a careful, almost ethereal grace, a testament to her inherent balance, despite the pronounced swell of her very pregnant belly. She wore well-worn jeans, faded denim barely stretching over her abdomen, and one of his own flannel shirts, soft, oversized, and currently the only thing that fit comfortably. Her long raven hair, usually a free-flowing cascade, was pulled back in a practical braid that swung gently down her spine. Her sturdy boots crunched softly on fallen apples and scattered leaves as she paused, her brow furrowed in concentration, to examine a particularly heavy-laden branch. Her hand instinctively went to the small, scuffed leather notebook she still carried everywhere, its pages filled with neat, efficient script. The quiet scratch of her pencil was almost inaudible under the sounds of the orchard, yet Luca could almost hear it in his mind. Even 8 months pregnant, her innate thoroughness was a force of nature. "This section needs additional support, Marcus," she called out, her voice clear and carrying across the cheerful din to where Marcus and 2 other pack members were efficiently managing the harvest. She gestured with her pencil towards a cluster of branches bowing precariously low. "Those branches are going to break under the weight if we do not brace them soon. See the stress fractures already forming near the trunk." "On it, Luna," Marcus replied instantly, his broad shoulders already turning, his gaze following her pointing finger as he moved to assess the situation. The respect in his voice was palpable. Luca pushed off the rough bark of the apple tree he had been leaning against, moving with a fluid ease born of long habit to Farrah's side. His hand automatically settled on the small of her back, a warm, protective weight. "You are supposed to be supervising, love, not doing the actual assessment work." "You know," Doc Sarah said, "to take it easier." "I am supervising," Farrah protested, though she leaned gratefully into his touch, her body relaxing against his. "Just very thoroughly. Someone has to make sure those apples do not end up bruised on the ground." A faint, sweet scent of apples and her own familiar, comforting aroma clung to her. "You are 8 months pregnant. Soon to be 9. You should be resting and letting others scramble up trees, not scrutinizing every single limb." He gently rubbed a circle on her lower back. "I am pregnant, not made of glass, Luca," she retorted, a playful spark in her emerald eyes. She turned to smile at him, a wide, genuine curve of her lips that still, after all this time, sent a familiar jolt through Luca. It was the same thrilling recognition he would felt a year ago when she would first appeared, a vision in that defiant white skirt. Some powerful primal connection, some deep-seated rightness, never changed. "Besides," Doc Sarah said, "walking is good for me. And what better place to walk than through the orchard we fought so hard to get, and then worked so hard to restore." She was not wrong. The orchard had been one of their best decisions, fully restored now, its 60-plus mature trees groaning under the weight of more fruit than Lakeside Valley could use alone. They would painstakingly establish trade agreements with 3 neighboring packs and the bustling town of Coldbrook, turning the orchard into a sustainable source of both food and much-needed income for the pack. The vibrant red and green of the apples hanging from the branches was not just beautiful, it was a symbol of their thriving future. "Come on," Farrah said, linking her arm through his, her hand warm and firm. "Let us walk the full circuit. I want to see everything." Her boots crunched rhythmically on the gravel path. They left the joyful bustle of the orchard behind and headed north, following the trails that had been carefully maintained and reinforced over the past year. The path that had once been unstable and overgrown, the very path where Farrah had tragically fallen, changing their lives forever, was now properly graded, its surface firm underfoot. Carefully constructed railings, smooth and cool beneath the hand, stood at dangerous points, and regular safety inspections ensured their continued integrity. Luca still felt a ghost of a chill, a phantom clench in his gut, every time they passed that particular spot. He remembered the cold terror that had gripped him, the sickening lurch of his heart at the sight of her trapped on that precarious ledge, so fragile, so vulnerable. He remembered the electrifying moment his hand had touched her shoulder, and the world had shifted, clicked into place, irrevocably changed. A shiver traced its way down his spine. "Stop brooding," Farrah said, squeezing his arm gently, pulling him from his memory. "I can feel your anxiety, heavy as a stone, through the bond." "I am not brooding," he corrected, a slight frown creasing his brow. "I am reflecting. There is a difference." The scent of pine and damp earth filled the air. "You are remembering my fall and getting protective Alpha style," she countered, her tone soft but firm. She stopped walking, turning to face him fully, her hand resting instinctively on her swollen belly. The faint warmth from her palm reached him through his shirt. "Luca, that was a year ago. I am fine." "We are fine. This little one," she patted her belly, "is very much fine. You can let it go." Her eyes, so earnest and clear, held his. "I know," he admitted, pulling her close as her burgeoning belly would allow. He inhaled her calming scent, feeling the soft curve of her back against his chest. "It does not stop me from being grateful it worked out, that you worked out." "Grateful for the fall, then?" A mischievous glint returned to her eyes. "Grateful for what came after," he corrected, pressing a tender kiss to her forehead, feeling the silkiness of her skin. "The bond, this." His hand, large and calloused, covered hers on her belly, and beneath them, he felt the strong, insistent kicks of their child, a vibrant, undeniable life, all of it. Farrah smiled, wide, warm, and utterly content expression that softened her entire face. "Me too, more than words can say." They continued walking, their pace unhurried and comfortable. The forest path, dappled with sunlight shifting through the autumn leaves, opened up into the sacred clearing where the waterfall thundered down from its sheer cliff face. The air here was cooler, mist-laden, and thrummed with the ancient energy of the earth and the constant, powerful roar of the water, a white curtain of foam plummeting into the churning pool below. The clearing looked completely different from a year ago, no longer overgrown and neglected, but meticulously restored and maintained, verdant moss clinging to the ancient stones. A ceremonial stone circle had been repaired, each weathered gray rock now standing firm, and the surrounding vegetation carefully tended, vibrant green amidst the muted autumn tones. A small group of Braxton survivors sat near the stones, their voices a murmur, sharing stories and memories. They looked up as Luca and Farrah approached, their faces breaking into warm, welcoming smiles. Alpha, Luna, one of the older survivors, a woman named Claire, her silver hair pulled back from a kind, lined face, greeted them, her voice gentle. "Beautiful morning for a visit to the clearing, is not it?" She gestured to the sparkling mist from the waterfall. "It is, Claire," Farrah agreed, her gaze sweeping over the restored space. "How are you all settling in?" "Truly, better than we ever hoped," Claire said, a genuine warmth radiating from her. Her eyes held a deep gratitude. "Having access to this place, being able to visit whenever we want, to honor our ancestors, and remember our pack, it means everything, truly everything." A few other survivors nodded, their expressions mirroring hers. That was always the goal, Farrah said quietly, her voice tinged with emotion as she looked at the restored circle. Sacred sites should be accessible, not locked away behind territorial disputes and old grudges. They talked with the survivors for a while, hearing updates on their integration into Lakeside Valley. All 12 had, against the odds, found their places, new homes, new roles, new beginnings, while still honoring their past. It was exactly what the painstakingly difficult negotiations had been meant to achieve. After saying their goodbyes, leaving the survivors in the peaceful embrace of the clearing, Luca and Farrah continued their walk. The waterfall's roar faded behind them, replaced by the hushed whispers of the old-growth forest, that section of ancient trees that still carried faint echoes and whispers of old magic. Towering trunks, aped in moss, rose like silent sentinels, and the air here was cooler, damper, smelling richly of soil and decaying leaves. The pack had maintained the protection agreements rigorously, allowing no logging or disruption of the delicate, sacred ecosystem. "Do you ever miss it?" Luca asked, the words soft, almost lost in the rustle of leaves high above. Being head negotiator, traveling to different territories, solving what everyone else called impossible disputes. He glanced at her, sensing the shift in her thoughts. Farrah was quiet for a moment, considering her gaze tracing the ancient lines of a colossal oak. "Sometimes I miss the challenge of it, yes. The intellectual puzzle, the satisfaction of finding solutions no one else could see, of untangling knots of ancient hatred. But then I come home to this." She gestured at the tranquil, whispering forest around them, at the vibrant green of the moss on the trees, "and to you, and to our pack, and I realized I did not give up my purpose. I just changed how I fulfill it." She would taken a role as legal counsel for the Lunar Accord Council, specializing in treaty interpretation and boundary law. She worked from Lakeside Valley, often from their own packhouse, consulting on complex cases and occasionally attending high-level negotiations as an advisor. It gave her the intellectual challenge she craved, the constant stimulation of a sharp mind, while letting her build a real life, a true home, with Luca and their growing family. "Plus," she added, flashing him a triumphant grin, "I wit to negotiate on behalf of our pack now, which means when disputes come up with neighboring territories, I am the one arguing our case to the council. They are usually terrified of me." Her eyes sparkled with a blend of pride and amusement. "As they should be," Luca said, his chest swelling with pride and affection. He tightened his grip on her arm. "You are genuinely ruthless when you are protecting something you care about." "Learn from the best," Farrah replied, squeezing his arm in return, her gaze warm and knowing. They emerged from the deep shadows of the old-growth forest into the bright, open expanse of the southern valley, the section that had gone to Blackgum Pack. The open fields, still holding the faint green of late-season growth, stretched out before them under the pale autumn sun, and Luca could see activity in the distance, where Johnson's pack was working their farmland. The boundary between territories was clearly marked with sturdy, new signposts and carefully cleared lines, but it was not hostile, merely definitive. There was now regular, if sometimes begrudging, coordination between packs for shared resource management. It was not perfect, of course. Johnson was still Johnson, ego-driven and occasionally difficult, his alpha bravado sometimes grating, but the division had held. Both packs had gotten what they needed, what was fair, and the neutral designation of the waterfall, the ancient sacred site, had prevented the bloody conflicts everyone had initially feared. "Johnson's pack looks productive, at least," Farrah observed, shading her eyes with a hand to look across the sun-drenched valley, her brow furrowed in assessment. "The farmland is clearly serving them well." "It is," Luca agreed, seeing the orderly rows of crops, "and he actually thanked me last month for the survivor integration." Apparently, having a few of the Braxton wolves who knew the old trails intimately helped his pack navigate some of the trickier terrain during their initial scouting missions. He allowed himself a small private smile at the memory of Johnson's stiff, almost pained "thank you." "See?" Farrah said, turning to him, her smile wide and satisfied. "Fair divisions, even when they seem impossible, benefit everyone eventually. It just takes a little patience." and a lot of meticulous planning. They turned back toward Lakeside Valley territory, their steps slow and comfortable, their silent companionship a warm, enveloping cloud. Farrah's hand rested habitually on her belly now, a constant, gentle pressure, and Luca kept his arm around her waist, providing a steady, solid support as they walked. The sun, though lower, still warmed their faces. "We should head back soon," he said, consulting the internal clock of his wolf. "You have been on your feet for well over 2 hours now, love." "I am fine." "Oh." Farrah stopped suddenly, a soft gasp escaping her lips, one hand pressing firmly against her abdomen. Her breath hitched. "That was a strong one. The baby?" Luca's voice was instantly laced with concern, his hand flying to cover hers on her belly. "Very much awake, and apparently training to be a kickboxer," she replied, a soft laugh bubbling up, though her eyes were wide with wonder. She gently guided his hand to where their child was moving, a distinct, powerful ripple beneath the skin. "Feel that? Right there." Luca felt the strong, insistent kicks against his palm, vibrations of burgeoning life radiating through him, and his wolf practically purred, a deep rumble of contentment that resonated through his entire being. Their pup, strong and healthy and already making its lively, undeniable presence known. "Active little thing," he murmured, his thumb stroking her belly. "Takes after you," Farrah replied, her voice soft, her gaze tender. "Can never sit still for long, always moving, protective of territory even from the womb." "Or takes after you." Brilliant, determined, utterly unwilling to be ignored, even for a moment. "Could be both, I suppose," Farrah conceded, her smile radiant. "Probably will be both, for our endless joy and torment." She leaned her head on his shoulder, and they stood for a moment, just feeling the quiet miracle within, surrounded by the peaceful, thriving valley they had built together. By the time they made it back to the pack house, the sun was high, and pack members were gathering for the communal lunch. Voices called out greetings as they crossed the grounds, pack members who had come to love their Luna over the past year, who had watched her transition from visiting Negotiator to Alpha's mate, to the woman who would lead beside Luca for the rest of their lives. Hamish appeared on the porch, grinning. "There you are, we were about to send a search party. Luna, you were supposed to be resting, not hiking the entire territory." "I was supervising," Farrah said with dignity. "There is a difference." "Sure there is." Hamish helped her up the porch steps with exaggerated care. "Doc Sarah wants to see you after lunch, by the way. Just a routine check." I know. I have it scheduled." Farrah let herself be led inside, Luca following close behind. They ate lunch surrounded by the pack, the elders telling stories, the children showing off drawings, the young warriors discussing training. It was loud and chaotic, and exactly what Luca had hoped his pack would become, a family, not just a hierarchy. And at the center of it all, Farrah held court with quiet grace. She listened to concerns, offered advice, mediated small disputes, and made everyone feel heard. She would take into being Luna like she would been born for it, bringing the same meticulous attention to detail she would used in negotiations to the everyday work of pack leadership. Later that evening, after the routine checkup with Doc Sarah, everything perfect, baby healthy, Farrah told to please stop overdoing it. Luca found his mate standing on the balcony outside their quarters. The full moon was rising, huge and silver, painting everything in shades of blue and white. Farrah wore a soft dress that accommodated her belly, her hair loose and flowing down her back. She looked ethereal in the moonlight, powerful and beautiful and entirely his. "Hey," he said quietly, moving to stand behind her, his arms wrapped around her, hands settling on her pregnant stomach. "You okay?" "More than okay," Farrah replied, leaning back against him, just thinking. About how we got here. A year ago, I was standing in a conference room trying to figure out how to fairly divide contested territory. I was alone, independent, convinced that is how I would always be. And now you are Luna of Lakeside Valley, 8 months pregnant, and surrounded by people who love you," Luca finished. "And mated to an alpha, I am pretty sure I loved before the bond even triggered," Farrah added softly. "Looking back all those days of negotiations, I was already falling for you. The bond just made me acknowledge what I've been trying to ignore. Luca pressed a kiss to her temple. I was falling too. Trying so hard to stay professional while my wolf was screaming that you were important, that you mattered, that something about you was different. Fate has terrible timing, Farrah said, throwing a mate bond at us in the middle of professional negotiations. Or perfect timing, Luca countered. The bond had triggered immediately. We might have been too distracted to do the work properly. This way, we got to know each other first. Could to see each other's strength and intelligence and dedication, for the bond complicated everything. Farrah hummed in agreement, her hands covering his on her belly. The land that brought us together is thriving. The orchard is producing. The sacred sites are protected, and the survivors have found peace. Everything we fought for worked out exactly as it should. Everything worked out because you made sure it did, Luca said. You could have done the minimum, basic division, standard agreements, and move on to the next case. But you cared enough to make sure it was right. It mattered, Farrah said simply. The land mattered. The survivors mattered. Getting it right mattered. Still matters. They stood in silence for a while, watching the moon climb higher in the sky. From below came the sounds of the pack settling in for the night, voices calling good night, doors closing, the peaceful routine of a pack at rest. Suddenly their baby kicked hard, strong enough that Luca felt it clearly even through Farrah's dress. Someone's awake, he said. Someone's always awake at night, Farrah replied with a laugh. This pup has their nights and days completely reversed. Luca moved to crouch in front of her, his hands gentle on her swollen belly. Hey, little one, he said softly. You need to let your mama sleep. She has worked hard today, and she needs rest. Another kick, right against his palm. I do not think they are listening, Farrah said, running her fingers through Luca's hair. Stubborn already, Luca replied. Definitely takes after you. Or you, Farrah countered. Remember, who insisted on climbing down that cliff himself, because he would not trust anyone else with my safety. That was different. You were in danger. And you were stubborn and protective and absolutely refused to back down. She cupped his face, making him look up at her. Our pup is going to be just like us, brilliant and stubborn, and probably impossible to handle. I cannot wait, Luca said honestly. He stood and pulled her close again, mindful of her belly between them. Under the full moon, on the balcony of a pack house in territory they would fought for and won, Alpha and Luna stood together. I love you, Luca said quietly. I know I do not say it enough, but I do, more than I thought possible. I love you too, Farrah replied, even when you are being overprotective. Even when you try to stop me from working because you think I need rest. Even when you wake me up at 2 a.m. because you felt the baby kick and could not contain your excitement. That happened once. 3 times, Farrah corrected, but she was smiling. And I loved it every time. The baby kicked again, strong, insistent, as if already claiming its place in this world. Farrah gasped slightly, then laughed. Our little Alpha, she said, already making demands. Or Luna, Luca said, commanding respect before they are even born. Could be both, Farrah mused. Could be something entirely new, something that takes the best of both of us and makes it stronger. Luca thought about that, about the future stretching before them, full of possibilities and challenges and moments they could not predict. About the child growing in Farrah's belly, who would inherit all of this, the orchard and the sacred sites, the pack's love and protection, the legacy of fair negotiations and defended boundaries. About how a year ago, who'd been a lone alpha convinced he would never find his mate. And now he stood here with a woman who had walked into his territory with maps and treaties and had somehow stolen his heart before the bond even triggered. Law and love, maps and mate bonds, professional negotiations and personal connections, all of it woven together into something neither of them could have predicted, but both of them had chosen. Thank you, Luca said quietly. Farrah looked up at him, moonlight catching in her storm-gray eyes. For what? For coming back. After that first week, you could have stayed at council headquarters. Could have chosen your career over the bond, over me. But you came back. Of course I came back, Farrah said, as if it had never been in question. You are my mate. This is my home. These people are my pack. Where else would I be? I am grateful, For all of it. For you. Farrah smiled and pulled him down for a kiss, soft and sweet and full of promise. I am grateful too. For stubborn alphas who rescue people from cliffs. For mate bonds that trigger at the worst possible moment. For packs that welcome strangers and turn them into family. Another kick from their pup, this one so strong they both felt it. And for stubborn little wolves who remind us that the future is coming whether we are ready or not, Farrah added with a laugh. Luca laughed too, the sound carrying out over the moonlit pack grounds. Below them, Lakeside Valley slept, peaceful and secure, in the knowledge that their Alpha and Luna stood watch. That the territory they would integrated was thriving, that 12 Braxton survivors had found a new home without losing connection to their old one, that land, once fought over, had become shared ground. That law had protected what love made precious, that maps and treaties and carefully negotiated boundaries had created space for something beautiful to grow. 1 year ago, Farrah Kai had walked into his territory with briefcases and professional distance, and a reputation for being unshakable. She would mediated an impossible negotiation, fallen off a cliff, triggered a dormant mate bond, and changed Luca's life forever. And now she stood beside him, no longer just the head negotiator, but his Luna, his mate, his partner in everything, the mother of his child, and the future of his pack. Under the full moon, with their baby kicking between them, and the integrated territory stretching out in all directions, Luca held his mate close, and felt complete. They would fought for this land. They would negotiated for fairness and protected sacred sites and honored the dead, while building futures for the living, and in the process, they would found each other. Ready to go inside? Farrah finally asked. I think someone needs to convince this pup that nighttime is for sleeping. We can try, Luca said, though they both knew it would not work. Their child was already as stubborn as its parents. They moved toward their quarters, Luca's arm supporting Farrah's weight. But before they went inside, Farrah paused and looked back at the moonlit territory one more time. Thank you, she said softly. For what? For fighting for this. For the orchard, and the sacred clearing and the survivors. For making sure everything was done right. For being the kind of alpha who cares more about fairness than victory. Thank you for being the kind of negotiator who saw past the politics to what actually mattered, Luca replied. This land needed you. I needed you. We needed each other, Farrah corrected. Still do. Always will, Luca promised. And as they finally headed inside, leaving the moonlit balcony behind, Luca knew it was true. Whatever came next, whenever their pup decided to make their appearance, whatever challenges arose with neighboring territories, whatever complications came with pack leadership and parenthood, they would face it together. That is the end of this tale. But in the world of the supernatural, there is always another shadow waiting. Thank you for staying with me through every twist, turn, and heartbeat. If you enjoyed the ride, there is more waiting for you. Take a look at the other audiobooks on this channel. Do not forget to subscribe if you want more magic, monsters, and stories that go bump in the night. Until next time, stay curious and brave. And first, stop listening